Chapter 116, Chapter 116, God's Descent Ritual. Although the high priest's words almost overturned Lottie's worldview and beliefs, the news of her sister still shook Lottie's heart, and she couldn't help but follow along. However, when she followed the other party to the place where her sister was supposed to be, Lottie soon froze in place. It was a dilapidated temple that seemed quite antiquated. The walls on both sides of the temple vaguely showed ancient and mysterious mural paintings depicting scenes of worshipping gods. The worshippers in the paintings wore uniform robes, with pointed teeth barely visible at the corners of their mouths. All of them were bloodborns. As for the god, it was unclear. Only their ancient and majestic throne could be seen clearly beneath them, still exuding a sense of majesty and grandeur after who knows how many years. Obviously, this was a temple of some ancient god from the Bloodborne race. Lottie wasn't very interested in this. In fact, she didn't even bother to look closely at the temple. After entering, her gaze naturally fell on the altar in the center of the temple. It was a rather terrifying altar, with layers of crimson pages plastered on its base, giving off an eerie horror feeling, while layers of fleshy lumps and veins were attached to it. The veins pulsated and intertwined, gathering above the altar, connected to a swollen and hideous mass of flesh. No, rather than calling it a mass of flesh, it was more like a pedestal composed of octopus-like tentacles, surrounding a huge, grotesque eye in the center. Oh God! What on earth is this thing? Lottie was stunned. And soon, the high priest gave Lottie an answer that she couldn't believe. "This is your sister." "Sister?" Lottie's eyes widened. "No. You're lying to me." The high priest didn't answer. Instead, he chuckled lightly and said to the closed eyeball, "Marie, your sister is here to see you." Upon hearing the high priest's words, the ugly eyeball trembled slightly. The wrinkled eyelids twisted slightly, revealing a human face, contorted in extreme pain. "Sister Marie?" Lottie instantly recognized her sister's face and rushed over. The giant eyeball struggled for a while, desperately trying to open its eyes, but in the end, it only trembled slightly, unable to do anything. "What's wrong with my sister? What have you done to her?" Lottie looked at the high priest, trembling with anger, her voice suppressed with rage. The high priest smiled faintly. "No, Miss Lottie, it's not what I did. Your sister has become like this, because of you." "Because of me?" Lottie was dumbfounded. "Yes." The high priest nodded. He looked at the trembling eyeball, with a look of intoxication, as if admiring the most beautiful piece of art. 10 years ago, Count Castle and his wife disrupted our God's Descent plan, causing it to fail. However, it wasn't a complete failure. Although the flame demon was sealed, and the divine vessel reconstruction ritual was interrupted, we unexpectedly obtained this demon eye. God's Descent? You're not summoning the flame demon. Lottie widened her eyes. The high priest sneered. "Summoning the flame demon? Hey, if it were just to summon a legendary flame demon, it wouldn't have been worth all the trouble for me." As he spoke, he looked at the trembling eyeball and continued. "The divine vessel reconstruction failed, it ended up on the brink of death, and lost the possibility of containing the Lord's Descent. However, the demon eye is a creature that matches the power of our Lord, but cannot exist for long in the world of Myria. We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. So I came up with a bold plan. Since that's the case, why not let them merge, and then use the power of the cursed pages to reshape it, creating a new divine vessel for our Lord." "Merge? Merge?" Lottie was dumbfounded. Feeling the trembling in her heart, the high priest smiled meaningfully, whispering in her ear, "Yes, merge." "Countess Broyes, what's in front of you is your sister, a fusion with a demon." Upon hearing the high priest's words, Lottie felt dizzy, almost falling down. She stared blankly at the terrifying eyeball in front of her and her heart trembling. She had always known. 10 years ago, she was supposed to be the main sacrifice, but her sister discovered her father's anomaly and stepped forward to replace her. Otherwise, it would have been her suffering right now. Feeling Lottie's inner pain, the high priest's smile became even more radiant. He whispered softly in Lottie's ear, continuing, "Unfortunately, The soul of the divine vessel still exists. After the initial fusion, she refused to use the power of the demon eye and further merge with it, which has been preventing our plan from being implemented. She has never cooperated with us until you appeared. As he spoke, the high priest looked at Lottie, smiling meaningfully. Miss Lottie, I really have to thank you. In order to help you cover up your traces of saving those girls, your sister finally agreed to use the power of the demon eye. You have saved those girls from the claws of the dreaming salon time and time again, and she has repeatedly helped you clean up using the dream power of the demon eye. You thought your actions were flawless, but little did you know, someone has been bearing the burden for you behind the scenes. Thank you. After all these years, with your help, she was finally merged completely with the demon eye. With your help, she has become the monster she didn't want to be. Thump. Lottie fell to the ground. Her face turned pale, and her lips trembled. No. I didn't think like this. I didn't want this. Finding and saving her sister had been Lottie's spiritual pillar for so many years. And at this moment, upon hearing such truth from the high priest, she collapsed. Black smoke billowed from behind Lottie, an evil, corrupt aura slowly rising from her. Seeing this scene, the high priest smiled satisfactorily. As the medium for the god's descent, he had naturally left a backhand on Lottie. And as a medium for communicating with the gods, what was needed to completely awaken them was not just powerful magic. It was the power to resonate with the gods. For the Holy Court, it meant firm and powerful faith. For the blood demon cult, it meant pain and despair. Only when one fell into great pain and despair, would the power of corruption and darkness awaken. And when the vessel awakened, it was time to start communicating with God and performing the God's descent ritual. It's about time. Gather all the true believers. It's time to start the ritual. The high priest turned around and said to the blood demon cultists behind him. Yes. The blood demon cultists saluted respectfully and withdrew. However, as time passed by, the blood demon cultists who left did not return. Chapter 117. Chapter 117. Charlotte de Castel. Why haven't they come back yet? The high priest furrowed his brows slightly. Just as his patience was about to run out, the departing blood demon cultists finally returned. Behind him, one figure after another clad in black robes followed. All of them were blood demon cultists. However, all the blood demon cultists looked somewhat puzzled, and their numbers were fewer than the high priest had anticipated. Why did it take so long for you to return? And why are there so few of you? The high priest frowned and asked. Great high priest, there were some unexpected circumstances. The leading blood demon cultist seemed flustered and hurried forward to whisper. What? You're saying there are traitors among our true believers? The high priest was slightly taken aback. Yes. It seems there are traitors among the true believers we gathered. They suddenly attacked our people. Not only that, there's news from the Western City District that something seems to have happened at the Dreaming Salon. Upon hearing the blood demon cultist's words, the high priest narrowed his eyes. He pondered for a moment and then suddenly asked. The traitors? Are they all blood servants? The blood demon cultist was taken aback. How did you know? Well, because I already know there's trouble at the Dreaming Salon. Those blood servants I left there have all turned into traitors. The high priest sneered. He glanced at the blood demon cultists entering the temple, his words laden with meaning. The traitors are not true believers, but rather the blood servant that got their contracts seized by someone. Seizing blood servant contracts? No. How is that possible? The blood demon cultists' expressions changed suddenly, and they fell into turmoil. The ones gathered here were the core strength of the blood demon cult in board. Almost all of them were cultists who had escaped from the failed ritual 10 years ago. Over the past decade, they had followed the high priest's footsteps and developed many new believers as blood servants to invigorate the blood demon cult. The blood demon cult in board, centered around them, was a tight-knit cult organization with numerous blood servants as their followers. To distinguish themselves from the blood servants, they called themselves true believers. Hey, there's nothing impossible. I know. The extinct Karali clan had the power to seize the blood servants of other clans. The high priest shook his head. He scanned the surroundings and continued. Check the contracts with your blood servants. See if there are any issues. Upon hearing his words, the blood demon cultists quickly acted, and in no time, cries of astonishment rang out. I can't contact my blood servant. Damn it. I have blood servants I can't contact too. Seeing the suspicious expressions of the crowd, the high priest's gaze became increasingly serious. Is the main gate closed? He looked at the leading blood demon cultist and asked. It's already closed. No. It was closed long ago. The blood demon cultist who was asked answered respectfully. Not good. Check each other's identities and contracts. Now, hurry. Realizing something, the high priest's expression changed slightly. We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. The blood demon cultists reacted quickly. As a cult organization, they had their own strict measures to prevent infiltration. Before long, the vast majority of true believers and blood servants who had checked their identities entered the temple, leaving fewer and fewer people outside. The high priest drew his dark sword. He looked coldly at the dwindling crowd of blood demon cultists who had not yet verified their identities, his expression full of vigilance, ready to act at any moment. Suddenly, a strong sense of crisis came over him. He instinctively raised his sword horizontally, and a shadow quickly rushed out of the dwindling crowd and attacked him. In an instant, black flames spread out, and several blood demon cultists who were burned emitted a scream. Their bodies, both physical and spiritual, were quickly burned to ashes. Blasphemous fire. The high priest's eyes narrowed. He snorted, and the third-tier power of darkness erupted, forcing the assassin to retreat with a single sword strike. The blood demon cultists dodged to both sides, and under the dim light, the shadow of the assassin was also exposed to everyone. It was a tall figure shrouded in black clothes. He covered his face, making it impossible to see his appearance, but a head of red hair hung down from his hood during the attack. Seeing that blood-like red hair and feeling the power that was weaker than his but stronger than most silver moons in the recent attack, the high priest squinted his eyes. He chuckled and said, "Second tier, silver moon. Hey, with such power, even if it's an assassination, it's impossible to defeat the third-tier Blazing Sunday. But, even if it's a silver moon, with such strong power and at the same time, with red hair. From what I know, there is only one person in Board City who fits this description." As he spoke, the high priest looked at the assassin and continued with a meaningful smile. "What do you think, Mr. Sebastian?" Upon hearing the high priest's words, the assassin let out a helpless sigh. He elegantly put down a hood, revealing his appearance, with a handsome appearance and pointed ears. It was none other than the flame elf, Sebastian, the president of the Rose Society. Seeing Sebastian's appearance, the high priest smiled lightly. "Could it be that Anthony told you the location?" "I lost contact with my blood servants at the Dreaming Salon." "It must have been you, right? Can you tell me, how did someone who is not a bloodborne like you gain the power to seize our blood servant contracts?" However, upon hearing the high priest's words, Sebastian did not answer. Not only that, he seemed to completely disregard the leader of the board's blood demon cult and respectfully said to a figure behind him, "Sorry, Master, I failed in the assassination." "You've won." "With the power of a second-tier silver moon, even if it's an assassination, I can't defeat a third-tier Blazing Sunday." "It seems that there is still a long way to go before I can recover my strength." "Master, who?" The high priest's heart sank as he looked behind Sebastian. There were several blood demon cultists who had not yet completed their identity checks. Seeing the gaze of everyone else, they shivered coldly, subconsciously moving to the sides, leaving only an unmoving petite figure. The high priest's gaze instantly fell on that petite figure, only to see that petite figure let out a soft laugh, and calmly said, "Sebastian, for the wager, I want the milk with the best taste provided by Lunar Island." As she spoke, she gently removed her hood. Beautiful silver hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Under the delicate and perfect face, her reddish gold eyes shimmered with strange light. Looking at her familiar face, The high priest was slightly stunned, and there was a hint of disbelief. Charlotte de Castile. Chapter 118. Chapter 118. Friendly fire blood servants. Seeing her identity exposed, Charlotte was somewhat surprised. It seems my fame is quite significant. Even the high priest of the blood demon cult can recognize my identity so quickly. Of course, Master, you are the Pearl of Castile, the most beautiful woman in board, Sebastian said respectfully. The high priest's expression turned solemn. He squinted, watching the two of them warily, and commanded the other blood demon cultists. What are you waiting for? Take them down. Upon hearing the high priest's words, the true believers of the blood demon cult were swiftly imbued with a crimson hue. The eyes of blood servants they controlled ablaze with crimson fury. Then they let out furious roars and drew their weapons in unison. However, at that moment, the beautiful girl raised her head slightly. She glanced indifferently at the blood servants rushing towards her, and a golden red light shimmered in her eyes. In that instant, all the true believers felt a sharp pain in their brains, horrified to find that they had completely lost their connection to the remaining blood servants. In the next moment, a scene that terrified all the blood demon true believers unfolded. Those blood servants who had just seemed to be charging toward the two suddenly turned around, wielding their weapons and roaring as they attacked the blood demon cultists. Some of the blood demon true believers didn't even have time to react before being struck down by the very blood servants who had just pledged loyalty to them. Damn it! She is controlling our blood servants, one of the blood demon cultists said in horror. They watched their blood servants suddenly turn on them and surround the petite girl like a guarded queen. In just an instant, the situation in the underground temple had completely reversed. More than 3/4 of the nearly 200 blood demon cultists gathered here were now attacking their own people. All of them were blood servants. Seeing the girl who had seized control of almost all the blood servants in an instant, the high priest's expression was equally horrified. This is the authority of the bloodborne royalty. You are not Charlotte. Who are you? Charlotte didn't answer the high priest's question. She chuckled and said, Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that this should all end now. With a cold expression, she ordered the blood servants under her control. Kill them. The command from a higher-level bloodborne echoed in the minds of the blood servants. With their reddened eyes, they roared like wild beasts devoid of reason and fought against the blood demon true believers regardless of the cost. Screams rang out among the blood demon true believers, and the underground temple descended into chaos. With an absolute numerical advantage, the blood demon true believers, who were unprepared, were no match for the blood servants. The blood servants, driven by madness, displayed a combat power that overwhelmed the blood demon true believers. More and more blood demon cultists fell in pools of blood, staining the ground of the temple crimson, and gradually forming a river of blood. Charlotte watched all of this coldly. There was no pity, no sympathy, only indifference. These blood demon cultists were the most cruel and evil cultists. Each one of them bore the weight of countless innocent lives. Charlotte felt no guilt in killing them. Soon, the last blood demon cultist fell under the blades of the blood servants. With their reddened eyes and their vacant expressions, the blood servants surrounded the queen-like girl. Together, they encircled the malevolent altar prepared for the god's descent. The blood demon cult's high priest. We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. Charlotte's gaze fell on the altar. Seeing the unfinished ceremony and the unconscious priestess Lottie on the altar, she smiled faintly. It seems I arrived just in time. Your Excellency, do you know? In many stories, to highlight the importance of the protagonist group and intensify the tension of a story, authors often have them arrive just when the most dangerous conspiracy is about to erupt. Sometimes, to deliberately drag out the pace, they even make the villains break through suddenly, causing the protagonist group, who had the victory in their hands, to suddenly encounter an even greater crisis in the final battle. The protagonists struggle and fight to the death, ultimately defeating the enemy, thwarting the conspiracy, and upholding justice. Of course, they also pay a heavy price. However, I don't like this approach. In my opinion, since absolute advantage has been established, there's no need to prolong the night and dream more. Just go straight to the point, wipe out all the villains, and be done with it. Don't give the other side a chance to turn the tables or an opportunity for their conspiracy to succeed. Of course, I don't think I am the protagonist of justice. But you seem very much like the antagonist in the story, don't you think? Charlotte stood in front of the high priest, smiling as she spoke. The blood demon cult's high priest looked at the girl in front of him. His gaze became even more solemn. I can feel a chilling aura emanating from you. That's not a power ordinary people possess. Perhaps, compared to Ms. Charlotte, I should address you as Your Majesty. Without waiting for Charlotte's response, he continued, Your Majesty, our blood demon cult does not wish to be enemies with you. I can sense a similar power from you, indicating that you may be a resurrected Kyrali clan royalty. Right? Your power is very powerful, extremely powerful. I know I am no match for you. In your eyes, I am just an insignificant ant. But, you should know who stands behind me. The resurrection of the gods is a long process, and it's also dangerous for a god in the recovery period since they become weak. This is not a secret to us true believers who serve the Bloodborne Archduke. Although I am only a third tier, as the executor of the will of our Lord, I am also under the watchful eye of our Lord. I think Your Majesty wouldn't want to see a conflict between us, right? The blood demon cult's high priest's attitude was respectful. However, there was a hint of threat in his words. Master, he is probably a reserve retainer of the Bloodborne Archduke. If we kill him, it is very likely to attract the attention of the Bloodborne Archduke, Sebastian said solemnly. Reserve retainer? Charlotte's heart trembled slightly. Her gaze swept over the blood flowing on the ground without changing her expression, and suddenly she smiled. Are you threatening me? No. The high priest shook his head. He suddenly reached out his hand, drew out a dagger, and plunged it into his own chest with fanatic expression. I'm just buying time. With his action, splashes of fresh blood sprayed onto the ground, and the blood shed by the blood demon cultists suddenly flowed rapidly toward the central altar. Chapter 119, Chapter 119, God's Descent. This scene happened so unexpectedly. As the high priest plunged the dagger into his heart, the entire temple altar seemed to come alive, instantly bursting forth with a crimson glow. The bodies of the blood demon cultists on the ground rapidly aged and decayed, ultimately turning into ashes, while those controlled blood servants emitted screams, bursting into clouds of blood mist. Above the altar, the grotesque eyeball suddenly burst forth with profound darkness, exuding a trace of ancient and world-weary aura, while slowly ascending. Looking at the surprised girl, the high priest struggled to force out a smile. Cough. Your mysterious majesty. You wished to prevent the descent of our Lord. Unfortunately, you are about to fail. Since you killed our brethren, the ritual had already begun. Our Lord will remember you, regardless of your standing. You cannot escape his gaze. Even if you destroy this ritual, you will be marked by our Lord. The high priest's expression was fanatical, though his complexion grew paler and his aura got weaker. His gaze became even brighter. He knew that his years of planning for the descent ritual were likely to fail. The intervention of this mysterious god would surely prevent him from completing the ritual. But so what? The ritual had already begun, and the gaze of the Bloodborne Archduke had already been cast. Even if the ritual failed, upon knowing another god's resurrection, the marvelous god would forcefully assist their followers in completing the remaining ritual process to descent. The reason was simple: when a god was resurrected, it meant too many things. Perhaps for most mortals and extraordinary individuals, a god meant grandeur, authority, and the true ruler of this world. But as a cultist, as a high priest of the blood demon cult, as an ancient bloodborne with immortality, he knew more secrets about the gods. When a god resurrected, it was at its weakest, with the weakest control over its power. For a mad opportunist, this was the best opportunity to slay a god and seize its power. And for those mythical beings who looked down upon the mortal world, These resurrected comrades were also a great supplement. No myth would refuse to act against a recently resurrected god. Seizing their divine power, absorbing their authority, gaining their strength, especially for the Bloodborne Archduke who wanted to further advance and achieve the position of a true god. Obviously, the resurrected god before him seemed to have not fully mastered her power yet and was likely still searching for her memories. If she could discern what was important, she would know that the first place a resurrected god shouldn't appear was before a god's descent ritual. Death was not the end for believers. The high priest knew that even if he forcefully performed the ritual at the cost of his own life, once he pleased the Lord, he would also receive rewards and be awakened anew. The gathering crimson light shone on the altar, and the aura above the altar became increasingly terrifying. Feeling the chilling atmosphere, the high priest couldn't help but smile. Now, even if this mysterious god destroyed the altar, it was already too late. However, the high priest suddenly froze when he looked at the girl. The mysterious god before him did not stop his actions. Not only that, but this mysterious god also somehow took out a chair, sat down, and casually crossed her legs. The flame elf, Sebastian, stood respectfully behind her, holding a crystal jug, while the girl leaned against the backrest, elegantly holding a crystal goblet filled with milk, and leisurely sipping on it. She sat there, not at all intimidated by the increasingly terrifying atmosphere on the altar. On the contrary, she looked curiously at the blood that was continuously flowing towards the altar, as if she were watching a play in a theater. "Why are you looking at me?" "Keep going, continue the ritual. I haven't seen what the Blood Demon cult's descent ritual looks like yet. We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now." Charlotte lightly sipped her milk, smiling calmly at the high priest. Upon hearing the girl's words, the high priest was completely dumbfounded. For a moment, he was somewhat confused, unsure if the resurrected god before him was out of her mind or if he himself was hallucinating. Why didn't this sinister god stop him from performing the descent ritual? Didn't she know that once the incarnation of the Bloodborne Archduke got summoned, only downfall awaited her? Or was she so arrogant as to think that with her recently resurrected power, she could confront the great Bloodborne Archduke? The high priest felt puzzled, even suddenly feeling uneasy and wary. He felt like he had missed something, but he had no time to hesitate. Once the ritual began, it could not be stopped. In order to forcefully perform the ritual, he sacrificed himself and all his followers. Feeling his power weakening and consciousness fading more and more, he gritted his teeth and roared, uttering the final prayer. "O Master of the Abyss and the mortal realm, the incarnation of corruption and decay, the savior of the Bloodborne progeny, the great Bloodborne Archduke Abaddon, your humble servants offer you the power of darkness and despair. Darkness shapes the sacred vessel, despair condenses the sacred soul. May your will walk upon the earth as in the abyss." With the high priest's roar, the altar radiated brightly. A dazzling pillar of light soared into the sky, and an ancient and majestic aura slowly converged in the temple, as if some terrifying and awe-inspiring mysterious existence was casting its gaze. "It's here. The gaze of our Lord has come." Feeling the terrifying power converging in the temple, the high priest became excited, and his pale face gained a trace of ruddiness. The crimson mist erupted above the altar, instantly engulfing everything. The high priest struggled to raise his head, looking through the layers of mist towards the altar, only to see a majestic and solemn illusionary throne slowly materializing within the blood-colored mist. On the throne, dazzling blood-colored light gathered, and gradually, a towering figure emerged. However, as that figure gradually became clear, the high priest was stunned. Gorgeous silver long hair, mysterious golden eyes, the familiar black robes of the blood demon cultists. It was none other than Charlotte. Seeing her sitting on the illusory chair, lazily crossing her legs, holding a phantom crystal cup filled with milk, her posture and demeanor were exactly the same as when she watched the play at the temple entrance. She took a sip of milk, looked down at the bewildered high priest, and smiled gently. "Your Excellency High Priest, we meet again." PFFT. Seeing the seemingly smiling god, the Bloodborne High Priest couldn't help but spew out a mouthful of blood. and his body slowly collapsed. Chapter 120. Chapter 120. Wipe out the blood demon cult's high priest is dead. He died because he sacrificed all his life force and bloodline power. In order to forcibly perform the ritual, he willingly offered himself as a sacrifice, yet until his last breath, he couldn't understand why, despite the summoning target being the bloodborne Archduke, this mysterious god appeared instead. Even as he breathed his last, his eyes remained wide open in disbelief. Sebastian, however, knew exactly what had happened. Excitedly watching the illusion on the altar, he fervently exclaimed, "Praise you, mighty master. You truly are remarkable." With barely any effort, you caused a third-tier blazing sun expert to self-destruct. But to dare perform a divine ritual before you, these blood demon cultists really courted their own doom. Charlotte smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. Indeed, performing divine rituals before her, who possessed the power to counteract them, was akin to courting doom. While modifying a large-scale divine ritual prepared by a blazing sun extraordinary for nearly a decade was quite challenging, with the blessing of blood magic, as long as she was willing to expend divine power, everything was possible. As for what she modified, it was simple. She changed the summoning target to herself. At the same time, she became a beneficiary of the ritual. With a blazing sun extraordinary and hundreds of cultists as sacrifices, the power they offered was considerable. Charlotte could clearly sense that her physical abilities in reality were undergoing rapid enhancement from being nourished by such vast bloodline power and life force. However, this immense power only partially transformed her body. More power was absorbed by the gospel of blood, transforming into divine power. The descent ritual was originally a divine ritual passed down by gods. Its essence was to sacrifice the power of living beings, convert it into divine power for the god, and then use it as a source of power for the god's incarnation. The Gospel of Blood's divine ritual counter did not elaborate on the principles of this ritual. However, after experiencing the process of power conversion firsthand, Charlotte naturally understood the general idea. Of course, only the general idea, knowing the fact but not the reason. To draw an analogy, divine power was like an electrical appliance to her. When given an appliance, she knew how to use it, but she didn't understand the detailed principles of how it worked, how to assemble it, or how to manufacture it by hand. As for this ritual, in the concept of ordinary people, it was more like providing them with fully automated equipment to manufacture electrical appliances. Ordinary people only needed to follow the instructions, input the raw materials, press the switch, and wait for the electrical appliance to be manufactured. At the same time, Charlotte vaguely understood why those resurrected evil gods recorded in the Holy Court's myths were so fond of conducting bloody sacrificial rituals in the mortal realm. It was nothing else but because sacrificing living beings was a quick way for resurrected gods to regain power, especially sacrificing extraordinary beings. Even Charlotte herself, after experiencing the blood demon cult's sacrificial ritual, couldn't help but feel excited. Yeah, right. This time, using the power of blood magic to ambush the blood demon cult not only didn't consume much of her stored divine power, but because of the bloodborne high priest's sacrifice in the end, she even gained another few seconds of true ancestors' liberation. However, she quickly suppressed the idea of using sacrifices to replenish divine power. No matter how others saw her, she didn't consider herself an evil god. Unlike an evil god, she didn't want to kill innocent people to increase her own power. One must have principles, especially when gaining powerful abilities. Without principles, one would gradually lose themselves in power and end up become enslaved by the power. As the projection summoned by the high priest dissipated, Charlotte's consciousness returned to her body. Although the blood demon cult had been wiped out, she knew everything was far from over. We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. Sebastian, take care of the rest. She called out the name of the flame elf. Sebastian immediately understood and summoned the blasphemous sword, thrusting it into the high priest's corpse. With his action, the high priest's corpse immediately let out a miserable cry. No, It wasn't the corpse that was making the sound. It was a phantom. The appearance of the phantom was extremely similar to the high priest's, and its expression as it looked at Charlotte was filled with fear. This was the high priest's soul. As a third-tier blazing sun extraordinary, his mental power and soul had transformed. Even if their body died, they could exist in the form of a soul for a certain period of time. If they could find a new vessel within this time, the blazing sun even had a certain chance to continue to exist in a new form. Obviously, although the high priest died in the sacrifice, he hadn't completely given up yet, attempting to hide quietly. But unfortunately, in front of Charlotte, who possessed the ability to resurrect undead, he had nowhere to hide at all. And for Sebastian, who had once been a third tier, his struggle was also futile. Under the blasphemous fire, the high priest's soul quickly burned out. The sacrifice had consumed too much of his power. Even as a phantom, he had lost all resistance and was no match for Sebastian. At this point, this third-tier blood demon cult's high priest was truly fallen. After completely killing the high priest, Sebastian burned the remains of the blood demon cultists to ashes with another fire. This wasn't just to destroy the evidence. More importantly, it was to use the blasphemous fire to completely burn the souls of the blood demon cultists, preventing their souls from returning to the embrace of the bloodborne Archduke, and then being discovered by this god. Charlotte wasn't very clear about the relationship between gods and believers, nor did she know how long it took for a believer's soul to return to the divine realm after death. But at least, the souls of the believers wouldn't be immediately called back to the divine realm after death, which gave her the opportunity to prevent the souls of the blood demon cultists from returning to the divine realm. When the blasphemous fire swept through the temple, Charlotte finally relaxed. At this point, she could finally check on the unconscious priest Lottie on the altar. However, when Charlotte's gaze fell on the ugly demon eye above the altar, her eyes suddenly narrowed. Although she had modified the divine ritual, a dark power still lingered around the hideous demon eye that made her heart skip a beat. No, that wasn't the power of the demon eye. It was the power of the altar. Charlotte was instantly on guard. This descent ritual had not yet completely ended. Not only that, but among these chunks of flesh-stacked eyeballs, she seemed to sense a familiar aura. She could feel waves of spiritual fluctuations emanating from the eyeballs, yet it seemed to be subject to some kind of restraint. Looking at the chains surrounding the eyeballs like seals, Charlotte's heart twitched. "Sebastian, give me the sword." "At your command, Great Master." Sebastian handed over the blasphemous sword with both hands. Charlotte took the blasphemous sword from Sebastian and then used it to cut off those chains. The ugly eyeball trembled slightly, and dots of light converged in front of the altar. Soon, a little girl in a white dress appeared in front of Charlotte again. It was Count Broy's eldest daughter, Marie. As soon as she appeared, she bowed to Charlotte and said anxiously, "Great being, please save Lottie." Chapter 121, Chapter 121, Flame Demon Seal. "Miss Marie?" Charlotte looked at the little girl in front of her in surprise. This time, even Sebastian saw her. "Dream projection?" His eyelid twitched. "Dream projection?" Charlotte pondered. Seeming to notice her expression, Sebastian hurriedly explained. "Great Mistress, your powers have not fully recovered, so you may not be familiar with this. Dream projection is a phenomenon where some extraordinary beings use the power of sentient beings' dreams to cast illusions in reality, enabling communication with sentient beings. In general, this power is commonly associated with demons, and they can even lurk within the dreams of sentient beings, gradually consuming their mental world to seize their bodies." Demons, Charlotte thought to herself. She looked at the little girl, activated her divine power of blood, and quickly discovered the clue. The source of her power was none other than the grotesque eye on the altar. Wait. Her true form. Is that eye? Demon eye. This is a demon eye. Master, The blood demon cult's high priest actually fused a demon eye with that girl's body. This is the sacred vessel he prepared for the bloodborne Archduke. Sebastian spoke solemnly. Sacred vessel? Count Broy's eldest daughter's body? Charlotte was slightly stunned. She couldn't help but look at the ethereal figure of the little girl, her gaze slightly focused. Miss Marie. You. The little girl's expression dimmed, as Lord Sebastian said, I am no longer human. But that's not important. What matters is that the seal of the flame demon Varaloka is about to be broken. Flame demon Varaloka? Wasn't it sealed in another dimension by Count and Countess Castle? Sebastian frowned. That's right, but Count Castle only succeeded in sealing half of the flame demon Varaloka's power, while its other half has been lurking in the crevices of reality. The crevices of reality? Sebastian's expression grew serious. Do you mean dreams? Yes. It's dreams. More precisely, it's Lottie's dream. 10 years ago, when only half of flame demon Varaloka descended, Count Castle interrupted its descent and sealed it, but a strand of its consciousness entered Lottie's dream as a sacrifice. The high priest wanted to summon the bloodborne Archduke through the ritual, but he didn't forget about flame demon Varaloka. Marie said anxiously. Listening to the girl's words, Charlotte's expression became solemn. She finally understood why the ritual hadn't ended completely in her perception. The high priest was indeed a cunning, extraordinary being, even though he was ambushed by Charlotte due to a lack of information. His plan for the God's Descent ritual was not so simple. Summoning the divine being through God's Descent ritual was just the most direct summoning method. Other than that, awakening the flame demon Varaloka was also a viable method. It was a backup to the God's Descent ritual, a part of the blood demon cult's God's Descent plan. Even if the God's Descent ritual was disrupted, the awakened flame demon Varaloka could still continue their plan. This was a chain of summonings, and it was a very cunning chain of summonings. We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. Great Mistress. It seems we need to enter Lottie's dream, Sebastian said solemnly. Charlotte nodded slightly. The damage caused by flame demon Varaloka was by no means small, as evidenced by the destruction of half a district during the flame demon disaster 10 years ago. Since she had taken action, she had to eliminate all threats. And as the culprit behind the death of the original body's parents, in a sense, flame demon Varaloka was also an enemy of this body. Since she had inherited the Castle surname and inherited Charlotte's identity, she felt it was necessary to settle the score with this demon. However, before entering Lottie's dream, she still had a question that needed to be answered. She looked at the ethereal figure of the little girl and asked, Miss Marie, why do you know so much about the blood demon cult's summoning ritual and the power of flame demon Varaloka? Charlotte was indeed puzzled. If her judgment was correct, the chains that had imprisoned the demon eye were likely left by the blood demon cult, perhaps even by the high priest himself. Obviously, Marie had been forcibly detained by the blood demon cult. In such a situation, Charlotte did not believe that the high priest would tell her the plan. However, the things Marie revealed were all the deepest secrets of the blood demon cult's God's Descent plan. Vigilance was necessary. Even at this point, she needed to understand these details. Upon hearing Charlotte's words, Marie's expression dimmed. Because I am no longer human. Charlotte's heart stirred. She looked at the demon eye surrounded by dark power on the altar, sensing the faintly familiar dark aura that was similar to what was on Lottie's body. She finally understood. Deeply looking at her, Charlotte sighed lightly. I understand. After saying that, she looked back at the unconscious Lottie, activated her divine power of blood, and said to Sebastian, Let's go. Let's go meet the most terrifying lackey under the bloodborne Archduke's command. Approaching the altar, Charlotte placed her right hand on Lottie's forehead. She had summoned Sebastian into her spiritual world many times using the Gospel of Blood's power and had even entered the memories of those sacrificed girls using her divine power of blood. And now, the method to enter Lottie's dream world was the same. Thinking of this, Charlotte gently closed her eyes. The crimson light radiated from her, the light of the Gospel of Blood in her consciousness shone brightly, and Charlotte's vision ascended once again. The next moment, the world around Charlotte suddenly changed. She found herself in a beautiful mansion. The mansion was hosting a lively birthday banquet, with bright lights and clinking glasses. "This is Countess Broy's mansion?" Looking at the scene, which was similar to certain memories deep in her original body's memory, Charlotte's heart stirred. But soon, she noticed a subtle difference in her field of vision. Her line of sight seemed higher than usual. Charlotte instinctively looked down, but for a moment, she couldn't see her feet. Instead, she saw the curvature in front of her chest that would never appear under normal circumstances, and she saw herself wearing the black divine robe from the blood summoning. At the same time, a red light appeared beside her, and Sebastian's figure appeared. As soon as the flame elf appeared and saw Charlotte's appearance, it was startled and instinctively saluted. Lady of the night." Charlotte instantly understood. Her appearance had turned into the mature version of herself once again. Chapter 122, Chapter 122, The mastermind behind the flame demon disaster. "Was it the divine power of blood that changed my appearance in the dream world?" Charlotte pondered. She attempted to materialize objects as she did in the Dark Knight Castle but failed. This confirmed another thing for Charlotte. If she entered a dream that wasn't hers, she couldn't change anything with her thoughts. Other intruders were just guests. Only the dream's owner could alter the dream world. In other words, Charlotte probably couldn't interfere with anything in this dream. Of course, this was under the assumption that she could only use her own power. Currently, her true power was only at the level of a first-tier starry sky, unable to even project her mental strength outward, let alone interfere with someone else's dream world. However, just because she couldn't do it herself didn't mean she couldn't do it with cheats. With this in mind, Charlotte tried to use the divine power of blood and simultaneously visualized a mirror in her mind. A crimson light burst forth in her consciousness, a faint glow appeared in Charlotte's hand, and a simple mirror slowly materialized. Charlotte felt a slight relief. Even though her own power was too weak to interfere with this dream, the divine power of blood could restore her ability to shape the dream world as she pleased. This was a sure thing. Next, she just needed to find Lottie's consciousness and the flame demon Varaloka. Once she confirmed her own state, Charlotte removed the mirror. Unfortunately, using any power in this dream would consume divine power, eating into her true ancestor's liberation available time. She had to use it sparingly. Good steel needed to be used on the edge. "Let's go." "Let's enter," Charlotte said to Sebastian, looking towards the grand hall where the banquet was being held. The two of them walked towards the hall, surrounded by nobles coming and going. No one noticed their actions, or, more accurately, the people around, including the guards, couldn't see them at all. Dreams and illusions were only a hair's breadth apart. Undoubtedly, for Charlotte and Sebastian, Lottie's dream was an illusion. However, Charlotte had a feeling, as long as she used the divine power of blood and had the power to interfere with dreams, the people in these dreams could see her. After entering the hall, the surroundings became even more lively. Nobles gathered in twos and threes, chatting and laughing. Charlotte could even hear their conversations. Some talked about recent gossip, some discussed literature and art, and others talked about the experiences on the continent. Seriously, if she didn't know she was in a dream, Charlotte wouldn't be able to tell the difference between here and reality. "My lord, this dream scene. I'm afraid it's the birthday party of the Broys sisters in Broy's mansion 10 years ago, the night of the flame demon disaster," Sebastian said solemnly. Charlotte nodded slightly. Seeing the familiar scene around her, she had already guessed. Her gaze swept around the hall as she searched for Lottie's figure. Lottie was the dream's owner. Finding Lottie would allow her to wake her from this dream. She had to be quick, to wake Lottie up before the flame demon disaster occurred in the dream world. Dreams often reflected reality to a certain extent. Marie said that the flame demon Varaloka was trying to awaken. Since the dream world was a reflection of the night of the flame demon disaster, the eruption of the flame demon disaster would signify the resurgence of Varaloka. Charlotte's gaze swept around the hall in circles. However, she didn't find Lottie. Instead, she heard a lot of gossip from the nobles around her. When Charlotte looked around and her gaze inadvertently fell on Sebastian, who followed her in, she saw a somewhat serious expression on his face. Charlotte's heart moved slightly, and she asked, "What's wrong, Sebastian?" "My lord, something's not right with this dream." Sebastian looked around at the nobles, speaking in a deep voice. "Not right?" Charlotte raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Tell me your judgment." Charlotte said, "My lord, as far as I know, dream worlds are created around the dream's owner, evolving from things the dream's owner knows or understands. Generally, in places where the dream's owner is not present, the dream world tends to become vague. Only the closer you get to the dream's owner, the more real the dream world becomes," Sebastian said respectfully. With that, his gaze swept across the hall. "But this dream is too real. There's no gradual transition of the dream. Everything seems so real no matter where you look. We can even hear the conversations of these nobles clearly. Honestly, I don't believe Lottie's dream would manifest so meticulously detailed. This is not normal. This dream should be Lottie's memory. She couldn't possibly remember the scenery so clearly and couldn't possibly remember the conversations of the nobles so vividly, especially since she's not in the hall right now. Yet everything in the hall is still running normally." "My lord, there's something wrong with this dream." "Of course, there's something wrong. After all, it's the dream of the flame demon Varaloka's descent," Charlotte thought to herself. However, Sebastian's words reminded her of something. When she first brought Sebastian into the Dark Knight Castle, the edge of the mental world was filled with crimson mist, which fit the setting where the dream world revolved around the dream's owner. But now, they didn't see any mist at all. This could only mean that the scene of this dream was very large, even larger than Charlotte had imagined. However, Lottie alone couldn't manifest such a specific detailed dream. Combined with the significance of this dream, Charlotte speculated, "This dream is probably not just Lottie's dream. It's also Varaloka's dream." Sebastian's expression gradually became serious. "I'm afraid there's only this explanation." Charlotte withdrew her gaze from the hall and pondered. "In that case, Lottie's main consciousness is probably with Varaloka. Lottie is probably taken by Varaloka to some place in the dream." Listening to Charlotte's words, Sebastian pondered. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. "The location of the ritual?" "We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now." Charlotte thought for a moment and nodded. "It's not impossible. It seems we need to find out where the Broyes Mansion's dungeon is. As far as I know, the sacrificial site of the flame demon disaster 10 years ago was in the dungeon of Broyes Mansion," Sebastian said after some thought. However, Charlotte shook her head slightly. "It's not that troublesome. Someone will lead us there, huh?" Sebastian's heart moved slightly. The next moment, applause and cheers rang out in the hall, attracting countless eyes. Sebastian also subconsciously looked toward the source of the sound and soon saw two splendid figures. One of them she was very familiar with, was Lord André, the Duke of Bord. The other person looked much stranger, a middle-aged nobleman, with some resemblance to Lottie. "Count Broyes and Duke Bord?" Sebastian raised an eyebrow. But soon, he frowned slightly. "Wait a minute. Did the Duke also attend the banquet 10 years ago?" Charlotte was also a little surprised. On the night of the flame demon disaster, various records never mentioned that the Duke also attended the banquet. But in the dream, he appeared. This was a bit odd. Almost all the guests on the night of the flame demon disaster died. Very few people escaped, and no one in the later Mage Corps who participated in the battle had ever seen Duke Bord. This indicated that the Duke should have come and gone quickly. As if to verify Charlotte's speculation, after toasting, Duke Bord left the hall. After that, Count Broyes also followed suit. Watching the two leaving together with the retreating attendants, Charlotte's heart moved slightly. "We'll follow them," she said to Sebastian. Following behind Duke Bord and Count Broyes, the two also left the hall. However, instead of heading towards the mansion's main gate, the Duke headed towards the garden behind the mansion. After entering the garden, The person leading the way changed to Count Broys. The two followed the garden path and soon arrived at a hidden iron gate behind the garden, quietly sneaking in. "My lord, it's Broys Mansion's dungeon," Sebastian said with a slight solemnity. "My goodness. Did the Duke actually participate in the Flame Demon disaster 10 years ago?" Charlotte's heart skipped a beat. Looking at the iron gate in front of her, she squinted her eyes. "We'll follow them too." Following the two into the iron gate, beyond the iron gate were winding stairs leading downwards, and at the end of the stairs, there was indeed a dungeon. In the dungeon, guards were stationed layer by layer, following Count Broys as observers. Charlotte and Sebastian quickly found the ritual site deep in the dungeon. It was an altar. The altar resembled the one where the Blood Demon cult summoned their god. However, instead of the demonic eye, there was an empty crystal coffin. Count Broys and Duke Bord were standing and talking in front of the altar. "How's the preparation for the ritual?" "Back to the Duke. It can be done tonight. If everything goes smoothly, my daughter will recover tomorrow morning, and it will be much safer to perform the ritual for you then." "Not bad, just be careful not to be discovered. The church already suspects your connection with the Blood Demon cult, and it's getting harder to find sacrifices. Please rest assured, I have arranged it properly. Once the ritual is successful, I will kill their informants and actively report the whereabouts of the Blood Demon cult to the church. As for the ritual prepared for you, there are enough sacrifices." Are you really sure the demonic contracts they provide are effective?" "It's been verified, no problem." "Can it heal any hidden illnesses of the body?" "Yes." "Even mine?" "Yes, it can heal your fertility issues too." "Very good." After this matter, Bord will remember the contribution of the Broys family. Listening to Count Broys' reply, Duke Bord was quite satisfied. And behind them, Charlotte's expression was serious, and waves of turmoil surged in her heart. 10 years ago, during the Flame Demon disaster, Duke Bord was actually one of the masterminds behind it. Chapter 123, Chapter 123, found them after Duke Bord and Count Broys exchanged a few words. They left. The Duke left the mansion and disappeared at the end of the dream. Watching the direction the Duke left, Sebastian couldn't help but say, "I didn't expect Duke Bord to be behind the scenes of the Flame Demon disaster." It seems that, as the rumors say, he has never given up on finding a solution to his fertility problem over the years. Demonic contract. He really dares to think. Although the Bloodborns have always adhered to contracts, the price of the contract is not something ordinary people can afford, especially when it involves both demons and the Bloodborn Archduke Abaddon. Charlotte frowned slightly. Solving fertility problems. But wasn't he already paving the way for Lino to inherit the territory 10 years ago? Sebastian thought for a moment and said, "I suppose he was prepared on both fronts, Master." "You may not know, but human nobles value lineage greatly, not inferior to the Bloodborns in this regard. I think perhaps this concept is also influenced by the Bloodborns. After all, before the 1000-year Holy War, the nobles of the Crescent Kingdom and the Bloodborns were almost similar. Even though they changed direction later, some ideas are bound to be inherited. Lino is, after all, a bastard. Compared to a bastard, the Duke undoubtedly still hopes to have a legitimate son as his heir. However, people's thoughts can change. I remember that Lord Lino began to emerge only nearly 7 years ago. As his potential gradually became apparent, the Duke's expectations of him also grew. Duke Bord's health has been deteriorating, which is no secret in the duchy. Even if he regains fertility and has a new heir, he probably won't last until the heir comes of age. Now, he probably has completely given up on the idea of having children. In recent years, Duke Bord has been vigorously cracking down on the Blood Demon cult, probably also to completely bury his own history and pave the way for Lino. Charlotte disdainfully pursed her lips. Completely bury his history? Was at the expense of thousands of innocent girls. 10 years have passed. And who remembers those innocent girls? Charlotte recalled the various scenes she had seen in the memories of those girls, recalling the despair they had felt. Vaguely, The scene in the dungeon began to overlap with those scenes in her memory, and this overlapping memory gradually awakened certain memories deeply buried in her body since she transmigrated. In a daze, she recalled some experiences from the night of the disaster 10 years ago. She remembered that beautiful little garden, remembered the giggling, running figures in the garden. In an instant, the door of memory burst open. Oh, right. That night, the original body owner should have been playing hide-and-seek with the Broys sisters in the garden. When it was the original's turn to hide, she waited for a long time but didn't see the shadow of the Broys sisters, and when she cautiously emerged from the woods, what she saw was the burning sky and the awakened flame demon. Master, Miss Lottie is probably not here. Maybe she's still enjoying the birthday party somewhere else. But this is indeed the starting point of the disaster. As a sacrifice, Miss Broys will definitely appear here. Should we wait here? Sebastian looked around and respectfully asked. Still enjoying the birthday party somewhere else? Charlotte's mind stirred. There's a possibility. Master, from what I know, demons often use dreams to lure mortals into corruption. Usually in two ways. One is through nightmares, the other is through beautiful illusions. The starting point of this dream is a birthday banquet, full of joy and beauty. The way currently used was obviously the latter. If I'm not mistaken, Miss Lottie is probably still having fun somewhere in this dream. However, to conclude her corruption, she will definitely be brought here by Valeroka, because the ritual is the end point of this dream. We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. Master, I think we can wait here and wait for them to come to us. Sebastian expressed his judgment. However, hearing his words, Charlotte fell into thought. Having fun somewhere, she muttered to herself, her heart moved. Withdrawing her gaze from the depths of the dungeon, Charlotte shook her head. No, there's no need to wait. I can probably guess where Lottie is. Let's go and meet her. After saying that, she didn't hesitate anymore. They turned around and left the dungeon. Charlotte and Sebastian returned to the surface, where the laughter and music in the mansion hall seemed even more lively. Sebastian's heart stirred and said, Master, the banquet has reached its climax. As the protagonists, the Broys sisters may already be at the banquet. However, Charlotte shook her head. No, they won't be there. If this dream is Valeroka's attempt to lure Lottie into corruption, they won't appear at the banquet. When we were at the hospital, I communicated with Lottie a lot. She's someone who enjoys quietness. Actually, she doesn't like the hustle and bustle. Her happiest memories are not in the banquet hall. After speaking, Charlotte did not return to the hall, but turned and walked deeper into the mansion. Sebastian was quite curious about the girl's actions, but out of unconditional trust in the great lady of the night, he didn't ask too much, but followed closely behind. The brightly lit hall gradually receded, and the noise faded away. Under Charlotte's lead, the two came to the back of Broy's mansion, before a beautiful and dreamy small garden. It was indeed a dreamy small garden. Moonlight poured down like water, casting colorful spots on the ground through the rustling branches and leaves. Countless flickering particles danced freely in the garden, like elemental sprites, shimmering with radiant light, following the cool and comfortable night breeze like ribbons of light. And in the night breeze, the silver bell-like laughter could be faintly heard coming from the garden. Hearing that crisp laughter, Charlotte's heart stirred slightly, her lips curling slightly upwards. We found them. Taking a deep breath, she took a step forward, pushing aside the bushes that blocked her view. In the grove, on a spacious grassy area, 3 beautiful girls were playing happily. Among them, the 2 older ones looked about 12 or 13 years old, both with beautiful brown hair and cute white dresses. As for the slightly younger one, she was only about 4 or 5 years old, with delicate features like a blonde-haired, blue-eyed doll. The 3 seemed to be playing hide-and-seek, with one of the older girls counting numbers while facing a big tree, and the other 2 girls moving stealthily towards the bushes. As soon as the 2 looked up, they saw Charlotte and Sebastian entering the bushes, and they both froze in surprise. "Someone's here. Let's run." The little girl giggled and then grabbed the girl several years older than herself and ran deeper into the grove. Watching the two disappear into the woods, Charlotte squinted her eyes slightly. And Sebastian was curious. "Master, what just happened? Was that the past you?" "No. The past me shouldn't be able to see me." Charlotte shook her head. "That was it." Chapter 124, Chapter 124, Your disguise really annoys me. Lottie felt very happy. She liked the beautiful garden in her family mansion, and she enjoyed playing freely here with her sister and her best friend. Carefree, without worries, there was only happiness and laughter. However, occasionally she had a feeling that she had forgotten something. It seemed like there were some important things she needed to do. It felt like it was something very, very important, making her feel unsettled. But no matter how much she tried, she couldn't remember what she had forgotten. "Lottie, what are you daydreaming about?" Her friend's clear and melodious voice interrupted her thoughts. Looking at her friend's lovely appearance, Lottie felt her mood brighten. I don't know. I just feel like I've forgotten something." Lottie shook her head and said, "If you can't remember, then don't think about it. If you can't remember, it must not be anything important. Let's just play happily." "Okay, stop worrying. Come on. It's your turn to find us." The little girl giggled. Lottie hesitated. But when her friend reached out and took her hand, Lottie's worries seemed to fade in an instant. Yes, since she couldn't remember what she had forgotten, it meant that whatever she had forgotten wasn't important. Tonight was her birthday party, and she wanted to play happily. With that in mind, Lottie's furrowed brow relaxed a lot. She regained her smile and continued playing with her sister and friend. Happy times always flew by quickly. Unknowingly, they played several rounds of hide and seek. The moon hung high in the sky, scattering its silver light. Lottie didn't know how long they had been playing, but looking at the moonlight, it seemed unchanged. As time passed, that faint feeling of unease surged in her heart again. "Charlotte, have we been playing for too long? Shouldn't the banquet have started by now?" "Hey, Lottie, let them do what they want, and we'll do what we want. Do you still want to pretend to smile with those hypocritical adults?" The girl pouted. Lottie thought she had a point. She really didn't like dealing with those adults who wore masks every day. Especially in recent years, even the adults at home seemed much colder, the atmosphere more oppressive, making her increasingly uncomfortable. Only when she was with her sister and friend could she truly relax and be full of laughter. "Well then, shall we play a little longer?" She hesitated and said, "Yeah, let's play a little longer." The little girl said happily, "Marie, it's your turn to catch us." The three of them continued playing hide and seek. Marie faced the big tree, counting down the numbers, while her friend pulled Lottie's hand and hid in the bushes. However, just as the two were about to dive into the bushes were parted from the outside. Lottie saw two slender figures appear in front of her. The leader was a beautiful young lady. Her magnificent silver hair shimmered in the moonlight, her beautiful face adorned with ruby-like eyes, and her gorgeous yet solemn long dress made her look mysterious and noble. At first glance, Lottie was stunned, not even able to tear her gaze away to look at the handsome elf behind her. So beautiful. Only this thought remained in Lottie's mind. What followed was a strange sense of familiarity and intimacy. That inexplicable familiarity and intimacy made Lottie subconsciously stop and couldn't help but ask, "Excuse me, Lottie, someone's here. Let's run." Her friend's giggling voice interrupted her words, and she pulled her hand and ran deeper into the garden. Lottie didn't have time to react and was pulled along. The two ran deeper and deeper, farther and farther. Lottie didn't even know how long they had been running, or whether the garden in her family mansion was really this large. In any case, they ran for a long, long time, but they were still in the garden. The surrounding trees became denser, and the shadows of fireflies gradually diminished, leaving only the silver moonlight pouring down. Lottie was out of breath, unable to run anymore. "Huff. Let's stop for a moment." "Charlotte, let's stop. We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now." But her friend, still holding her hand, laughed without panting. "Lottie, you have such poor stamina." "No. It's just that your stamina is too good, really. I can't imagine that you're not tired after running so far." Lottie shook her head and said. After speaking, she hesitated for a moment and asked again, "Charlotte, why did you drag me to run?" "That lady just now seemed to be looking for us." "Looking for us?" "Lottie, do you want those hypocritical adults to find us?" "Don't you feel oppressed when you're with them?" the little girl asked discontentedly. Lottie hesitated. "But she didn't make me feel oppressed, and I feel like she made me feel very familiar. Maybe she's someone I knew before." "That's enough, Lottie. The only people you know are me and Marie." The little girl shook her head and said. As she spoke, she reached out her hand again towards the girl's arm. But just as she was about to grab the girl's arm, a hand wearing a white glove suddenly lifted her from behind. "Your Excellency Valeroka, it's not a good habit to deceive a beautiful lady by pretending to be someone else, especially. The disguise you're wearing really annoys me." Sebastian smiled as he lifted the girl up like a chick. Hearing Sebastian's words, the girl's expression changed slightly, and she struggled. "Who are you?" "Let me go. Let me go." Lottie was also panicked. Who are you?" "What are you going to do to Charlotte?" "This is the Broy's mansion. How dare you act recklessly?" "I'm going to call someone." Sebastian smiled faintly. "Miss Lottie, I'm Sebastian, the one who's going to rescue you from this fake dream." "Sebastian?" "Dream?" Lottie's expression was confused. The name Sebastian sounded very familiar to her, but for a moment she couldn't remember where she had heard it before. "Lottie, he's a bad person. Call the guards to take him down." The girl who was grabbed said angrily. Guards? It seems that your recovery is not complete yet, and you still need Miss Lottie to control the dream." Sebastian chuckled. With that, he looked down at the little girl in his hand from a high vantage point and sneered. "Your Excellency Valeroka, although you are a myth, your choice of disguise is not very good." "What are you talking about?" "Let me go. I'm the eldest daughter of the Castle family." "How dare you treat me like this?" "Are you trying to make enemies with the Castle family?" the girl said angrily. Sebastian laughed, only to see him look towards Lottie's back, and chuckled. "Great master, did you hear that? It says it's the eldest daughter of the Castle family." Lottie was stunned. However, she quickly noticed the gaze of the person behind her. Lottie couldn't help turning her head, only to see that the beautiful young lady who had just stood in front of her had somehow appeared behind her. She frowned and looked at the girl who was lifted up by Sebastian, saying coldly, "Sebastian, get rid of it." "As you command." Sebastian bowed, then summoned a flaming sword, and in Lottie's shocked gaze, pierced the girl's chest. Charlotte. Seeing her friend pierced through with a sword, Lottie couldn't help but cry out. But the next moment, she froze. She saw the girl who had been pierced through the heart by the sword suddenly melt like a candle melting, turning into a black liquid and merging into the ground. Lottie stared blankly at everything, feeling shocked and confused, until an ethereal voice came from beside her. "Don't look, it's fake." Lottie couldn't help but turn her head and look at the beautiful young lady beside her, only to see a crimson light suddenly radiate from her. Then, a strange scene appeared. Her figure slowly shrank, quickly turning into a 14 or 15-year-old girl, her magnificent silver hair turning into dazzling gold, her ruby-like eyes turning into sapphire-like skies, and her facial features were 8 or 9 points similar to her friend. You are." Seeing the appearance of the other party, Lottie was shocked and uncertain, feeling an unprecedented sense of familiarity and intimacy surging into her heart, as if something in her mind was awakening. Looking at the girl who showed a puzzled expression, Charlotte sighed lightly. "Sister Lottie, you should wake up from this dream." As she spoke, she reached out and placed her hand on the girl's shoulder. A brilliant red light bloomed, and Lottie felt the memory gate in her mind shatter, and a massive amount of information flooded into her mind. Chapter 125. Chapter 125. Valeroka's Node. Lottie felt like she was in a dream. A wonderful, beautiful dream. However, Dreams always have a waking moment. When the real memories awakened from the depths of her mind, she gradually regained herself. At the same time, Charlotte, who awakened Lottie, also touched Lottie's memories, just as she had touched the remnants of those sacrificed innocent girls before. A vast amount of memories flooded into Charlotte's mind in a very short time. She witnessed the long memories of Priest Lottie over the past 10 years. Her attempt to investigate the truth of the Flame Demon disaster. Her struggle and confusion in the darkness. The efforts made time and time again to find and save her sister. And in the end, discovered that she had been manipulated by the Blood Demon cult's high priest throughout. Feeling anger, confusion, and despair. Under Charlotte's astonished gaze, Lottie's body suddenly emitted a faint halo. Her figure changed rapidly, quickly returning to her adult appearance from 10 years later. At the same time, the surrounding trees withered rapidly, and the dense, suffocating smoke gradually spread. Along with the spreading smoke, there were the crackling sounds of burning flames, people's screams, and faint roars. Lottie looked at her hands in confusion, gradually becoming aware. But just as she became aware, her expression suddenly ignited with anger and urgency. However, this anger and urgency quickly turned into confusion when she saw Charlotte and Sebastian beside her. Lottie raised her head, looking somewhat dazedly at Charlotte beside her, and her confused gaze gradually regained focus. Charlotte and Mr. Sebastian. What's happening to me? Where am I? After saying this, Lottie heard a faint roar coming from the distance. Subconsciously, she looked towards the source of the voice, only to see the entire sky seeming to be burning, with crimson clouds churning. This familiar and terrifying scene gradually overlapped with a certain scene from her memory, and Lottie subconsciously widened her eyes. This is a dream related to you, from the night of the Flame Demon disaster 10 years ago, Charlotte said. A dream? My dream? Lottie widened her eyes. Charlotte was about to continue explaining, but suddenly felt a movement in her heart, looking towards the other side. Then, another clear voice slowly sounded. Yes, it's your dream, but more precisely, it's the dream shared between you and the Flame Demon Valeroka. Hearing this familiar voice, Lottie subconsciously follows the gaze, only to see fireflies suddenly flying towards her, constantly condensing, and finally turning into human form. It was a little girl wearing a white dress. It was Count Broy's eldest daughter, Marie. Lottie saw Marie smiling and showing a joyful expression toward her. Lottie, we finally meet again. Sister, is it really you? Lottie was suddenly excited. She almost instinctively pounced towards the other party, wanting to hug her, but passed through the girl's body. Sister? Lottie was stunned. Sorry, Lottie, I am no longer considered human. It's already my limit to be able to meet you in this form, the little girl said somewhat sadly. Saying this, she looked at Charlotte beside her and respectfully bowed. Lady Charlotte, thank you for awakening Lottie, and thank you for suppressing the Flame Demon Valeroka, allowing me to enter its dream. Suppressing. Charlotte's heart moved. She exchanged a glance with Sebastian, and Sebastian immediately understood. Its dream? Miss Marie, are you saying that this dream no longer belongs to Miss Lottie? Sebastian asked. We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. That's right. Lady Charlotte has already awakened Lottie, but the dream still exists, because the Flame Demon Valeroka maintains it. Valeroka's level is much higher than Lottie's. After Lottie lost control, the nature of this dream changed, and the changes in the surrounding scenery are the signs. Now, the dream belongs to the Flame Demon Valeroka. It uses this to corrupt Lottie, to use Lottie as a medium to open the door to the void, and to completely break free from the seal. Marie said. After saying that, she bowed to Charlotte again and earnestly pleaded. Lady Charlotte, please, you must destroy this dream. You must stop the Flame Demon Valeroka's complete descent. In the years of being sealed, although the Flame Demon Valeroka has been in slumber, it has never given up on entering the present world. 10 years ago, On the night of the Flame Demon disaster, although half of its power that invaded the mortal world was sealed, it also gave itself a point node. During its slumber, it has already connected its other half of power with the passage to the mortal world through the Seal of the Void. Once the seal is completely broken, after it wakes up, it will possess not half but its full power. That kind of power is definitely not something the Board City, or even something the Board Duchy can bear, and once it fully descended, it will definitely continue the Bloodborne Archduke's descent ritual. Hearing the girl's words, Charlotte and Sebastian's expressions gradually became solemn. Lottie, however, felt increasingly uneasy, a sense of unease surging in her heart. "Sister, how do you know so much about the flame demon Valeroka?" Marie did not answer Lottie's question but looked earnestly at Charlotte. Charlotte looked at her deeply. "Miss Marie, if I'm not mistaken, you should know where the flame demon Valeroka is in this dream, right?" Marie nodded. "Yes, I know. Not only that, I also know that it has not fully awakened yet. Now is the best time to interrupt its descent and completely banish it to the void. As long as we seal its consciousness in this dream and completely destroy its point node in the mortal world, it will lose the opportunity to step into the mortal world." Hearing Marie's words, Charlotte's gaze gradually became profound. "Have you prepared yourself?" Marie was slightly stunned, then smiled. "Of course. My existence is for this day." Listening to the mysterious conversation between Marie and Charlotte, Lottie's sense of unease grew stronger. Charlotte sighed softly. "In that case, let's go." Marie nodded, then gently raised her hand. As she moved, the withered trees seemed to come to life, parting to both sides, and a dark passage appeared on the ground, leading straight underground. Seeing Marie easily intervening in the dream, Lottie's eyes widened in disbelief, and an unbelievable guess appeared in her mind. "Sister, you..." Marie still didn't reply to Lottie but said to Charlotte, "Lady Charlotte, the path is open, let's go." Charlotte didn't hesitate. Followed by Sebastian, she stepped into the underground passage opened by Marie. The group entered the constantly descending dark passage. After an unknown amount of time, they finally reached the end. At the end of the passage was a familiar dilapidated temple, exactly the same as the underground temple where the Blood Demon cult held their descent ritual in the real world. In the center of the temple was a towering altar, surrounded by layers of fleshy lumps. The fleshy lumps intersected with each other, converging above the altar, and connecting to a huge and hideous eye. That was the demon eye, the same as Marie's demonized body in the real world. "Lady Charlotte, this is Valeroka's slumbering consciousness point node," Marie said respectfully. Seeing that familiar demon eye, Sebastian was slightly stunned, then his expression became somewhat complicated. "Miss Marie, have you already merged with the flame demon Valeroka?" Chapter 126. Chapter 126, Awakening. "Miss Marie, have you already merged with the flame demon Valeroka?" Sebastian's gaze at Marie, who remained calm, was somewhat complicated. Lottie also widened her eyes. "Sister, you..." Marie remained silent for a moment, then nodded gently, revealing a lonely smile. "Yes, the demon eye obtained by the Blood Demon cult is actually Valeroka's eye. The High Priest merged it with my body. I am actually the node of the flame demon Valeroka, and also the core of the Bloodborne Archduke's descent ritual. 10 years ago, Valeroka planned from the beginning to transform one of its eyes into the sacred vessel for the Bloodborne Archduke. This was part of the flame demon's plan. Now, what the Blood Demon cult is doing is just the remaining part of the plan. The Blood Demon cult had everything planned out, but what they didn't plan for was that my consciousness was not completely consumed, but instead I maintained my existence because Valeroka was sealed. This was the contingency left by my father in the ritual. The Blood Demon cult used their domination magic to control our father's mind. They turned our father, who loved his people like his own children, into an executioner who saw the people as tools. They wanted our father to kill his own daughter, but they overlooked our father's love for us. Even though his mind was controlled, our father still regarded his daughters as his most precious treasure. Between Valeroka, the bloodborne Archduke, and his daughter. He ultimately chose his daughter. From this perspective, when the blood demon cult chose us as vessels and mediums 10 years ago, they had already failed. With that, Marie took a deep breath and said to Charlotte, "Lady Charlotte, please act. I know you also possess the miraculous power to interfere with the dream world. Please destroy Valeroka's dream node and banish it completely." Sebastian's expression became serious. "Miss Marie, are you serious? You must understand that losing the consciousness node in the dream world for a high-ranking demon like Valeroka would at most mean losing the pathway to invade the real world. But for you, who have fused with its consciousness node, it means death. This is not ordinary death, but the annihilation of the soul. As a coexister, your soul will be completely purified, and even the possibility of resurrection, as an undead, will be lost." Marie smiled slightly and said, "Mr. Sebastian, I have long been prepared for this. I have witnessed the horror of Valeroka, and I have gained some of its memories through our fusion. I know how evil and terrifying it is. To see Lottie safe and sound, to see Lottie rescued from the control of the blood demon cult, my final wish has been fulfilled." "No, sister, there must be another way," Lottie said urgently. Marie smiled and shook her head. "Lottie, it's time for everything to end." Marie didn't finish her sentence. Halfway through, her whole body suddenly trembled, and her illusory figure became unstable. At the same time, the entire temple suddenly began to shake violently. The ground cracked, and large chunks of stone and earth fell from the dome. The demon eye above the altar emitted a deep glow, and the terrifying eyeball trembled slightly, its moving eyelids seeming like they could open at any moment. Seeing the changes in the demon eye, Marie's expression changed slightly. "Oh no, Valeroka has sensed my actions. It's trying to reclaim all control over the dream. Its level is far beyond mine. I can't hold on for much longer. Lady Charlotte, please quickly destroy it." Marie barely finished speaking before an ancient and desolate darkness slowly spread throughout the temple. With the gradually rising pressure, the eyeball above the altar slowly opened. The wrinkled eyelids flickered, revealing a cold and indifferent pupil, within which a deep and dark hellfire seemed to burn. At the moment the demon eye opened, Mary's trembling stopped abruptly. Her aura also changed in an instant, and her brown eyes also turned golden red. The anxious expression disappeared, replaced by a cold indifference. Sister, we rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. Lottie looked at Marie, whose temperament had changed in surprise and suspicion. Sebastian's expression became serious. "No, she is no longer Miss Marie. She is Valeroka, the flame demon." Hearing Sebastian's words, Marie immediately cast her gaze downward at the few people below the altar. She narrowed her eyes slightly, and her gaze toward the three of them was threatening, but she remained silent, seemingly uninterested in communicating with ants. A terrifying aura emanated from her, and the entire dream world suddenly began to undergo earth-shattering changes. The dilapidated temple was instantly shattered, and scorching lava erupted from the cracks in the ground, quickly engulfing everything, leaving only the altar with the demon eye. In an instant, the dream world turned into a hellish landscape of lava. The thick scent of sulfur filled the air, accompanied by unbearable heat. If one didn't know they were in a dream, it would be hard to distinguish the surroundings from reality. Seeing the changed scenery around her and sensing the increasingly terrifying aura of the other party, Sebastian's expression changed slightly. "This is bad. It's about to awaken. Master, we must retreat from the dream." However, when he looked at Charlotte, he suddenly frowned. Charlotte had not moved. She still stood in place, looking at the increasingly terrifying Marie, seemingly lost in thought. "Master?" Sebastian called out anxiously. Charlotte only then snapped out of her reverie and said, "Sorry, I was lost in thought." "Sebastian, you mentioned, if a myth were to be converted into divine power, how much power would it provide me?" "Sebastian, Master." The expression of the flame elf was extremely helpless. Yet, within that helplessness was also anxiety. "Master, we must retreat. If what Miss Marie said is true, Valeroka has already acquired all its power. Once it awakens, It will be a complete legendary. That's a level of power we can't contend with right now. After hearing Sebastian's words, Charlotte nodded. You're right. Even if I were to confront a legendary in the real world, it would not be easy. Master? Does Mr. Sebastian refer to Charlotte as Master? A legendary? Charlotte was going to confront a legendary? Listening to their conversation, Lottie was stunned. And Charlotte's voice continued. However, this is not reality, but Valeroka's dream. Sebastian became even more anxious. That's even more terrifying. This is its home ground. No. Charlotte shook her head. She looked up at the increasingly powerful Marie and suddenly smiled. Mary said it herself. In the dream world, levels are the source of power. Levels. Wait. Could it be that you? Sebastian's heart skipped a beat. Charlotte narrowed her eyes and nodded slightly. Yes. I want to see, after I am completely liberated, what level I can reach, and what level it can reach. Who is higher? With that, Charlotte sank into consciousness and communicated with the Gospel of Blood. Chapter 127. Chapter 127. True Ancestors' Liberation. Charlotte would not underestimate an awakened myth, but at the same time, she had no intention of simply withdrawing from the dream of the flame demon Valeroka. To withdraw meant to give up. To withdraw meant to give the flame demon Valeroka a chance to fully descend. To withdraw meant that she might have to face a fully descended myth in the real world. There were too many interfering factors in the real world, and Charlotte didn't believe she could easily win under those circumstances. She wanted to try to seize control of this dream world from the opponent, to try to use a higher level of power to influence the dream world and suppress the flame demon Valeroka in reverse. At this moment, Charlotte decisively communicated with the Gospel of Blood, completely unleashing the divine power of blood hidden within the gospel. She activated the True Ancestors' Liberation. A crimson light radiated from her body, and Charlotte felt the divine power of blood within her body suddenly become active and turn into burning divine flames. Those red divine flames, centered around her heart, continued to burn and spread to her entire body and her limbs. As the divine flames spread, Charlotte felt her vitality level undergo a tremendous change. Her flesh gradually merged with the divine flames, and her bones and blood gradually tinged with gold. She felt an infinite surge of constantly rising power within her. As the radiant light shone, Charlotte's figure changed once again. Her golden hair once again turned into magnificent silver, and her height continued to rise, quickly returning to her adult form. But this time, her aura was even more majestic, more dignified, radiating an incredibly dazzling, sacred, and terrifying reddish-golden light. A terrifying pressure spread out from her body, causing the entire dream world to tremble. With a plop, under the terrifying divine power, Sebastian instantly lost control of his body, kneeling directly on the ground. He raised his head, staring blankly at Charlotte, whose entire body was radiating light. Feeling the dazzling light sting his eyes and his tears streaming down, he quickly averted his gaze. As for Lottie, the moment Charlotte's aura radiated, she had already fainted. The saint's stance. The great lady of the night unfolded her saint's stance. Watching the radiant Charlotte, Sebastian quickly realized what she was doing, and his heart was filled with excitement. The saint's stance was a special stance for the gods to walk on this world. The power of gods was too immense, and ordinary planes couldn't withstand it. Every time a god descended with their real strength, it would cause irreversible divine contamination to the plane. And the saint's stance was the strongest combat stance that a god could evoke on this world without causing irreversible destruction to this world. That was a power infinitely close to mythology. Feeling Charlotte's terror, Sebastian was incredibly excited. The great lady of the night could now unfold her saint's stance. Her strength had recovered to some extent. Sebastian was very excited. At the same time, Charlotte, who had just undergone True Ancestors' Liberation, slowly opened her eyes and displayed the burning golden flames in her pupils. Charlotte felt that her current state was very strange. She felt as if she had merged with the divine power at this moment. The divine power of blood that had once required difficult manipulation to activate, now seemed to be part of her body, obedient to her command. She felt very strong, extremely strong. Taking Sebastian as an example, the flame elf who usually brought her considerable pressure, at this moment, seemed like an ant that could be easily crushed in her perception. She had a feeling that even if she just slapped him with all her might, she could directly crush him to death with the divine power in her body. At the same time, the threat posed by Marie, who had just given her terrifying pressure, was no longer so strong at this moment. Seeing Charlotte's changes, Marie, who had always regarded several people as ants with indifference, suddenly became serious. A descending myth. We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. That wasn't Marie's voice. It was a deep and profound voice. However, she quickly focused on Charlotte's power, and for the first time, a trace of doubt emerged in her indifferent expression. Wait a minute. This aura. Who are you? Charlotte didn't answer the opponent's question. In fact, while she was pleasantly surprised by her newfound power from True Ancestors' liberation, she was also worried about the rapidly consumed available time. Just maintaining the saint stance, without taking action, the duration of True Ancestor liberation had already begun to decrease like flowing water. Charlotte knew that she couldn't maintain this stance for too long. 50 seconds? 40 seconds? No. If she exerted all her power, perhaps the time would be even shorter. Charlotte knew that she had to defeat the opponent before the time for True Ancestors' liberation ran out. But at this moment, another problem arose. Although she temporarily gained immense power, Charlotte awkwardly realized that she seemed incapable of utilizing this power. When it came to action, it seemed like she could only rely on brute force with her divine power, or perhaps employ blood magic like majesty or necromancy. It was quite embarrassing. This was a situation she hadn't anticipated at all. She thought that after activating True Ancestors' liberation, she would also awaken some ways to utilize her divine power, but she didn't expect that she would only gain enhanced strength but lack awareness of how to utilize it. However, although she didn't know how to use the power of Saint's stance, Charlotte probably still knew how to penetrate this dream. Dying when she first entered the dream, that's how she did it. Not being able to use power was not a problem. This wasn't the real world, but a dream. As long as she turned this dream into her own, then she could do whatever she wanted. With this thought in mind, she decisively manipulated her divine power to spread into the dream. As divine power permeated, Charlotte suddenly saw a new change in her field of vision. Wherever the divine power spread, Charlotte was surprised to see countless flying threads appear. Those strange illusory lines intertwined with each other, shuttling back and forth, ubiquitous, weaving the entire dream world. No, not just the entire dream world. Even on Sebastian and Lottie's bodies, there were also threads, faintly outlining their body contours. Among all the threads, the most numerous were the pitch-black threads, centered on Marie, spreading throughout the entire world like a dark web. That dark web was everywhere, like the foundation of the dream. What was this? Charlotte was puzzled. Subconsciously, she reached out towards those black threads. As her touch connected, those black threads immediately absorbed her divine power, gradually turning crimson. The next moment, a strange scene appeared. With Charlotte as the center, those black threads all turned into blood-red lines, and Charlotte found that she had begun to gain partial control of the dream. Not only that, her control over the dream continued to spread with the extension of the red lines. This discovery astonished Charlotte. With a slight movement in her heart, she looked at the lava not far away, or more accurately, the illusory black threads behind the lava. Charlotte reached out and used divine power to break those black threads. The next moment, an even stranger scene occurred. As the threads broke, the lava corresponding to the threads in the dream world collapsed with a loud rumble, instantly dissipating into smoke. Seeing this scene, Charlotte's heart skipped a beat. She vaguely guessed what these threads were. Chapter 128. Chapter 128. You are the bloodborn true ancestor. Spiritual power. These are threads, are manifestations of spiritual power. The essence of the dream world is the spiritual world, and spiritual power is the cornerstone of the spiritual world. Assimilating these spiritual powers, she can completely gain control of the dream, seize the spiritual power belonging to the flame demon Velaroka, and erode its strength like sucking its blood. Charlotte quickly realized what these ubiquitous threads around her were and immediately began to act. With a slight movement of her mind, the divine power of blood erupted completely, rapidly spreading the crimson radiance throughout the dream world. The majestic and vast aura continued to boil, and the ubiquitous black lines in the dream world quickly took on Charlotte's red color and spread rapidly around. At the same time, in Sebastian's view, the entire dream world underwent earth-shaking changes. Space tore apart, the earth shook, and the dream composed of lava collapsed with a thunderous roar, as if doomsday had come. Terrifying cracks quickly spread across the dream world, and crimson mist gushed out from the cracks in the dream. Under the diffusion of the crimson mist, volcanoes and lava collapsed one after another, and the collapsing dream suddenly began to reassemble. Blocks of black bricks, seeming to possess vitality, transformed continuously, constantly building, soon forming solemn and majestic ancient walls. The dream continued to reassemble, layers of stairs spread with a diffusion of crimson mist, and a majestic blood throne slowly emerged beneath Charlotte. Under the support of the throne, Charlotte slowly rose into the air, overlooking the entire world from a high vantage point. She sat on the blood throne, stroking the familiar armrest of the throne, silently watching and marveling at the dream world gradually transforming into the Dark Knight Castle in her mind. After invading Velaroka's dream world, it unexpectedly transformed into the Dark Knight Castle in her consciousness. Now, this dream was hers. Charlotte looked down at Marie from above. No, it wasn't Marie anymore. With the invasion of Charlotte's power into the dream, Velaroka's appearance also reverted to its true form, a terrifying demon with burning hellfire and fearsome demonic horns. However, at this moment, this terrifying flame demon, who was like a world-ending giant in a flame demon disaster, looked quite petite. Its body hadn't even reached the size of Sebastian standing below the throne, making the flame elf stare wide-eyed in astonishment. However, Charlotte, who had just become the master of the dream, knew what was going on. She had seized the dream, and Velaroka's power had returned to its true form. It had not fully recovered, and its consciousness in the dream world was just a part of its whole consciousness. And at this moment, the flame demon looked at Charlotte on the throne in horror, its flaming pupils filled with dread. Dream erosion. This is the devouring power. True ancestor. You are the bloodborne true ancestor. Velaroka roared strangely, its terrifying demonic head bearing a human-like fear. Without hesitation, it turned and fled, rushing towards the still unclosed crack in the reformed dream world. But Charlotte acted faster. With a slight movement of her mind, the crimson mist instantly condensed into chains, flying towards the fleeing flame demon. In an instant, Velaroka was imprisoned by dream locks transformed by the divine power of blood. Charlotte raised her hands slightly, and the divine power of blood continued to spread, eroding Velaroka's strength. We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. With the blessing of divine power, she once again saw the spiritual threads of Velaroka. These were deeper-level spiritual threads, still black in color, the core spiritual power that made up this part of Velaroka's consciousness. However, this time, the threads were somewhat different from before. They intertwined with each other and interwove with the dim milky white thread. The milky white thread was enveloped by layers of black threads, even showing a certain degree of assimilation. On that milky white thread, Charlotte sensed a familiar aura. This was Marie's spiritual thread. Charlotte's heart stirred. She manipulated her divine power, continuing to erode Velaroka's strength, while carefully avoiding the seemingly fragile milky white thread that could break at any moment. With Charlotte's actions, Velaroka let out a painful roar. The crimson mist rose continuously on its body, emitting sizzling sounds. Its flames extinguished, and its pitch-black demonic armor began to melt. Soon, Velaroka's aura gradually weakened, the black power faded away, and the illusory figure of Marie reappeared. She fell to the ground, unconscious. Her connection with Valeroka had been severed by Charlotte. The fusion with the demon was irreversible. But that was for ordinary people. Under the true ancestors' liberation state, Charlotte wasn't ordinary. She could save the girl whose consciousness had merged. Of course, Charlotte had just discovered this ability while trying to separate the girl from the demon. After rescuing Marie, Charlotte continued to erode the remaining power of Valeroka. Under the erosion of the divine power of blood, the demon's power was no match and was quickly devoured. And as Charlotte devoured them, various memories also flooded into her mind. These were Valeroka's memories. More accurately, they were the memories of this part of its consciousness. These memory fragments were not much, obviously adjusted through consciousness projection. It was retained only the plan and belief of the main body's awakening from the seal through the God's Descent ritual. Charlotte's heart moved, quickly realizing that this part of Valeroka's consciousness was not sharing memories with the main body. However, although there was no memory sharing, Charlotte, through the obtained memories, located the seal of the opponent. Charlotte slowly raised her head, the reddish-gold flames burning in her pupils, perceiving a faint black thread penetrating the void. That was the connection between Valeroka and this part of its consciousness. Perhaps because it penetrated the seal, this connection was quite weak, but for Charlotte, it was like a path straight to the opponent's seal. Charlotte glanced at the remaining two-thirds of the time of true ancestors' liberation, and without hesitation, poured the divine power of blood into the connection in the void. She wanted to follow this connection and invade Valeroka's spiritual world again. The divine power of blood continued to spread, aided by the connection in the void, and Charlotte soon saw the other end of the connection. However, what she saw was not some closed extra-dimensional space, but the Board City at night. Charlotte was startled. Her expression changed suddenly. She realized what was going on. She, in her true ancestors' liberation state, was very powerful, easily seizing control of the dream world, but at the same time, she had also destroyed Valeroka's seal. The main body of Valeroka had taken the opportunity to enter the real world. Chapter 129, Chapter 129, From the Soul Great Master, You dealt with it? Beneath the blood throne, Sebastian asked with awe and anxiety as he looked at the dissipating flame demon Valeroka and the serious expression on Charlotte's face. No. It went to the real world. Charlotte shook her head. The real world? Sebastian was puzzled. Then, his expression changed slightly. Board City. Charlotte nodded slightly and sighed. Sebastian, please take care of the people at home for me. Sebastian's heart trembled. Are you going to? I'll go meet it, Charlotte said in a deep voice, glancing at her diminishing true ancestors' liberation time, and then waved her hand, dispelling the dream realm and returning to reality. To avoid causing a ruckus in the real world, Charlotte's recent true ancestors' liberation took place in the spiritual world. But now, she had to make a scene in reality. With her liberation time limit, Charlotte didn't have full confidence in defeating her opponent. But she believed she had to act. Having read Valeroka's memories, she knew the flame demon was furious about being sealed in Board City. If she didn't act, its first act upon descent might be to destroy the city. Though Charlotte didn't have any personal attachment to Board City, some people there had become like family to her. As someone with relatively normal values, she didn't want to watch tens of thousands of innocent civilians die at Valeroka's hands. Fortunately, having read Valeroka's memories, Charlotte knew the demon wasn't in a great state. A decade of sealing had weakened its legendary power. She had a chance to win. And it was a big chance. With these thoughts in mind, Charlotte returned to the real world. Without hesitation, the divine power of blood surged, and she once again activated True Ancestors' Liberation. The upheaval at the Dreaming Salon didn't completely disturb the tranquil night of Board City. In fact, many civilians, except for those with keen senses, weren't even aware of the recent undead resurrection. The night had grown late, and most people remained asleep in their dreams. Only the demon hunters and city guards were busy, Their heads were full of the recent chaos at the salon and the undead resurrection. The high priest was no exception. In fact, he was feeling extremely terrible at the moment. Tonight's events were pushing the high priest's dream even further away from him. At a certain moment, the high priest truly wished he was just having a nightmare. None of this had happened yet. The evil god hadn't descended and the incident at the dreaming salon hadn't been exposed. But unfortunately, the reality was cruel. At this moment, he could only hope that the blood demon cult's ritual wasn't ready yet, giving him a chance to communicate with that mysterious evil god and use that opportunity to defuse this time bomb. However, when a person is unlucky, the more they hope a bad thing won't happen, the more likely it is to occur. Just as the high priest was preparing to leave the scene of the dreaming salon, an inexplicable sense of palpitation suddenly rose in his heart. Behind him, the city guards who were still dealing with the scene at the mansion exclaimed one after another. "Look! What's that? It's burning! The sky is burning! The sky is burning!" The high priest's heart skipped a beat. He turned around and looked at the sky, only to widen his eyes in horror. Above the canopy, raging flames spread, gradually obscuring the entire sky. Amid the flames, a dark red spatial crack akin to a huge wound suddenly tore open. A dark aura emanated from that crack. Ancient, vast, evil, and corrupt. In the next moment, in the horrified gaze of the high priest, a monstrous arm protruded from the crack. It was a demon's arm. The pitch-black scales were burning with hellfire, and speckled flames continuously fell from the sky, igniting the buildings on the ground. "We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now." The arm pushed aside, and a huge goat head emerged from it. The goat's head was also burning with flames, and its two moon-like demon eyes flickered with malice and cruelty. It took a deep breath of the pure air of the mortal world and let out a roar. Terrifying sound waves spread from its roar to the ground, bringing waves of scorching winds and a dense rain of fire. Flame demon, Valeroka. The high priest stared blankly at the monstrous gigantic demon, his face pale in an instant. However, before the high priest could recover from his shock, another even more majestic and vast aura suddenly rose from the Board City abandoned district area. A crimson pillar of light soared into the sky, illuminating the night sky and shattering the flames above. A figure, shining with black and red light, slowly ascended within the pillar of light. It was a graceful figure with a slender body. She wore a golden crown on her head, her face blurred, but one could see her iconic beautiful silver hair and those deep and indifferent golden red pupils. Her body, draped in a black divine robe with thorny rose patterns swayed by the wind, was majestic and mysterious. The high priest felt his brain buzzing and ringing with deafening noise after just one glance. He only felt his eyeballs ache, his vision blurred with a layer of blood red, and he quickly closed his eyes. His soul was injured. Just one glance had injured his soul. 2 lines of blood and tears slowly flowed down his wrinkled cheeks. The power of the gods was too vast, and mortals couldn't look directly at it. Ordinary people couldn't even see the appearance of gods, only giant balls of light. Even extraordinary humans with supernatural powers, though they had the opportunity to glimpse the divine form beneath the power of the gods, would still suffer a serious backlash. The more powerful the mortal, the stronger the backlash they would suffer in the face of the divine power. Clearly, the high priest, who had glimpsed the true ancestors' liberation state, was injured. However, at this moment, the high priest no longer cared about his own injuries. In his heart, there was only an unprecedented shock. The evil god, the resurrected evil god, the Lord is above. It has also appeared. Charlotte ascended slowly, looking solemnly at Valeroka emerging from the spatial crack. Through the connection formed by devouring its consciousness, she could feel the demon's emotions: a madness, anger towards being sealed in Board City, and joy at breaking free. Madness was its nature. Anger was directed at the Board City, and joy was for its liberation. She could sense its incredibly powerful strength. Even with true ancestors' liberation, Charlotte could feel a strong threat emanating from it. This won't be easy. This fight might not be easy. Charlotte's expression became even more serious. At the same moment, Valoroka also noticed Charlotte ascending. A pair of crimson eyes burning with flames glanced over. Charlotte felt a vast spiritual power sweep over her. The next moment, she found Valoroka's emotions changed. Anger and joy dissipated. Replacing them were astonishment and doubt. And after feeling the connection with Charlotte's consciousness, that astonishment and doubt turned into shock, panic, and fear. Immediately after, Charlotte saw that the once arrogant Valoroka suddenly stopped its movement toward the mortal realm. It retracted its flames and aura, panicked, and shrank back towards the dimensional crack. Charlotte. Chapter 130. Chapter 130, Bloodline Suppression. What is going on? Watching the flame demon Valoroka turn and run, Charlotte was stunned for a moment. However, she quickly realized what was happening. The other party should have recognized her identity, just like in the dream world. No, more accurately, it recognized the power she possessed from her true ancestor's liberation. It regarded her as the bloodborne true ancestor. The movement of Valoroka's retreat was swift. It was very anxious and very afraid. Charlotte could even feel its genuine anxiety, regret, fear, and dread. Actually, thinking about it, it's understandable. As a legendary demon who had finally broken through the seal and descended to the real world, ready to exert dominance, suddenly encountering a descending myth, anyone would be startled. Not to mention, Charlotte didn't hide her hostility at all. Her divine power surged fiercely. As a legendary, especially one who had been sealed for 10 years, Valoroka clearly did not perceive Charlotte's true state. Though her true ancestor's liberation looked terrifying, it had its limits, and its power hadn't reached the true mythical level. To a divine being, it was more like an empty shell. Valoroka was bluffed. Charlotte's gaze turned somewhat strange. Although empathizing, she found it strange to see Valoroka in such a panicked state. Was the identity of the bloodborne true ancestor that terrifying? Of course, Charlotte wouldn't let the other party leave like this. It's quite dangerous to expose one's back to the enemy while fleeing. Clearly, Valoroka was frightened by Charlotte's identity, so much so that it forgot to defend itself and just tried to escape as fast as possible. And this gave Charlotte the chance to strike. Seize the opportunity while he's down. That's the best time to strike. Charlotte didn't hesitate, unleashing all her remaining blood divine power, forming a sword with her fingers, and slashing towards the flame demon Valoroka. The crimson divine power erupted at Charlotte's fingertips, forming a faint divine sword that directly struck Valoroka's back. Valoroka let out a painful wail as a deep wound appeared on its back, and the golden red divine power turned into boiling flames, suddenly burning in the wound. Meanwhile, Charlotte was astonished to find that with the burning of divine power, the time of her true ancestor liberation began to recover, and Valoroka's aura instantly wilted. What is happening again? Charlotte was surprised. She hadn't actively absorbed the other's power like blood-sucking. However, when her divine power attacked the other party, she naturally began to suck blood, and the consumed divine power in her body was replenished. Not only that, her divine power wasn't replenished from external sources. Rather, it surged naturally from the depths of her consciousness, as if it stemmed from a deeper connection with Valoroka. This kind of connection stemming from bloodline allowed her to possess a power that surpassed the other, enabling her to seize the opponent's strength when attacking. Suppression. This was blatant bloodline suppression. We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. Valoroka was a retainer of the Bloodborne Archduke and also possessed the power of the Bloodborne. Charlotte's miraculous power likely originated from the bloodline. With such a miraculous power, even if she only had half the time left for her true ancestor's liberation, even if she had only a few seconds left, Charlotte could become stronger with each blow, directly wearing down flame demon Valoroka to death. Clearly, Valoroka probably knew that she possessed such power, which was why it ran so fast. Charlotte quickly gained confidence. She once again unleashed her divine power, and the brilliance of the divine sword on Valeroka's back became even more dazzling. Under the burning of the golden red flames, Valeroka let out a miserable cry, and Charlotte felt the depths of her bloodline surge with new power again under the true ancestor's liberation state. That ecstatic sensation akin to bloodsucking came again, making her want to moan. Valeroka's transmitted emotions grew even more terrified. Just then, it roared, suddenly drawing a demonic blade, curling up its large, pointed tail, and forcibly chopping off the half of its body that was burning with golden red flames. That half of the body was the part Charlotte had attacked, connecting to the left arm and half of the upper body. Black-red demon blood splattered, and Valeroka's aura became even more withered. However, it finally took the opportunity to enter the crack of space. Charlotte was about to chase after it, but seeing the half of Valeroka's body, which was continuously burning, falling towards the board city below, she hesitated for a moment. The demon's body carried the power of contamination and corruption. 10 years ago, just half of Valeroka's power destroyed half of Board City, leaving behind pollution that hadn't been cleansed even after several years. If this time, its half-body fell to the ground, it would probably bring an even more terrifying disaster to Board City. Deeply glancing at the half of Valeroka's body fleeing into the crack of space, Charlotte didn't pursue it anymore, but used a divine fire to burn down the half of its body that had been cut off, or, more strictly speaking, it wasn't burning down, but absorbing it. Under the burning of the golden red flames, the half of the demon's body quickly withered, collapsed, and eventually turned into ash. At the same time, Charlotte sensed that a lot of divine power of blood surged from the depths of her bloodline again, and the time of her true ancestor's liberation was extended by a few more seconds. When she looked back at Flame Demon Valeroka, it had successfully escaped back into the crack of space and completely sealed the crack. Vaguely, Charlotte seemed to sense emotions like regret, relief, and palpitations through the connection with the other party. However, this last thread of connection was quickly severed by the other party. Charlotte sighed softly, knowing that Valeroka had realized who had disrupted its consciousness and had voluntarily severed the connection. It was somewhat regrettable not to have Valeroka killed, but even if it survived, Charlotte knew it had undoubtedly suffered unprecedented damage. After the battle, although Charlotte's true ancestor's liberation had been replenished, overall, the time was still reduced, with about 20 seconds left in total. It was still a loss. However, Charlotte had no regrets. Without using true ancestor's liberation, she would never fully understand the extent of the power she possessed. In the crimson radiance, Charlotte descended to the ground, tenderly retracting her divine power, swiftly ending her true ancestor's liberation. Her figure once again shrank, returning to the appearance of a young girl, and her black divine robe transformed back into the cloak of the blood demon cult. The night sky of Board City returned to calmness once again. Only many houses in the abandoned city district were still burning due to the flames of the flame demon. The startled residents and extraordinaries still gazed blankly at the night sky. It was as if the awe-inspiring scene just now was nothing but an illusion. Meanwhile, in the mansion of the Dreaming Salon, the high priest's body trembled incessantly. He knew that tonight, the fact that an evil god had descended upon Board City could no longer be concealed. Chapter 131, Chapter 131, Guess Who I Am? Lottie slowly woke up from her slumber. What met her eyes was a strange brown-black canopy bed, adorned with exquisite thorny rose and vine patterns, with black gauzy curtains hanging around. Outside the window, the sun was shining brightly, casting soft rays onto the bed, and creating a warm atmosphere. Where is this? Looking at the luxurious and unfamiliar bedroom, and the priceless silk pajamas on her body, which she had only seen in the storefront window of a clothing shop, Lottie's gaze was somewhat bewildered. If she remembered correctly, she was supposed to have been captured by the blood demon cult's high priest and locked in a dungeon. Oh, right. She seemed to have had a dream. She dreamed that the high priest had taken her to an altar and told her that the creature on the altar was her sister. She dreamed that the high priest told her she had always been the other's puppet. She even dreamed that night 10 years ago, of her sister, of Charlotte, of the resurrected flame demon Valeroka. But then, she couldn't quite remember what happened next. Lottie's gaze was dazed. But as she gradually woke up, her blurry memories also became clearer. No, that wasn't a dream. Lottie's face changed slightly, and she instantly sat up from the bed. No, sister. Pulling back the covers, she clumsily rolled out of bed. As she stood up, she felt dizzy for a moment and nearly fell. However, just as she was about to fall to the ground, a slender arm steadied her, and a gentle and mellow voice sounded in her ear. Miss Lottie, your mental exhaustion is quite severe. If you get up too quickly, you might faint. Lottie felt that this voice was quite familiar. When she looked up, she was slightly stunned. Mr. Sebastian. Sebastian smiled slightly, helped her back onto the bed, and gently said, "Good morning, Miss Lottie. You look like you've had a good rest." "Where is this?" "Mr. Sebastian, where is my sister?" Lottie asked hurriedly. "This is Castle Mansion. You were unconscious last night, and Master asked me to bring you back. As for your sister, there's no need to worry, she has been rescued." Sebastian smiled. "She's rescued? Where is she?" Lottie grabbed Sebastian's clothes tightly and asked. "Now, she should be with Master." "Don't worry, you'll see each other in a moment," Sebastian said after a moment of thought. Upon hearing his words, Lottie breathed a sigh of relief. But at the same time, she had a lot of questions. "Master?" "Castle Mansion. Could it be Charlotte?" Lottie couldn't help but ask. "Of course, my master is the beautiful and noble Miss Charlotte," Sebastian said proudly. Lottie fell silent. She looked at Sebastian with a complicated expression, wanting to speak but hesitating. In the end, she nodded gently. I understand." Gurgle. The sound of her stomach growling came from her abdomen. Lottie was stunned for a moment, subconsciously covering her stomach, looking embarrassed. Sebastian smiled. "Are you hungry? Breakfast is ready. Please change your clothes and have breakfast with Master. We rely on your support." Novelplex.org. Donate now. Lottie hesitated for a moment before nodding gently. After changing into her priest robes, she followed Sebastian out of the bedroom. Unlike the old and solemn Castle Mansion she remembered, the current mansion was lively, with no traces of the bloodbath from that night. The bright sunlight illuminated the beautiful corridors, contrasting sharply with the dark dungeon from last night, giving Lottie a feeling of being in another world. Through the windows of the corridor, Lottie could see young knights practicing swordsmanship in the field and occasionally hearing cheers from the outside. At one moment, she even wondered if she had been dreaming for a very long time. In the corridor, people were bustling about. Beautiful maids in uniforms were busy with their tasks. From time to time, male servants passed by them, carrying large and small boxes. When they saw the two, they all respectfully greeted them. Sebastian smiled and explained when he noticed Lottie's curious gaze. "They are making space in the warehouse. Tomorrow is the day the Count's convoy arrives in Board City to escort the monthly supplies. Not only does the warehouse need to be cleared, but the mansion also needs to prepare guest rooms for the knights." "The Count's convoy from Castellust 8? Lottie's heart stirred. She counted the days and suddenly realized that it was indeed tomorrow. It is said that the Count's convoy from Castellust 8 is quite famous in Board City. As one of the most prominent nobles in the duchy, every month, heavily armored extraordinary knights escort valuable supplies from the territory. The mighty knight procession is always a very attractive sight when entering the city. Even Lottie had seen it herself. Thinking of this, Lottie couldn't help but ask. "Miss Charlotte is about to return to the territory too, right?" "Yes, after Master receives the sacred blessing and the succession blessing from the Holy Court, she will formally inherit the title and leave Board City." Sebastian smiled. Hearing Sebastian's words, Lottie's figure paused slightly, unable to help but say, "The blessing of the Holy Court? Are you sure?" Of course. The Castle family is devout believers in the Holy Court, especially the Great Master," Sebastian said with a smile. Lottie, the memories from last night made her subconsciously feel that something was wrong, but when she wanted to speak up, she didn't know how to say it. And so, as they walked and talked, Lottie followed Sebastian to the mansion's dining room. "Miss Charlotte, Miss Lottie is here." Sebastian bowed to the dining room and respectfully said, "Come in." A melodious and pleasant voice came from inside the dining room. Lottie looked over and quickly saw the petite golden-haired girl sitting at the head of the dining table. Today, she was wearing an elegant white dress, looking extremely noble and beautiful, completely different from the appearance in her dream last night. Seeing Lottie, the girl showed a pure and radiant smile, gently beckoning. "Lottie, come and have a meal." After a moment of hesitation, Lottie entered the dining room and sat down at the table. The waiters quickly served various delicious foods for Lottie, all of which were appetizing and tempting. "You may all leave." "Leave only Sebastian," Charlotte said to the waiters. After receiving the order, the waiters respectfully withdrew, leaving only Charlotte, Sebastian, and Lottie in the dining room. And as soon as the door to the dining room closed, a pair of furry hands suddenly reached out from behind and playfully covered Lottie's eyes. "Ding ding ding." "Guess who I am?" A clear and pleasant voice came from behind, making Lottie feel extremely familiar. She trembled slightly, and her hands subconsciously clenched. "Sister?" Lottie instantly removed the hands covering her eyes and looked back eagerly, but soon her expression froze slightly. Behind her was a furry teddy bear. Lottie. Chapter 132, Chapter 132, Let's Go to Castle. "Sister Marie?" Lottie asked hesitantly, looking at the fluffy toy. "That's right." The toy happily bounced around. But the next second, it lost all its strength and flopped to the ground with a thud. "Sister?" Lottie was startled and quickly crouched down to pick up the toy. But the next moment, a familiar voice sounded behind her. "Oh dear, this body isn't quite up to par." "Lord Sebastian, I think I might still have to wait for the new body you're preparing for me." Hearing the voice behind her, Lottie froze for a moment, then quickly turned around, but when she saw the sister behind her, she was even more stunned. In midair, there floated a semi-transparent, ethereal shadow, vaguely human-shaped, recognizable as the figure of a young girl. "Sister? You? What's going on with you?" Lottie's eyes widened. Her body was destroyed, self-destructing with the failure of the ritual, but I used the necromantic power to bring her back to life. "Of course, in the form of a ghost." On the other side of the dining table, Charlotte took a delicate sip of milk and said gracefully, "A ghost?" Lottie's eyes widened. "Resurrecting ghost. That's forbidden in the Holy Court." She looked at the ethereal Marie and couldn't help but ask, "So, sister, can she be resurrected?" Charlotte looked at Sebastian, who then explained, "If a suitable body can be found, theoretically, it should be possible." Miss Marie has once fused with the flame demon Vararoka, and her soul has undergone some mutations, acquiring a slight blazing sun quality. In terms of status, it's somewhat similar to a high-ranking ghost, able to exist independently. This is the fundamental reason why a master can allow her to exist in the form of a ghost. And high-ranking ghosts can also reincarnate by taking over a physical body. Hearing that her sister could be resurrected, Lottie breathed a sigh of relief. But Sebastian's next words made her heart tense again. "Of course, this is just theoretically. In practice, there might be some issues." "What kind of issues?" Lottie pressed for an answer. "Miss Marie doesn't want to be resurrected. Instead of changing bodies and being reborn as a human, she prefers to be a ghost and has even asked me to make a body suitable for ghost activities," Sebastian said. "Sister?" Lottie couldn't help but look at Marie floating in the air. Marie shook her head and said, "Lottie, it was my request. Being able to survive is already a great fortune for me. I don't want to take over someone else's body just for the sake of being reborn." Hearing Marie's words, Lottie's expression became deeply guilty. "I'm sorry. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, sister wouldn't have ended up like this." "Why apologize?" "No, Lottie, You're not wrong. The ones at fault are the evil blood demon cult. We are all victims. Marie shook her head. Then, she cheerfully added, actually, being a ghost isn't bad. Lady Charlotte and Lord Sebastian will help me adapt to my new identity. I've already thought about it. I'll ask Lord Sebastian to find someone to make me a Golem puppet, and I'll be a puppet maid in the House of Castle. A maid of Castle? You're leaving board? Lottie's eyes widened in surprise, unable to help asking. Marie nodded and said, yes, Lottie, the flame demon Valoroka has been defeated by Lady Charlotte, and everything has settled down. The flame demon was defeated by Charlotte. We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. Lottie trembled slightly, looking incredulously at the innocent smiling girl on the other side of the dining table. Combined with the vague memories from her dreams, she suddenly felt that the girl's image in her heart had become incredibly unfamiliar and mysterious. Not only that, but Lady Charlotte and Lord Sebastian also wiped out the entire blood demon cult, including the High Priest, last night, and even those nobles from the Dreaming Salon received their due punishments. It's over, everything's over, and I've gained my freedom. It's time to leave this sad place and start a new life. With that, Marie floated in front of Lottie, her face full of hope. Lottie, when Lady Charlotte inherits the title, come with us. Let's go to the territory of the Castle County together, and start a new life. For so many years, although I couldn't communicate with you, I've been watching you all along, and I know you haven't been happy here either. I know you've been lurking by the side of the Tulip Count to find me. Now, we can be together. Hearing Marie's words, Lottie hesitated. Feeling her hesitation, Marie smiled and changed the subject. Of course, if you want to continue staying in board, that's also a good choice. Although the church has dark corners, there are also places of light, and Lord Raoul is a saintly figure worthy of respect. Don't worry, Lottie, after I get a new body, I'll come to see you. With that, the girl suddenly yawned, and her figure became even more ethereal. I've been out for a bit too long, Lottie. Lady Charlotte said that my current state is unstable, and I need to sleep often to adapt to the ghost power. I need to go to sleep for a while. After I wake up, I'll continue to chat with you. With that, the girl turned into a gentle breeze and entered a clear crystal ball on the dining table. That was the crystal ball brought by Sabers, which could protect ghosts. Marie fell asleep, and there were only 3 people left in the dining room: Lottie, Charlotte, and Sebastian. Sitting at the dining table, Lottie was clearly a bit nervous and uneasy looking at the smiling master and servant. Charlotte sighed softly and said, "The Holy Court forbids undead resurrection, and board is a core diocese of the church. Here, Miss Marie is always at risk of being discovered for her true identity. Compared to board, Castle is a better place to go." "Sister Lottie, don't worry, I will take good care of Miss Marie." Hearing the girl's words, Lottie hesitated for a moment, then couldn't help but say, "Is it the same for you?" Charlotte was taken aback, then smiled. "Yes, for me, Castle is also a place where I can stretch my legs more." Lottie fell silent. After a while, she softly asked, "Can I still call you Charlotte?" Charlotte paused for a moment, then sighed. "Sister Lottie, you can always call me Charlotte." Lottie trembled slightly. Her gaze toward the girl was complex. After bowing her head in silence for a while, Lottie looked up again and asked, "The Holy Court's blessing? Would it be the High Priest?" "If we follow the traditional process, it should be." Charlotte nodded. "To be honest, I don't think the High Priest is a good choice." Lottie hesitated for a moment and reminded her. Charlotte smiled. "Sister Lottie, I understand what you mean. However, High Priest is just a position, and there are still a few months before I inherit the title. Who knows which High Priest will bless me by then?" Lottie's heart stirred, and she looked up in surprise. Seeing her astonished expression, Charlotte continued to smile. "Sister Lottie, I can tell that you don't really have any attachment to board either. But you seem to have something on your mind, something weighing heavily on you. Are you thinking about High Priest Leonard and Duke Board?" Lottie hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Chapter 133, Chapter 133, Gods and Beliefs. Charlotte's inquiry plunged Lottie into silence once again. With a soft sigh, she nodded. Yes, I was indeed thinking of them. Duke Board is one of the masterminds behind the Flame Demon disaster. My father's downfall is closely linked to his support. Perhaps his original intention was not to bring about the descent of the Flame Demon, but his indulgence has brought too much suffering to the people of Board. The High Priest is even worse. As the highest official of the Holy Court in Board, he became an umbrella for the Dreaming Salon, and even he himself was a guest of honor at the Dreaming Salon. I cannot accept it. If their crimes are not exposed to the world, if they do not receive the punishment they deserve, I cannot accept it. The Broyes family has done too many wrong things, and ultimately suffered retribution, receiving punishment. This is what we brought upon ourselves. But I cannot just watch those masterminds, those high and mighty umbrellas, still active in the light of day. As she spoke, Lottie let out a bitter laugh, self-mockingly saying, "You can also consider it my inner sense of injustice." Charlotte's heart stirred. "Do you want to personally expose their crimes?" Lottie nodded. "Yes, as an eyewitness to everything, I believe I have the responsibility and the duty to reveal the truth. Although the ritual failed back then, I did survive, and later even gradually recovered from my congenital weakness and illness. The blood demon cult did not completely deceive my father. I could recover because I received the life force of those innocent girls who were sacrificed during these years in hiding, in order to gain the trust of Count Dulip. I have also done many wrong things. Watching those girls slip into darkness, my existence is inherently evil. All I can do is repent, reveal those truths, and clear the names of those innocent girls. That was also my original intention for joining the Holy Court. I joined the Holy Court not just to obey Count Tulip's orders to get close to the High Priest, but with a heart full of repentance." As she spoke, Lottie let out a long sigh. "Of course, even I didn't expect when I joined that, the Holy Court, which preaches goodness and upholds order and justice, was not so holy after all. The power of the clergy comes from the gods, from their faith in the gods. Yet, even though the High Priest is so corrupt, the light of his faith is still so dazzling. I am confused. I once believed that I could cleanse the evil in my heart with holy faith, but today, even the meaning of faith is confusing to me." Lottie's expression was full of desolation. Hearing Lottie's words, Charlotte put down her wine glass and pondered. "Confusion is normal, but rather than relying on faith, I believe what's more important is one's own heart. In my view, faith is just a tool to help you clarify your own heart, a belief and set of values imposed on you by the gods. If your own heart remains clear, if your inner self remains strong, what does it matter even without faith? Your own heart, the beliefs within you, is your faith." Hearing Charlotte's words, Sebastian, who was serving beside her, couldn't help but have his eyelids twitch wildly. Goodness! What a statement! What does it matter even without faith? What a notion, that one's own heart and beliefs are faith. Such a denigration of divine faith, perhaps only the Lady of the Night could utter it. And it was said right in front of a priest of the Holy Court. Wait a moment. If that's really the case, then everyone can be their own god. So what do we need the exalted gods for? But that's not right. The source of extraordinary power comes from the gods, from the blessings of the gods to the races and ancestors. Any true god can inflict divine punishment and strip extraordinary beings of their powers. Without the faith of the gods, what do mortals who have lost their powers have left? Sebastian was bewildered. Charlotte didn't pay attention to Sebastian's strange expression. After pondering for a moment, she continued, "You don't need to worry about the Duke and the High Priest. They will receive their due punishment. As for you, I don't think you should continue to be involved in this matter." As she spoke, she smiled slightly. "Sister Lottie, when I entered your dream, I also saw your memories. I know you have never lost your own heart, and you have never fallen. We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. The Inquisition is always strict, and your identity is somewhat special. It's not worth it to get yourself involved for the High Priest and the Duke. Think carefully about Miss Marie's proposal. Sister Lottie. Perhaps my territory still needs a just priest to preside over. Hearing Charlotte's words, Lottie was slightly taken aback and fell into deep thought. Charlotte smiled. Sister Lottie, let's eat first. You can think it over about my and Ms. Marie's proposal. After dining with Charlotte, Lottie took her leave. Charlotte did not try to keep her, nor did she continue to persuade her. She knew that this priestess needed some time to consider, to think things thoroughly. She also knew that the other had seen through the issue with her identity. However, from that one phrase, "May I call you Charlotte?" Charlotte knew that no matter who she really was, in Lottie's heart, she would always be Charlotte. Perhaps it was Charlotte's protection of the Castile family that gained her recognition, or perhaps it was her rescue of Marie that earned her gratitude. But in any case, the other had acknowledged her. As for Charlotte's evil god identity, Lottie didn't seem to know, or perhaps it was the instinctive protection of her soul, as she didn't remember clearly some things from the night before. Sebastian explained that weak mortals could not directly face the majesty of the gods. If the gods did not wish to leave an impression in the hearts of mortals, they would even forget that they had ever had contact with the gods. Charlotte didn't think she was really a god, but in her true ancestor's liberation state, she did indeed control power akin to that of a god. Lottie's forgotten memories were probably related to this, as she was only a starry sky extraordinary individual. However, after talking with Lottie, it made Charlotte think about another issue. In the world of Myria, the gods rule everything, and the source of all extraordinary powers originally came from the gods. So, what exactly is the relationship between gods and extraordinary beings, gods and their followers? What is the connection between the strength of faith and the power of the clergy? Confused, Charlotte was really confused too. She once believed that the power of faith was the source of the gods' power, as well as the source of the clergy's power, and even the Holy Code of the Holy Court was written this way. But now it seems that's not the case. The fact that the corrupt high priest could still receive the protection of the Holy Light was the strongest evidence. Charlotte felt very puzzled. The black cat, Nice, had told her that gods only needed followers and did not care about the corruption of faith, that gods were parasites in full skies. However, the clergy's power indeed comes from the gods. Not only the clergy, but even the nobility, because their ancestors were the god subjects. If the gods didn't care about the corruption of their followers' faith, if the gods were parasites, then what did they want to get from their followers? What is the standard for the clergy to grow stronger? Is it really as the Holy Code says, the more devout, the stronger? Or is there actually another hidden selection criterion? Charlotte didn't know, but she had a vague feeling that if she could figure these things out, she would have grasped the greatest secret of the gods in the world of Myria. At the same time, perhaps this would be very crucial for her to control the gospel of blood and ascend to the true divine throne, as in the myths and legends. Of course, the secrets of the gods are not something that can be unraveled overnight. Even if one has ambitions, it must be done step by step. In recent days, Charlotte has read many Myria Ascension legends, and in any legend, a new god who ascends to the divine throne must first possess the legendary power. Even if she wants to become a god in the end, Charlotte must first raise her true strength to the legendary level. As for the relationship between followers and gods, Charlotte actually has many ideas, many guesses, and even experiments she wants to try, but all of that needs to wait until she leaves board and returns to her own territory. Pulling her thoughts back, Charlotte returned to the study. Sebastian followed beside her, hesitating to speak. Charlotte's heart stirred. "Is there something on your mind?" Sebas hesitated for a moment, then respectfully asked, "My lady, do you plan to take action against the Duke and the High Priest next?" Chapter 134, Chapter 134. New Gospel pages. Take action. Of course we have to take action. One is the mastermind behind the Flame Demon disaster, and the other is the protector of the Dreaming Salon. Both have their eyes on Castile and me. If we don't take action, are we going to let them go? Charlotte said without hesitation. You make a good point. But, how do you plan to take action? Last night, The commotion we caused seems to have been too much, Sebastian asked cautiously. Clearly, although Charlotte's decisive actions last night had impressed him, Sebastian had different views on how to deal with Duke Borden the High Priest, the secular and spiritual leaders of Borde, respectively. Charlotte also understood his meaning from his expression. The commotion last night was significant. Coupled with the death of the Grand Knight, it wouldn't take long for the Holy Court to send an investigation team. If anything happened to the Duke and the High Priest, it would further increase her risk of being discovered. Don't worry, I understand what you mean. Of course, I won't personally take action. Since one is seeking to address his fertility issues and secure an inheritance of his family title, while the other wishes to become the Archbishop, let their most desired things be the basis for their rightful judgment. Charlotte squinted her eyes as she spoke. With that, she took out the evidence she had found in Count Tulip's study and handed it to Sebastian. Sebastian, Miss Kara has been investigating the Blood Demon cult and the Flame Demon disaster. Next, you should know what to do, right? Charlotte asked. Sebastian's heart trembled slightly as he respectfully accepted the evidence. I understand. However, if I remember correctly, the records of Count Tulip do not implicate the Duke. The evidence regarding the Duke, we only saw it in Miss Lottie's dreams, Sebastian replied after a moment of thought. Charlotte glanced at him and said, Do you remember how the Rose Society was reported? Sebastian pondered for a moment before saying, Are you suggesting that we can also include the Duke's crimes? I understand your point, but the Duke is always very cautious. While the evidence against the High Priest is hinted at in Count Tulip's diary and can be investigated, the Duke's case may not be so straightforward. He's a cunning old fox. Even if there is evidence, it's likely he destroyed it long ago. Even if there are signs indicating he is likely the mastermind behind the scenes, as long as there is no decisive evidence, even the Holy Court's Inquisition cannot take action against a reigning Duke. Sebastian shook his head as he analyzed the feasibility of reporting the Duke. After speaking, he thought for a moment and added, However, the Duke's urgent need to change his heir suggests that his health is nearing its limit. His health issues are not a secret in Borde. Even if we don't target him, he probably doesn't have many days left to live. Charlotte snorted softly. Then let him repent for his sins in the last days of his life, and die in despair and regret. Sebastian's heart stirred. Do you mean? Have you met Lino? Charlotte suddenly asked. The illegitimate child of the Duke's family? Well, I've seen him a few times when he was a mercenary. He's a pretty good lad, cherishes life, loves freedom, and his relationship with Kara is quite delicate. If he hadn't been forcibly brought back to the Borde family, perhaps he would have followed Kara and joined the Demon Hunter squad to become a Demon Hunter Knight, right? Sebastian thought for a moment before answering. After speaking, he hesitated for a moment, then suddenly realized. I understand. Sebastian left with the evidence that Charlotte had given him. Meanwhile, Charlotte lazily stretched, standing up from her seat. After a busy night, everything had finally settled. The conspiracy of the Blood Demon cult had been thwarted, and her mates had been rescued. Now, all that was left was to wait for the judging of the High Priest and the Duke. We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. As for now, perhaps she should take a good look at the gains from annihilating the Blood Demon cult. With that thought in mind, Charlotte locked the door behind her, picking up a delicate ring from the table. This was a magic ring, also known as a spatial ring, a commonly seen magical equipment in the world of Myria, and the one in Charlotte's hand was a gift from Sebastian. The Rose Society controlled the underground black market of Borde, so such regulated equipment was abundant. The one in Charlotte's possession had a spatial capacity of 5 cubic units, which was quite large for a spatial ring. The gains from last night's annihilation of the Blood Demon cult were inside the ring. Following Sebastian's instructions, Charlotte activated the ring by channeling her magic power. In the next moment, her consciousness was instantly drawn to the micromatrix on the ring, establishing a connection. In that moment of connection, She sensed the space within the ring and felt the cursed pages she had taken from the altar. One by one, there were a total of 23 pages. When Charlotte saw the altar last night, she knew she was going to strike it rich. And now, looking at so many pages, she couldn't help but get excited once again. The Gospel pages. 23 Gospel pages. Each one likely represented an unknown magic or even a unique ability. All her power stemmed from the Gospel of Blood, and with so many pages, she could offset the spent time from True Ancestors' liberation usage. Charlotte retrieved the Gospel pages from the ring and held them in her hand, then immersed her consciousness, communicating with the Gospel of Blood. With her intention, the 23 pages radiated brilliance, transforming into streams of light, and flowing into her body. In her consciousness, the Gospel of Blood shone brightly. The heavy book cover flipping open on its own, emitting a brilliant crimson light to welcome the return of the pages. Page after page flowed into the Gospel, and with each page, Charlotte could clearly feel the aura of the Gospel of Blood growing stronger. In Charlotte's perception, of the 23 pages, 1 entered the divine chapter, 4 entered the mental chapter, and 12 entered the dark chapter. As for the remaining 6, they formed 3 new chapters. 2 formed the wild chapter, 3 formed the flesh and blood chapter, and 1 formed the inside chapter. Thus, all 7 chapters of the Gospel of Blood had taken shape, namely the Genesis chapter, the divine chapter, and the 5 chapters corresponding to the resonance of the 5 major bloodlines of the bloodborne. At the same time, a massive amount of information flooded into Charlotte's mind. A large number of new magic emerged on the Gospel of Blood, 1 for each of the 5 directions of bloodline resonance. However, contrary to what Charlotte imagined, these returned pages did not represent 23 new magic. In fact, there were only a dozen or so spells that appeared. Moreover, the majority were low-level magic, especially those in the new wild, flesh and blood, and inside chapters. Only the mental chapter and the dark chapter, with the most pages, had higher level magic. In particular, the advanced versions of the low-level spells Charlotte had already mastered, such as the low-level Majesty Magic and Undead Resurrection, had been recorded. Among them, the advanced versions of the low-level Majesty Magic are 2, Mental Shock and Charm Voice, effectively refining and strengthening the Majesty Magic. Although Charlotte's low-level Majesty Magic was effective, it was only for non-awakened individuals. For awakened individuals, the effect was actually very poor. However, these more refined versions could target stronger awakened individuals. As for the Undead Resurrection, there was stronger undead manipulation. Undead Resurrection only allowed her to revive undead and did not allow her to manipulate them. Unless divine power was used, her control over the undead was very limited. However, stronger undead manipulation could allow her to control the undead without using divine power. However, in the mental chapter and the dark chapter, where the number of magic was fewer than the number of pages, there were higher level magic. As for the other chapters, almost all of the new ones that appeared were low-level magic. And in all the chapters, there was not a single high-level magic that bypassed low-level magic and appeared out of nowhere. This made Charlotte vaguely speculate on the relationship between the Gospel pages and the recorded magic. These fragments were probably not as she imagined, 1 page corresponding to 1 magic. Except for the Genesis chapter and the Divine chapter, where the rules were still unclear. The pages of the other 5 chapters likely represented a law or the power of bloodline resonance, and when they were collected, new magic would condense according to the intensity of the law. As for the condensed magic, they naturally condensed from low level to high level. The more pages, the easier it was to condense high-level magic. However, 1 page was an exception. That was the unique new page belonging to the Divine chapter. Chapter 135. Chapter 135, Divine Blessing. Charlotte focused her consciousness on the Divine chapter of the Gospel, and the familiar crimson light bloomed once again. The ancient golden script slowly emerged on the new blank page, Gospel of Blood A middle. Divine chapter. God proclaimed, "Let there be light," thus light emerged. Then God proclaimed, and darkness shall be its counterpart, and hence darkness descended. Divine chapter ability unlocked, divine blessing, active, divine blessing. The master of the gospel possesses the ability to bestow divine blessings upon a target. By consuming a certain amount of divine power, the recipient will receive a certain blessing effect. The effect and duration of the blessing are determined by the master of the gospel, and the consumption of divine power is proportional to the strength of the blessing effect. Looking at the newly appeared abilities in the divine chapter, whether it was the mental chapter's mental shock and charm voice, the dark chapter's undead summoning, or even the curious ability to transform into a bat from the wild chapter, among others, the significance of the new spells brought by the 20-plus gospel pages suddenly diminished in her mind. The reason was simple: the new magic emerging from the Gospel of Blood was all mid to low-level magic. But divine blessing was a new ability that utilized divine power. Charlotte had used True Ancestors' Liberation before and had used the divine power of blood. She knew how terrifying that power was. It was much stronger and of a higher level than magic, to the extent that the world itself couldn't directly withstand it. She merely attached divine power to herself, and under the influence of divine power, the effects of her usual magic became unbelievably powerful. Merely permeating divine power could pollute others' dreams and their minds. When she fully unleashed her divine power, others couldn't even directly look at the light on her body. Lottie, even in her dream, would faint directly. Divine power was very strong. At the moment, Charlotte could only roughly explore two ways to use it: either directly using divine power as a direct form of energy output like forming a divine power sword, or using its permeation to corrupt others' dreams and spiritual worlds. However, these two uses were just Charlotte's own crude attempts. The latter's devouring effect was even an attribute seemingly inherent to the so-called blood-sucking authority of the divine power of blood. And when resurrecting the undead in the dreaming salon, Charlotte could clearly perceive that most of the divine power of blood she released was actually wasted. She didn't really understand how to use the divine power of blood during True Ancestors' Liberation. But now, she finally obtained a new ability to correctly use divine power. So, does the divine chapter mean the chapter of the gods? The abilities appearing in the divine chapter are all abilities of the gods. Divine blessing. This is the God's power to bestow blessings. If used on objects, it can be used to create divine artifacts, and if used on living beings, it can grant them strength. Charlotte was intrigued. This ability didn't seem to directly increase her combat power during True Ancestors' Liberation, but if used properly, it could further strengthen her. For example, making some divine artifacts to defend herself, or enhancing the strength of her followers. However, the consumption of this ability was ultimately the divine power, and for Charlotte, divine power was currently a quite scarce resource. She didn't even have a continuous and effective source to replenish the divine power. So, for now, she needed to be cautious about using this power properly, especially since she didn't have a calculator to measure how much divine power her Gospel of Blood actually had. Currently, the only way she could judge the amount of divine power was through the remaining time of True Ancestors' Liberation. If only the divine power of the Gospel of Blood could materialize into specific numerical values, then I could also judge how much divine power the Gospel actually stored. Charlotte couldn't help but think. As soon as she thought of this, the Gospel of Blood suddenly emitted a crimson light again. In Charlotte's curious gaze, new golden letters slowly emerged on the pages of the divine chapter. Current divine power storage value, 23.8. Can the specific divine power value be materialized according to my will? We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. Charlotte's heart moved, and she was immediately delighted. Obviously, with the replenishment of the pages, the power of the Gospel of Blood was also correspondingly restored, and even her spiritual world became stronger. However, looking at the number 23.8, Charlotte felt a sense of familiarity left and right. She thought for a moment, and the Gospel of Blood turned its pages on its own, quickly flipping back to the Genesis chapter. In the Genesis chapter, behind the True Ancestors Liberation section. It was marked in gold, time limit, 23.8 seconds. Charlotte. She took a deep breath, barely holding back her urge to comment, "Isn't this just directly copying the time limit of True Ancestors Liberation?" However, considering the way various energy units were calculated on Earth, Charlotte understood the concept of the Gospel's divine power storage value calculation. One divine power value was the normal consumption of divine power for the True Ancestors Liberation in the saint state for 1 second. "Alright, just materialize it like this. At least it looks more pleasing than the time limit of True Ancestors Liberation," Charlotte murmured. Like the abilities of Divine Ritual Counter, Blood Summoning, and even True Ancestors Liberation, the ability of Divine Blessing did not have the memory inheritance. Charlotte just needed to activate the power of the Gospel of Blood as if she were activating a simple appliance. To use it directly, there was no way around it. She was just a first-tier Blood Baron, and such obviously God's domain powers could only be used through divine artifacts, and she was currently unlikely to understand the essence and nature of God's and divine power. In other words, this was all the power of the Gospel of Blood, and she could only integrate with it as the master of the Gospel and use it as its master. However, the newly added 10 or more bloodline magic were truly inherited and instilled. After learning these spells, they were her true abilities. Even without the Gospel of Blood, she could still use them, and she could understand the principles and essence of those powers. Charlotte, without any exception, instilled them all. The content of more than 10 magic was all inherited at once. Even though Charlotte was talented, she felt dizzy, and her head was about to burst. She withdrew from the spiritual world and took a long time to recover. More than 10 new magic, diverse in types, including many abilities commonly seen in vampires. Charlotte planned to practice them one by one in the future, and this would significantly enhance her strength. Charlotte thought and acted on it. However, just as she took a moment to recover and stood up from her seat to try out the new magic she had inherited in the basement, she suddenly heard someone calling her in her mind. The voice was ethereal and elusive, yet it seemed to echo in her ears. Sebastian. Charlotte's first thought was that Sebastian, as her blood servant, was calling her again. But she soon realized something was wrong. This call was even more vague and ambiguous than Sebastian's call. This wasn't Sebastian. Charlotte quickly made further judgments after determining it wasn't Sebastian calling her, and after determining it wasn't Sebastian, she became curious about who was calling her. There seemed to be a flash of light in her mind, and Charlotte remembered the conversation between Sebastian and the werewolf Fluff after she heard her name mentioned inadvertently by Sebastian and entered his perspective. She suddenly had a slight idea. Could it be those werewolves tried to change their praying symbol to the thorny rose and prayed to the true ancestor after hearing Sebastian's words? With a curious heart, Charlotte communicated with the Gospel of Blood and cautiously cast her gaze along the faint call. The scenery changed, and Charlotte saw a dimly lit secret room. However, when she saw the person in the secret room calling her, she was instantly stunned. High Priest? Chapter 136. Chapter 136. The High Priest's Call. Board City, Eastern District. In a secluded villa. High Priest Leonard stood in a room with closed doors and windows, anxiously observing the altar before him. It was a hastily arranged sacrificial altar commonly used by cultists to communicate with evil gods. In its design, he drew various runes engraved that resembled those used by the cults to enhance spiritual perception, inspired by the Blood Demon cult. In the Holy Court's records, where various evil rituals were on the verge of breaking out, cultists often used these runes to communicate with ancient and mysterious beings. Some crazed individuals even caused a series of disasters because they didn't even know who they were praying to. Evil rituals like these were always severely punished by the Holy Court. However, the High Priest never imagined that one day he would be constructing such an evil ritual and performing a sinister summoning himself. Applying the blood of high-ranking extraordinary creatures to the runes above the altar, The high priest solemnly sketched the thorny rose holy symbol in the center of the altar according to the parchment. The entity he intended to communicate with was none other than the mysterious evil god that had recently appeared in the Bord Duchy. This idea came to him when the Grand Knight died. At that time, the Grand High Priest was merely filled with anxiety due to the possibility that the Holy Court's upper echelons would investigate him, which led to the crazy idea of seeking refuge with the evil god. He knew this idea was insane, so he suppressed it afterward, wanting only to unassociate himself from the Grand Knight's death as much as possible and find a way to suppress the news of the evil god's resurrection. However, the events that followed later forced him to reconsider this possibility. The Flame Demon's descent last night was witnessed by almost the entire Bord City, and many also saw the mysterious powerful figure who defeated it. Mortals only felt the immense power, but didn't understand its significance. However, as the highest-ranking clergy in Bord, the High Priest knew that it was the evil god who had intervened. Not only that, but he also believed that many second-tier priests in Bord, and even some knowledgeable first-tier priests, could guess that it was an evil god incarnation. In fact, this morning at the cathedral, he heard many priests discussing it in secret, and even the commoners on the streets were discussing the strange events of last night. The evil god's resurrection couldn't be concealed. The upper echelons of the Holy Court would undoubtedly intervene strongly, and even legendary judgment knights might be mobilized. The scandal of the Dreaming Salon had also been exposed, revealing the alliance between the Dreaming Salon and the Blood Demon cult. Even the Blood Demon cult's God's Descent ritual was displayed to the world along with last night's Flame Demon appearance. With all these events unfolding, as the High Priest of Bord, he had many responsibilities, and many matters couldn't withstand investigation. He had to secure his own future. With these thoughts in mind, the High Priest took a deep breath and lit all the incense sticks that enhanced his spiritual power and perception. He took out a small dagger, cut his palm, and let the blood drip into the groove of the altar. Then, with solemnity, he chanted in a deep voice, "O mighty being who defeated the flame demon Valeroka, the owner of Thorny Rose, I, Leonard, the High Priest of the Holy Court in Bord, beseech your attention." The High Priest didn't know the prayer chants directed towards this mysterious evil god, so he could only substitute it by using their holy symbol and deeds. Although this decreased his chances of success, as a highly spiritual being himself, coupled with the fact that the other party had just appeared in Bord City, he felt confident in his ability to communicate with the other side. After praying, the High Priest anxiously watched the altar before him. However, as time passed, he received no response. Seeing the silent altar, the High Priest's hopeful and expectant gaze gradually dimmed. Just when he thought he had failed, the candles in the secret chamber suddenly began to flicker. The candlelight flashed, illuminating the dim room, and the incense smoke curled up without wind. The High Priest's heart trembled. He looked up hastily, only to see the altar he arranged suddenly radiating a crimson light, instantly engulfing everything around it. The High Priest was astonished. And when he came to his senses again, he found that the surroundings had changed. We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. He was no longer in the villa's secret chamber but appeared in a towering ancient castle. Is this an illusion? The High Priest's heart skipped a beat. He looked around nervously and cautiously, only to see boundless crimson mist within the castle. The mist shrouded everything, making it difficult to see clearly. He could vaguely make out a staircase leading straight up ahead, and at the top of the stairs, there seemed to be a crimson figure sitting on a throne. The High Priest couldn't see the figure clearly, but he felt it was a twisted silhouette that made his brain ache and his spirit falter at a glance. He instantly realized what he was experiencing. Success. My call was successful. This mysterious evil god heard my call and brought me into this illusion. The High Priest quickly made this judgment. Taking a deep breath, he knelt down without waiting for the silhouette on the throne to speak, respectfully saying, High Priest Leonard from the Holy Court of Board. I pay my respects to your noble and mighty presence. As soon as he said this, the High Priest felt a majestic gaze sweep over him and settle on his body. He didn't dare to lift his head, fearing to anger this terrifying evil god, who had torn a legendary demon in half like slaughtering a chicken just yesterday. Instead, he tried to show more respect and submission as much as possible. Soon, he heard a hoarse, profound, and indistinct chuckle. The High Priest of the Holy Court. "Why do you pray to me?" she responded. The High Priest's heart trembled slightly as he quickly replied, "Noble and mighty being, last night, I witnessed your unparalleled greatness, your radiance, and felt your immense power. I want to make a deal with you." Yes, the High Priest wanted to make a deal with this mysterious evil god. Throughout history, there have been countless examples of mortals making deals with gods. Some lucky ones even received blessings or divine favors from the gods. Some were mere whims of the gods, while others were a test of the mortal's faith, and some were the gods wanting to use mortals to achieve certain goals. The High Priest's idea was grand and audacious to collaborate with this evil god as the High Priest of the Holy Court. He believed that the other party could sense the power of the Holy Court, the terror of the Holy Court. Even for an evil god who could easily kill a legendary demon, as long as her true form walked the mortal realm in saint form, she would inevitably attract the pursuit of the Holy Court, until she fell. He believed that for an evil god in urgent need of recovery and departure from the mortal realm, the information within the Holy Court was crucial. He wanted to exchange the secrets of the Holy Court for the other party's protection and covert support, to help him deal with the upcoming investigations by the Church. As long as he reached an agreement with the evil god, in the absence of the Grand Knight, he might be able to erase all traces before the Church sent someone and push all the blame onto the internal struggles of the Bloodborne Dukes. The High Priest's mind raced. Meanwhile, hidden on the Blood Throne, Charlotte heard his thoughts loud and clear. Chapter 137, Chapter 137, A Deal with the Evil God. The High Priest actually wants to make a deal with me, to form a cooperative relationship. Listening to the inner thoughts of the High Priest, Charlotte's mood was somewhat strange. She really didn't know whether to call the High Priest bold or unlucky, to think of seeking refuge with her. Charlotte's first thought was whether to take this opportunity to permanently deal with the High Priest. But this thought only flashed by. When she sensed the High Priest calling her altar, she abandoned the idea. The thorny rose symbol on the altar was not her own, and even if she could leave the High Priest's soul in the dark castle, she couldn't do anything to the altar in the secret chamber. She couldn't afford to attract too much attention from the Holy Court. On the contrary, she needed to lower her own presence as much as possible. Furthermore, she had no need to waste her power on someone who was destined to perish. Not only that, but Charlotte was actually quite interested in the terms of the deal proposed by the High Priest. She suddenly felt that this was a good opportunity to obtain some even more confidential information from him, to strengthen her understanding of the Church and the gods. She had read quite a bit from the library of the Church Hospital, but much of the content was obviously for external propaganda and couldn't really help her understand the Holy Court. Lottie was a new breakthrough. But Lottie was only a first-year priest, and her understanding of the Holy Court was definitely not as deep as the High Priest's. Of course, she had no intention of sheltering the High Priest. She just wanted to extract some information from him. Thinking of this, Charlotte let out a soft laugh and said, "A deal with a mortal?" That voice, with a teasing tone, contemptuous, with a kind of superiority and disdain. However, this kind of response was quite normal in the eyes of the High Priest. Not only that, upon hearing the voice of the evil god, he immediately became spirited. "Yes, a deal. I want to exchange the information of the Holy Court for your shelter." After speaking, the High Priest anxiously lowered his head, waiting for the response of the evil god. While Charlotte tapped the armrest of the throne slowly, she did not immediately answer. The rhythmic tapping continued incessantly, while the imposing figure on the throne remained silent. The High Priest could only feel as though each tap was striking his soul, making him increasingly nervous and anxious, until even he, who was usually composed, couldn't help but restrain himself. Then, the faint laughter emerged once again from the crimson mist. "You truly are a bold fallen priest. But, with your chips, it might not be enough to seek my shelter. If you want shelter, you'll need to offer something more interesting." Although Charlotte was quite interested in the information about the Holy Court, she didn't immediately respond to the High Priest's proposal. Apart from the information about the Holy Court, she felt that she might learn more from him. On the other hand, upon hearing Charlotte's words, the High Priest was not disappointed, but rather excited. "Mighty existence. So, what do you need me to do to gain your shelter?" Charlotte let out a soft laugh. "This question you need to ask yourself. What interesting information you can offer to win my favor." Listening to Charlotte's words, the High Priest fell into contemplation, while Charlotte realized that the time for her to summon the other party almost ended. This summoning time was ridiculously short, catching Charlotte off guard. Obviously, with her current power, summoning a third-tier individual was still too much of a strain, and this time was far shorter than the time when she first summoned Sebastian. "Think carefully, and let me know any information you have that might interest me, and when I am satisfied, you will welcome my gaze," Charlotte said in a deep voice. After speaking, the crimson mist permeated once again, and the High Priest felt that everything around him began to blur. He quickly realized that the other party was about to end the summoning. "We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now." "Mighty existence. How can I contact you? How can I call your name?" he cried out hastily. "You can call me Nyx." The ethereal voice gradually faded away, along with the dispersal of the crimson mist. When the High Priest's consciousness cleared up, he found himself back in the secret chamber. Thinking about his recent communication with God, his expression changed. Obviously, the evil god did not directly agree to his deal. However, this evil god gave him an opportunity. The High Priest was sure that this god, although classified as an evil god, might have been a just god in history. For such a god, what they said was generally true. "It seems I have to sort out the various information of the church," the High Priest murmured, his expression filled with anticipation. After the end of the High Priest's summoning, Charlotte also returned to reality. However, unlike the nervous High Priest, she was very calm. The words spoken to the High Priest were just something she casually said. It was good to hear some useful information from the High Priest, which would give her some upper hand when facing the investigation of the Holy Court in the future. But if there was none, she wouldn't force it. She didn't intend to shelter him, nor did she intend to summon him again in the future. She had never considered herself a trustworthy person, and for depraved ones like the High Priest, she would not really fulfill her promises. She just wanted to keep an eye on him using this method. She also looked forward to his look of surprise the moment when he thought he had escaped danger, only to suddenly meet his doom. Thinking of this, Charlotte's mood also became pleasant. Pouring herself another cup of hot milk, Charlotte drank it all in one gulp. Then, she stretched lazily, preparing to go to her personal practice room and try out the various magic she had newly learned. Opening the door again, Charlotte ascended to the first floor. However, when she arrived in the large hall on the first floor, she saw all the young men and women she had recruited from the outer city gathered there. Dozens of them stood in rows on the side, dressed in uniforms, including several maids who had been rescued from the dreaming salon by her. Not one was missing. With a cold expression, Sherry Enrand, who had already reached the first-tier starry sky, stood at the forefront, with Sherry even using crutches. Seeing them, Charlotte was slightly stunned. "Why are you all gathered here?" Saying this, she looked displeasingly at Sherry again. "You're still injured. Why are you running around again?" Sherry pursed her lips. Then, in the surprised gaze of Charlotte, this usually proud maid suddenly leaned on her crutch, knelt on one knee, and for the first time, her cold voice carried some emotion. "The Count of Castle, the kind and just Lady Charlotte. Your maid Sherry is willing to offer her loyalty to you." As soon as her words fell, Dozens of young men and women also knelt on one knee. "We are willing to offer loyalty to you." Seeing the determined look on the faces of the young men and women, Charlotte's heart moved. She knew that after experiencing the sacred judgment and rescuing the maids from the dreaming salon, she had finally gained the loyalty of all of them. If before, it was only because of the conditions and the charm of her demeanor, then now, they truly recognized her as their master. Chapter 138. Chapter 138. The convoy from the county. The sunlight in the 6th month of the calendar grows warmer and more intense day by day. 3 days have passed since the often talked about failed judgment by the church, and also 2 days have passed since the phenomenon of the flame demon that startled the masses. Although patrons in taverns still occasionally mention the Lucky Rose Society that escaped the sacred judgment, or debate whether the flame demon in the night sky was real or an illusion, arguing over whether the glory of slaying the demon belonged to the Duke or the High Priest or someone else. Nevertheless, whatever happened has already passed, and Board City quickly returned to its usual tranquility. That's just how the world of Mirio is. The existence of extraordinary powers is no secret. Despite being surprised by various phenomena and powers, people's acceptance, especially in a large city like Board with the presence of third-tier blazing sun, has always been strong. Of course, more importantly, neither the Duke family nor the church has offered any explanation for that night's phenomenon. Although there are various incredible rumors, since even the church hasn't shown up to explain and there hasn't been any further alienation from the populace, it means that the phenomenon of that night has been resolved without major consequences. And today, many have already shifted their attention to the north gate of Board City, especially the residents of the outer city. They gather outside the city gates, looking towards the wide road leading north out of the city, with eager expressions. Today is the day when the convoy from the Castell family's county enters the city, as it has been every 20th day of the month for many years. Despite the development of spatial magic technology, although teleportation arrays and spatial rings have gradually become popular among extraordinaries, considering the operating costs and certain inherent flaws in spatial technology, long-distance transportation still relies on ordinary convoys. The wealthy Castell family is no exception. For the children of the outer city, every month of this day is their lucky day. Hasn't it arrived yet? It should be coming soon, right? It's always around this time every month. I wonder how many Silvertanner I'll get to pick up today. Excited discussions among the children can be heard. However, outside the city gates, the most eye-catching are not these gathered children. The most eye-catching was a group of horsemen standing by the roadside. Exquisite carriages adorned with intricate and elaborate patterns, with the side displaying the striking Black Eagle emblem. Young men and women dressed in black and white uniforms stand respectfully, surrounding a magnificent umbrella, shielding the proud sun overhead. Under the umbrella, a young girl dressed in a black and red Gothic gown sits on a makeshift recliner, gazing into the distance. Many passers-by find it difficult to take their eyes off the beautiful girl. Some merchants visiting Board for the first time can't help but ask their companions and guides about her origins. Who is that beautiful noble girl? She has such an elegant demeanor. Is she the daughter of a major noble family? However, they often receive looks of bewilderment from their companions or Board residents. Who is she? Didn't you see the family crest on the carriage? And when these merchants notice the emblem on the side of the carriage, they quickly show expressions of realization, looking at the girl with curiosity, admiration, and longing. The double-headed Black Eagle. So, it's the Castell family. So, she's the heiress of the Castell? Charlotte. She's Charlotte, the jewel of the Castell, the wealthiest girl in Board. I heard that if anyone could marry her, it would be like getting half of the Board duchy as a dowry. All the wealth of the entire Crescent Lowlands would be in one's arms. Hey, that's in the past. Don't you know? The heir of the Castell is a devout believer of the Holy Court. She has decided never to marry, and after returning to the Divine Realm, she will dedicate her land to the church. Hiss. Is that true? That's such a pity. To the church? Is Duke Board willing? Is His Majesty the King willing? Well, We don't know. The affairs of the nobles and the clergy are not something we need to worry about. The pedestrians discuss cheerfully. We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. And the perceptive Charlotte hears all the discussions about her from the crowd. I'm quite famous, it seems. There are so many people interested in me even outside the city gates. She couldn't help but mock herself. By her side, Sebastian smiled and flattered as usual. Of course, esteemed mistress, wherever you go, your radiance will always make you the center of attention. Charlotte. She didn't bother to respond to Sebastian's insipid flattery but looked at the increasingly glaring sunlight. Even with the umbrella shading her, the scattered sunlight still made her uncomfortable. Seemingly noticing the girl's discomfort, Quasimodo, standing beside her, couldn't help but say, "Mistress, the weather is getting hotter." "Actually, you don't need to personally come out to greet them. It's fine." As the head of the Castle family, I feel it's necessary to personally welcome the family knights who have come a long way. Charlotte smiled and said, "Of course." The real reason was that she was quite curious about the armored knights in the world of Myria. Although she had played a lot of games in her past life, she had never seen them in reality. Warhorses and armor are also a man's romance. Amid the eager anticipation of the children, a faint cloud of dust gradually appeared on the horizon. Some older children's eyes suddenly brightened. "They're here. They're here. I think I saw the castle's flag." Charlotte's heart moved slightly. She looked in the direction of the rising dust and soon saw a group of horsemen at the end of her sight. The first thing that caught her eye was a majestic and imposing knight wearing a black cloak, atop a black armored warhorse, followed by two armored knights with black eagle banners at his side, one on each side. Further away, a row of wagons loaded with goods gradually came into view under the escort of uniformly dressed armored knights. "They're here. They're here." The children cheered and ran towards the convoy. The Castle family's convoy always throws coins before and after entering the city, all in silver tanner, which is very attractive to them. Charlotte couldn't help but stand up, also excitedly watching the approaching armored knights. Knights from the county. Her knights. After being alone for so long since transmigrated, gradually building her own power bit by bit, when she saw the convoy, she finally felt the real sense of being a countess for the first time. On the vast road, the convoy gradually approached. When the leader saw the Castle family's carriage in front of the city gate and the golden-haired girl surrounded by maids and attendants, he quickly straightened up his demeanor. He lightly patted his horse's back, and the black horse beneath him immediately sped up, quickly leaving the team and rushing to the front of the crowd. Dismounting, the dusty armored knight knelt respectfully in front of Charlotte, bowed solemnly, and said in a deep voice, "Sharon. Greet Mistress Charlotte." Chapter 139. Chapter 139. Is our family really that rich? The convoy from Castle's county consisted of about 300 people, escorting around 40 carriages. Among them, 100 were armored knights of the Castle family, 3 were mages, and the remaining 200 were attendants and coachmen. Leading the convoy was Baron Sharon, whose full name was Sharon de Leon Castle, a senior first-tier Starry Sky Knight. After learning the other party's full name, Charlotte was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected to see her own family's surname in his name. However, after Quasimodo's explanation, Charlotte learned that the Leon Castle family was a branch of the Castle family. Just like the Castle family was a branch of the Board family, the Castle family also had many branch families. Some branches retained the Castle name in their surnames, while others completely changed to new names. Similar family branches were quite common in the world of Myria. This was determined by the inheritance laws of the Myria nobility, originating from the Unete Empire, which laid the basic political framework of Myria. The Unete Empire advocated for divided inheritance, where each offspring of nobles, besides the eldest son who received the main titles, would inherit secondary noble titles and estates. As a result, over the past millennium, various noble families had branched out, and apart from the main families, side branches continued to emerge, leading to the formation of increasingly large noble surnames. In other words, Baron Sharon's ancestors were also direct members of the Castell family. However, what rises with divided inheritance can also fall with divided inheritance. Although divided inheritance maintained a certain fairness and allowed noble families to continuously grow, it also brought wars, especially struggles among heirs for inheritance rights. Moreover, continuously divided inheritance weakened central authority, leading to the decline of royal power, including many feudal kingdoms like the Yunet Empire, as continuous division weakened the monarchy's control over the regions, eventually leading to the downfall of nations. Of course, that was ancient history. People have long memories, and nobles are no exception. To this day, 1,000 years later, the vast majority of noble families have long abandoned divided inheritance and opted for the more advanced inheritance. Although offspring other than the firstborn might still receive fiefs, it wasn't for inheritance purposes but rather as grants from the Lord. As for the Castell family, apart from more than 100 years ago when they branched out, forming side branches, in the past 100 years, the head of the Castell main branch family had been passed down for 5 generations. By the time it reached Charlotte, it was almost the same as being on the brink of extinction. Thus, although there were branches of the Castell family in Castell County, their blood relationship was not even as close as marriage ties with other kingdoms and duchies families. This was also true for their claims and inheritance rights to Castell. Despite their blood ties and being considered part of the Castell family, the nobles of her territories were almost on par with those Infeft nobles. In addition to Baron Sharon, among the 100 armored knights escorting the convoy, there were 5 second-tier extraordinary, including 1 hereditary noble and 4 extraordinary knights who awakened through the awakening seed. The remaining knights were all awakened individuals. As for the 3 mages, 1 was a first tier, while the remaining 2 were 0 tier. Obviously, the ratio of mages among the extraordinaries was much lower than that of extraordinary knights. But this was normal. The conditions to become a mage were stricter than those to become an extraordinary knight. Not to mention that extraordinary knights could be produced through the awakening seeds. Although the produced extraordinary were slightly weaker, they were still extraordinary. Seeing the strength of the escort knights, Charlotte had a more intuitive understanding of her own family's strength. It was worth noting that in the Demon Hunter Bureau of Board City, the total number of first-tier and above Demon Hunter knights did not exceed 40, but here, in the Castell family's convoy, there were 7. However, the knights escorting the convoy were not the strongest force of this team. The strongest force was a middle-aged man who stood beside Baron Sharon. Unlike the armored knights, his equipment seemed much more weathered, and he exuded a rugged aura. In him, Charlotte felt a distinct sense of threat, though not as strong as Sebastian's. It was quite intense. Silver Moon. He was a second-tier Silver Moon extraordinary. Realizing the opponent's strength, Charlotte couldn't help but glance at him with curiosity. Undoubtedly, compared to the majestic armored knights, this second-tier Silver Moon was the real escort. Just him alone could probably easily defeat these knights. Noticing her gaze, Sharon quickly respectfully introduced him. Miss Charlotte, this is Mr. Carlyle. After that, he introduced Charlotte to the second-tier extraordinary. Mr. Carlyle, this is our Castell family's young mistress, Miss Charlotte. Mr. Carlyle, we rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. Her heart stirred. As a first-tier knight, Sharon did not address the other as Lord, indicating that the other was not a noble. Second-tier Silver Moon, but not a noble. Coupled with the rugged appearance, the answer was already apparent. The other was probably a freelance mercenary. As if verifying Charlotte's guess, the middle-aged man couldn't help but glance at her a few more times before averting his gaze. His gaze lingered briefly on Sebastian before turning to Baron Sharon. Baron Sharon, we've arrived at board. I should take my leave. Mr. Carlyle, won't you stay and rest? Let us extend our hospitality, Baron Sharon said solemnly. However, the extraordinary named Carlyle shook his head. Thank you for your invitation, but I have other matters to attend to. After some refusal, the second-tier Silver Moon Extraordinary left. Before leaving, Baron Sharon instructed a knight to hand him an exquisite bag. Charlotte keenly took a glance and found it filled with shiny metallic objects, resembling the legendary mithril. She immediately understood. This mercenary was not a vassal of Castle, he was simply hired to assist in escorting the goods. However, being able to hire a Silver Moon to escort goods for a month indicated the wealth of Castle and the value of the goods being transported. According to Nice's assessment of the prices for hiring extraordinary individuals in the black market, it would probably cost tens of thousands of gold tanner, if not more. This made Charlotte even more curious about the goods being transported by the convoy. After all, just the cost of this trip would probably amount to tens of thousands of gold tanner. Accompanied by the excitement of the children, the Castle family's convoy entered Board City, while the knights on the periphery scattered silver tanner to clear the way, receiving cheers. Sitting in the carriage, Charlotte couldn't wait to have the knights send over the inventory list to have a look. Upon hearing her command, Baron Sharon hesitated slightly but ultimately complied. After seeing the list, Charlotte finally understood why 40 carriages were used. It turned out that their escorted convoy not only transported funds for the manor but also supplied goods for the family's shops throughout the Board Duchy. Most of the 40 carriages were loaded with goods. They were not just a convoy transporting funds but also a caravan. As for the goods they transported, there were high-quality textiles from the Fallen Star Kingdom, elf accessories and the magical items from Lunar Island, as well as minerals and gemstones from Castle County. And when Charlotte saw the column for the funds transported to the manor, her eyes lit up. 500,000. The funds transported by the convoy to the manor for the family's activities amounted to 500,000 gold tanner. My goodness, this was the budget for 1 month. In a year, it would be 6 million gold tanner. Was her family really this wealthy? Charlotte felt her heart fluttering. She realized she had underestimated her family's wealth. And at that moment, the old butler Kasimodo couldn't help but knock on the carriage window. Mistress, about the funds transported from the family county. Approximately how much is it? 500,000 gold tanner. Charlotte took a deep breath. Her face flushed with excitement. However, upon hearing her words, Kasimodo's brows furrowed slightly. 500,000? Seeing his expression, Charlotte found it strange. What's wrong? Is there an issue? Kasimodo hesitated for a moment before speaking in a low voice. It seems there might be some issue. Mistress, I haven't been involved in family affairs for many years, so I'm not quite sure about the current state of the county. But just 500,000 seems too little. Charlotte. Chapter 140. Chapter 140. The county's financial situation. 500,000. Is that too little? Charlotte couldn't help raising her voice. Kasimodo nodded. Indeed, master, you may not be aware, but when this old servant was still involved in managing the manor 10 years ago, the monthly funds sent to the manor were at least 1,500,000 gold tanners. Charlotte. Goodness. 1,500,000 per month. An annual income of tens of millions? That's not just some yuan of earth. If we were to compare it in terms of purchasing power, 1 gold tanner is roughly equivalent to 1 to 2,000 earth's yuan, rounded up to over 20 billion per month. And this isn't revenue. This is just money delivered to the manor. Incredible. With such income, even on Earth, they would be considered top-tier tycoons. Although due to the existence of extraordinary powers in the world of Myria, the monetary system here is slightly different from Earth's. But even so, the Castle family can truly be considered wealthy enough to rival a country. Of course, money isn't everything. For a first-tier extraordinary like Charlotte, money is still important, but beyond the second tier, money is just a number. They have too many ways to make money, so they become less concerned about money and more about extraordinary things that are more valuable than money. And many extraordinary things cannot be measured in terms of money's worth, master. The fact that someone could deplete the family's treasury after so many years already surprised me greatly. Now, It seems that not only was it due to someone spending a fortune on various magical materials for a sinister ritual, but also because the funds transported to the estate in recent years have been decreasing, Quasimodo said solemnly. Upon hearing his words, Charlotte nodded slightly. Although 500,000 gold tana had already surprised and satisfied her considerably, as a lord, no one would complain about having more gold tana in their pocket. After all, everything requires money, and nurturing extraordinaries also requires money. Let's not worry for now. We'll talk about it after we return to the manor. Charlotte glanced at Baron Sharon, who had been silent and seemingly preoccupied after paying his respects to her, and said thoughtfully. The carriage rumbled back to the Castle Manor. And after entering the manor, Baron Sharon, who had remained silent the whole time, looked around and couldn't help but speak up again. Miss Charlotte, I heard on the way here that something happened to the family. The old lady is no more. Charlotte wasn't surprised that Baron Sharon knew about the affairs of the family. The changes in the Castle family were not small matters in board. Although this convoy had definitely left the county a month ago, he was very likely to have heard about the family's affairs from other merchants or locals during their journey. However, it was clear that the other party's understanding was quite limited, probably just hearing some rumors. Thinking of this, Charlotte's expression dimmed slightly, revealing a look of sadness and sorrow. Yes, grandmother has passed away. She was misled by the blood demon cult and ultimately died in an evil ritual. Did the old lady really fall? Did she turn into a bloodborne? Miss Charlotte, I know mentioning this matter will cause you grief, but as a noble of the county, I still need to inquire clearly from you what exactly happened in the manor? Baron Sharon asked with a solemn expression. Charlotte glanced at Sebastian beside her. Sebastian nodded and stepped forward, elegantly saying, Baron Sharon, this matter is quite complicated. As he spoke, Sebastian informed him of everything about ex-Countess Castell's situation. After listening to Sebastian's account, Baron Sharon's expression gradually became serious. After a long silence, he sighed deeply. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. Lady Charlotte, please accept my condolences. He naturally changed his address to Lady Charlotte. After finishing, he looked at Sebastian's typical elven appearance again and couldn't help but ask. I was curious just now. I don't think I've seen you by Lady Charlotte's side before. Who are you? I am Sebastian, the steward of the Castle estate, and a loyal servant of Mistress Charlotte. Sebastian smiled. Sebastian? Baron Sharon was momentarily stunned. Soon, he widened his eyes again, almost instinctively jumping up. Wait a minute, Sebastian. The Flame Elf? Are you the president of the Rose Society? Sebastian smiled faintly. That's correct. But as the president of the Rose Society, an underground syndicate, why did you become Miss Charlotte's steward? Baron Sharon frowned, his expression carrying some caution and hostility. We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. Nobles have always despised gangs. Even if Sebastian is powerful, he doesn't like the other party and is even more wary because of it. Of course, because the Rose Society has always been a hidden force of the Castle family, and I have always been a servant of the family in secret. It was only after the Countess' accident that I came to the manor to serve Master. Sebastian said naturally. The Rose Society is a hidden force of the family? Baron Sharon's brow furrowed even deeper. Obviously, the incident of the Sacred Judgment had not spread too far yet. Baron Sharon was still unaware of it, and there might also be deliberate concealment of the news by the Holy Court. After all, a failed judgment was not something worth publicizing. Baron Sharon looked at Charlotte. Charlotte nodded slightly in acknowledgement, and the Baron hesitated for a moment before reluctantly nodding. I understand. After telling him about the current situation of the manor, Charlotte indirectly asked about the condition of the county, hoping to see if the other party would voluntarily mention the issue of dwindling funds being transported. However, what she got in return was the other party's official response of everything is fine within the county. Charlotte glanced at Quasimodo and he understood immediately. He stepped forward respectfully and asked, Lord Sharon, I looked at this month's invoice. The funds sent to the manor seemed to be much less than before. Much less? Baron Sharon was stunned. He picked up the invoice and looked at it, shook his head, and said, "No, this amount has been consistent for the past 2 years." "But I remember, the funds sent by the county used to be around 1,500,000 gold tana per month, sometimes even exceeding 2 million. Quasimodo frowned. Baron Sharon was silent for a moment before sighing. "That was many years ago. Things are different now." "Why? Has something happened to the county?" Quasimodo pursued. Baron Sharon glanced at him, did not answer directly, but bowed to Charlotte. "Lady Charlotte, could we talk privately?" Charlotte raised her eyebrows. Her gaze swept past Quasimodo and Sebastian, and she nodded lightly. "Sure." One after the other, Charlotte and Baron Sharon entered the study of the mansion. As soon as they entered the study, Baron Sharon couldn't help but ask, "Lady Charlotte, does the county know about the affairs of the family?" "Quasimodo has sent messages to the county, and he also called several viscounts and barons to Board City," Charlotte replied. With that, she glanced at Baron Sharon again. "But we haven't received any response yet." Baron Sharon's expression became somewhat embarrassed. He cleared his throat and explained, "Lady Charlotte, you may not know, but last month there were several conflicts between Castle and the Vlad Duchy, and the communication magic towers were damaged. They haven't been repaired yet." "Vlad Duchy?" Charlotte's heart skipped a beat. The Vlad Duchy was one of the 12 duchies of the Crescent Kingdom, and also the neighbor of the Castles County, with a delicate relationship with the Board Duchy. The Castles County, a fiefdom enclave of the Board Duchy, had been in constant conflict with the Vlad Duchy due to commercial competition and territorial disputes. "The communication magic tower is broken?" "So you mean the territory may not have received the message yet?" Charlotte furrowed her brows and asked. "It's very likely." Baron Sharon thought for a moment and replied, "Very likely?" Charlotte's brows furrowed even deeper. She pondered for a moment before continuing. "Let's put aside the matter of communication for now. What about the monthly funds that Quasimodo mentioned?" "I've heard that the county's business has been thriving in recent years, and the silver mine has been continuously producing." "Why is the income decreasing compared to before?" Looking at Charlotte's youthful and innocent appearance, Baron Sharon sighed and said, "Lady Charlotte, you probably don't understand the composition of the family's income, do you?" "I know a little." 70% of the income comes from the Castle silver mine, 10% from vassal taxes, and 20% from direct territory taxes and business income," Charlotte said. After hearing her answer, Baron Sharon sighed deeply. "Yes. 70% of the family's income comes from the silver mine, especially the associated mithril mine, which accounts for the vast majority of the income. But the portion of the associated mithril mine allocated to the family is on the verge of depletion." Chapter 141, Chapter 141, Vassals and Feudal Lords. "Is the mithril mine running out?" Charlotte blinked slightly. Charlotte was not unfamiliar with mithril, a precious mineral that had appeared in many fantasies in her previous life. It was extremely valuable, with a shiny silver-white appearance, dazzling and beautiful, much stronger than steel yet lightweight. It also possessed excellent affinity with magic and storage capabilities. Many magical equipment, artifacts, and even divine artifacts relied on it for their production, making it a rare magical material. The Castle family was founded on the Castle silver mine, or more accurately, on the mithril within it. Even the wealthy elves on Lunar Island were willing to pay high prices for it. If what Baron Sharon said was true, then the income of the Castle family would indeed sharply decline. Thinking of this, Charlotte sighed inwardly. Even the richest mine would eventually be depleted. It seemed that Castle County was also in need of a transition in its economic structure. Of course, even if the income decreased, 500,000 gold tana was not a small amount. Even with a 2/3 reduction in income, the Castle family was still far from impoverished. "Does the Crescent royal family know about the depletion of the mine?" Charlotte asked. The Crescent royal family was a partner in the Castle silver mine, and most of the output of Mithril mines was actually taken by the royal family. Baron Sharon sighed. The royal family is not aware yet. Even if they were, they probably wouldn't care. After all, the royal family takes the richest vein of Mithril, and that part hasn't been affected much. The part that has been significantly affected is only our family's. Charlotte thought for a moment. All right, I understand. When I return to the county, I will personally inspect the Mithril mine. The depletion of a mine could be easily determined upon investigation. Charlotte estimated that Baron Sharon was not lying to her. But at the same time, she did not completely trust his words. The attitude inadvertently revealed by the other party was clearly treating her more as a child than a lord. She would not completely believe all his words. She decided to investigate for herself after returning to the county. After discussing the matter of the Mithril mine, Charlotte noticed that Baron Sharon seemed hesitant, as if he had something else to say. She was intrigued and asked, "Baron Sharon, do you have something else to say?" Baron Sharon nodded and said solemnly, "Lady Charlotte, indeed, I have something else to say. I do not know how Sebastian gained your trust, but this elf is a well-known traitor of Lunar Island. Castle County has always had economic ties with Lunar Island and can be considered a good partner. If Lunar Island were to learn of his relationship with you, it might hinder the relationship between our family and the elves. Many nobles in the county have trade relations with the elves. If our relationship with Lunar Island is affected, it may damage your prestige and support in the county. Moreover, forgive me for being blunt, but I do not believe that a Silver Moon would willingly serve you wholeheartedly, especially considering he is a leader of the underground gang. He may have grander ambitions." Baron Sharon's expression was serious. Through his words, Charlotte could clearly feel his hostility and wariness towards Sebastian. Charlotte felt somewhat helpless. The relationship between her and Sebastian was indeed not easy to explain. The concerns of the county's knight were understandable. "We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now." Of course, regardless of others' attitudes, Charlotte would not abandon Sebastian, her only blood servant and a Silver Moon bodyguard. But at the same time, responding to Baron Sharon's words required strategy. After all, the other party represented the vassals of the family, and her response might also be transmitted to the county through him. The Count was indeed a rather special position. Charlotte was not like the protagonists who transmigrated into emperors or kings, where the whole country was under their control, and the only headache was how to balance and compromise with their subordinates. Nor was she like many protagonists who started from scratch, building their own forces and having the final say on their own territory. She had a little of both sides, needing to consider both. She had already dealt with crises as a vassal, but as a lord, perhaps it was just beginning. Lords still needed the support of vassals, much like local officials who took office in the China government and needed the support of their old subordinates. Perhaps vassals were of lower status and weaker, but when facing a new lord, they often had a unified stance and interests, and could completely sideline the new lord. Even though Charlotte had not yet fully understood what the relationship between gods and belief was in the world of Myria, she knew from history and myths that the first step to becoming a god was to have one's own power and develop one's own beliefs. Referring to the paths of predecessors, even if it was for the sake of becoming a god in the future, Charlotte could not fight alone but needed to prepare in advance, stand firm in Myria, and have her own forces. But at the same time, Charlotte could not rely on the power of the true ancestor to suppress and dominate her subjects. If she did, she would truly be no different from the evil gods, and no evil god had ever truly grown strong. The county was a good starting point. If she wanted to completely control Castle's County, it was essential to gain genuine loyalty from the vassals. She couldn't show weakness, nor could she appear arrogant or ignorant, leaving a bad impression. Sebastian's loyalty is beyond doubt. He owes a life debt to Castle, and he has sworn allegiance to me before the gods. He has already been tested by the gods, and I will take care of this matter. After thinking for a moment, Charlotte said. Hearing Charlotte bring up the banner of the gods, Baron Sharon opened his mouth to speak but ultimately said nothing in opposition. In a world with gods, the gods were the masters, and this move could be said to be quite astute. After much hesitation, Baron Sharon could only sigh slightly. If he has gained the recognition of the Holy Court, then there is nothing for his subordinates to say. I just hope that you will consider the feelings of Lunar Island's elves and the nobles. The convoy from the Castles County settled in the manor, and Charlotte hosted a grand welcome for everyone. The members of the convoy would spend 2 days in Board, leaving behind goods and funds from the county while purchasing goods from Castle's commercial partners in Board City. Charlotte took this opportunity to gain a thorough understanding of her domain through these knights and attendants who had come from afar. As for Baron Sharon, who led the convoy, he did not stay in the manor. It was said that he had a small villa in the western district of Board City and had many friends to visit, even having a small gathering these nights. However, just when Charlotte thought that the Baron would not return to the manor at night, he suddenly hurried back. As soon as he saw the elegant girl sitting in the hall, listening to music and drinking sweet milk, he hurried forward and asked seriously, "Lady Charlotte, I heard that you have sworn to the gods not to marry?" The high-footed cup in Charlotte's hand paused slightly. She knew that the inevitable question had finally come. Chapter 142, Chapter 142, Being single is a matter of principle. Regarding her oath to the Holy Court, Charlotte knew it would certainly provoke opposition from the vassal nobility. For vassals, the family matters of their liege lord are somewhat equivalent to state affairs, especially the lifelong matters of the liege lord, which concern the future heir. A feudal lord family without an heir would bring too much uncertainty and would not give the vassals enough sense of security. Especially in a wealthy domain like Castle, where there are too many covetous eyes, the lack of an heir virtually signifies a struggle for inheritance rights. And in Charlotte's case, the situation is even more complicated. Not only does she swear celibacy, but she also promises to donate her territory to the church after death. This makes the nobles even more furious. In the world of Myria, the interests of feudal nobles and ecclesiastical lords are different. It's difficult for the nobles, who rely on marriage and inheritance to strengthen their families and maintain their rule, to align with ecclesiastical lords. One thing that nobles particularly detest is that when a territory becomes ownerless, ecclesiastical lords are highly likely not to grant the land to nobles but to reclaim it for church management. Undoubtedly, Charlotte's promise to donate the county to the church will inevitably provoke strong reactions from the nobles. Just look at Baron Sharon's expression now. Charlotte dares to affirm that he will soon try to persuade her to retract her oath, at least the promise to the church. Lady Charlotte, please think this over. It is well known that His Majesty and the ecclesiastical authorities are in conflict. The Crescent royal family absolutely does not want to see another ecclesiastical domain in the kingdom, especially a wealthy one like Castle. Your decision may further amplify the conflict between the kingdom and the church in the future, and may even bring chaos to Castle. The Castle lineage has been passed down for hundreds of years. For the sake of the family and the subjects, please, you must reconsider. Baron Sharon earnestly persuades. Charlotte unexpectedly glances at him. This extraordinary knight does not warn her from the perspective of the nobles' interests but uses the pressure from the higher-level king and the moral high ground of the subjects. It must be said that he was quite clever. Even if she knows that the other party is likely just waving the flag to dispel her thoughts, at least a noble who can mention the interests of the subjects will not be disliked by Charlotte, who is a transmigrator. However, Charlotte will not give a commitment. Even if she knows it will cause backlash from the nobles, she cannot loosen her declaration of celibacy and the promise of donating the land. That would leave evidence and worsen relations with the church, plunging her, who is already firmly established, back into an inheritance crisis. Not to mention, after lifting the oath, would they really make her bear offspring? Just thinking about some possibilities and scenarios, Charlotte shuddered and got goosebumps all over. No, she absolutely will not. This is a matter of principle. Baron Sharon, I have my own considerations in this matter, no need to say more. Charlotte says firmly. Lady Charlotte. Baron Sharon still refuses to give up. That's enough. Baron Sharon, do you still want to decide the lifelong matters for your lord? Charlotte raises her voice, looking displeased, and directly uses Her Majesty magic with a light reprimand. Baron Sharon feels as if Charlotte's voice is thundering in his ears. Though immature, it carries undeniable majesty, making him involuntarily feel a sense of fear and genuine dread. He immediately lowers his head and kneels on one knee. I dare not. Seeing the kneeling Baron, Charlotte let out a soft sigh, slightly relaxing her authority magic, and said, regarding the future of the territory, I have my own considerations. Rest assured, I will not put the vassals and subjects in jeopardy. Baron Sharon, you may retire if there's nothing else. We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. Charlotte dismisses him. Baron Sharon opens his mouth, but in the end, he lets out a long sigh. I take my leave. With that, he stands up and leaves. Exiting the hall, Baron Sharon feels considerably relieved. It's only when he leaves the manor that he completely shakes off the influence of Charlotte's Majesty magic. At this moment, he realizes he's sweating profusely and becomes aware of his loss of composure in the hall. Damn it! He, a distinguished first-tier knight, was actually subdued in front of a 15-year-old girl. Was it magic or some kind of bloodline power? He can't help but wonder. Recalling the petite figure that reprimanded him in the manor, Baron Sharon suddenly gains a new understanding of this future lord. She is no longer just a child. She has her own thoughts, her own opinions, and equally possesses the authority of a lord. He suddenly realizes that the child once protected by her family is about to come of age. He's unsure whether this is a good thing or a bad thing, especially for the various noble families in the current county of Castile. With complex emotions, Baron Sharon returns to his small villa. Inside, his friends are still gathered for a meeting, obviously waiting for his return to inquire about the news from Castile Manor. Baron Sharon, have you finished advising Miss Charlotte? A merchant asked. Yes, I had finished advising her. Baron Sharon sighed. And what was the result? Another person hurriedly asked. No result. Lady Charlotte is very determined. Baron Sharon shook his head. In that case, Miss Charlotte's faith is indeed as fanatical and steadfast as rumored. The church will have another ecclesiastical lord in the future. One person sighed. Another person shook their head slightly, sneered, and commented. Well, after all, she's still a child, impulsive and reckless. When she returns to her territory, I'm afraid she won't be able to withstand the opposition of the noble gentleman. But as soon as he finishes speaking, he realizes his mistake and quickly apologizes and explains to Baron Sharon. Baron Sharon, I didn't mean you. Baron Sharon didn't mind and just shook his head indifferently. What you said is not wrong. If Lady Charlotte really wants to donate the land to the church, our family will definitely oppose it. Oppose? But the church is backing her. With all due respect, even if Baron Sharon is unwilling, there's nothing you can do. Someone shook their head and said. However, someone quickly refuted it. That's not necessarily true. The church hasn't signed a contract with Castile yet. Considering that the legal boundaries of contracts with minors are relatively vague, the high priest may be waiting for her to come of age. Baron Sharon suddenly froze with this revelation. His face showed him deep in thought. Chapter 143. Chapter 143. The anxious high priest. The Castile convoy stayed in Board City for 2 days before leaving. After that evening, Baron Sharon didn't bring up the same question to Charlotte again, and the matter of donating the land to the church seemed to have been pushed aside by him. From the vague attitude he showed, Charlotte speculated that he probably already knew she hadn't signed the contract with the church, realizing that she had only temporarily used the church's influence. Since he didn't ask again, Charlotte didn't explain either. No, even if he had asked, she wouldn't have explained, to avoid leaving any trace. This was fine. At least the Baron could bring back his attitude to the county, and it would temporarily reassure those vassals who had not met her. With the convoy's departure, Castle Manor returned to its former tranquility. After receiving the funds, Charlotte's first task was to send Quasimodo to redeem all the items she had sold. She had been thinking about this matter and had promised Quasimodo, so naturally, she wouldn't break her promise. After that, Charlotte's daily life returned to its usual rhythm: prayers, exercises, learning, besides the training, which now included various newly acquired talents and magic, and the learning, which now included new information about the territory, along with spending time each day investigating and pondering methods to increase divine power. There wasn't much different from before. But, as time passed, the death of the Grand Knight gradually became a topic of discussion, and the sighting of Charlotte's true ancestor's liberation was repeatedly mentioned. She had to keep a low profile, especially when some extraordinary individuals concluded that the sighting that night was indeed after the arrival of the flame demon. Then things got lively. Despite the church's repeated reassurances, it inevitably sparked people's curiosity about the existence that defeated the flame demon that night. There were speculations that it was a passing legendary. Some guessed it was a divine messenger of the church, while others speculated it was the incarnation of the god King Harold. But at the same time, some speculated it was a mysterious evil god. Even worse, some connected the two events, wondering if the death of the Inquisition Grand Knight was also related to that night's sighting. For a while, all sorts of rumors were flying around. However, one explanation had been confirmed by the church. That was, the sighting that night was a plot by the Blood Demon cult, but it had been thwarted by the church. Meanwhile, with the exposure of the Dreaming Salon, the Duke's family also began to clean up and pursue related noble families. The reasons for the cleanup were solid. Those involved with the evil Dreaming Salon, colluding with the Blood Demon cult. This inevitably shifted the residents' attention back to the nobles. There were no citizens unwilling to watch the event of nobles, especially this kind of anti-corruption and evil massive cleanup. For a while, the reputation of the Board family soared with the continuous cleanup of the implicated nobles, especially with the Duke's son leading the way. Hey, Master, it seems that the old Duke is laying the groundwork for the succession of Lord Lino. This move is really clever. Not only can it strike the noble forces, protect the new Duke, but also enhance the new Duke's authority. I even suspect now, did the old Duke already know about the Dreaming Salon affair and had such a plan? Sebastian chuckled as he poured Charlotte a cup of hot milk. Charlotte shook her head slightly. Let him go for now. Regardless of his real intention, cleaning up these corrupt nobles is a good thing. But it's not just about cleaning up corrupt nobles, my esteemed master. According to your orders, I secretly instructed the Rose Society to track those affected nobles. Most of them were indeed involved in the Dreaming Salon and colluding with the Blood Demon cult, but there were also many innocent people. Clearly, the old Duke is taking advantage of the opportunity to suppress dissidents amidst the cleanup, Sebastian said. We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. How are those affected nobles? Charlotte asked. Most of them were not clean to begin with, but there are also some decent ones among them. They were only suppressed by the old Duke because they oppose Lord Lino's succession, so these people. The Rose Society has helped them escape as much as possible. All the evidence has been kept. Of course, it's all kept. Very good. After the inspection team from the Holy Court arrives, hand over those materials along with the ones including the High Priest to Captain Kara, Charlotte said. Meanwhile, after experiencing so many changes, the Holy Court did not immediately send down any legendary clergies for inspection. At first, Charlotte was a little puzzled. She had prepared to deal with legendary clergies, but many days had passed without a word. It wasn't until through the intelligence from the High Priest that Charlotte learned what had happened. It turned out that shortly after she thwarted the Blood Demon cult's plan, there was a change of the district bishop of the Holy Court's Crescent Diocese. The handover of power between the old and new authorities inevitably led to some chaos. Add to that the fact that although something had happened in Board, it had been successfully suppressed by the church, and the high priest kept sending signals above that nothing had happened here, so eventually, no one was sent down immediately. But not sending anyone immediately didn't mean they wouldn't send anyone at all. The sighting in Board was well known, and it couldn't be concealed. And after the new district bishop issued instructions, the responsibility for investigating into the blood demon cult incident in the Board duchy fell entirely on the shoulders of the evaluation team coming to the duchy. As for the evaluation team, they were the team responsible for the Holy Court's clergy evaluation, jointly formed by the Inquisition's judgment knights and the Church's priests, specifically to evaluate candidates for the position of archbishop. In other words, the evaluation team was here for the high priest, specifically to assess whether the high priest was qualified to compete for the position of archbishop. This was the last step before the competition for the position of archbishop. As long as it was successfully completed and passed the vote of the review team, the high priest might be able to realize his dream of becoming an archbishop. The high priest was both happy and worried. He was happy that after his efforts and a little luck, the Holy Court did not send a legendary figure down for inspection. But he was worried that the investigation would be handled by the evaluation team, which would only make the investigation into him more rigorous. Although he had done his best to prepare everything, the evaluation team shouldn't have been too hard on him. But the addition of the investigation task had suddenly disrupted his plans. It was because the evaluation task was led by the Church's priests, while the investigation task was led by the Inquisition. In order to balance their power, the diocese simply appointed a new head for the evaluation team, a just and experienced priest. The other party was also a third tier, even stronger than the high priest. O majestic God Nyx, this humble Leonard prays to you for protection, to help me smoothly pass the evaluation. Facing the altar, the high priest prayed respectfully. After the prayer, he didn't forget to take out all the secret information he had collected from the church, reciting it one by one in front of the altar. There was no other way. God Nyx didn't accept sacrifices, actually, couldn't, so he could only transmit information in this way. After reciting the information, and looking at the flickering candles, the high priest's heart felt somewhat reassured. Chapter 144. Chapter 144. You're under arrest. The days of waiting were long and agonizing. Amid anxiety, tension, and anticipation, days passed by slowly, until the high priest finally welcomed the arrival of the church evaluation team from the Crescent Diocese. After days of preparation, he had taken care of everything meticulously. Even the various anomalies in Board had been suppressed one by one through the tacit cooperation between him and the old Duke. Speaking of which, he also had to thank God Nyx, who was evidently hostile to the blood demon cult, for resolving the troubles caused by the blood demon cult and allowing him to cleverly take credit for it. He had truly made a lot of preparations. For safety's sake, he had even temporarily set aside that little beauty from the Castile family. Next, as long as the high priest himself could pass the church's evaluation test, he would be able to completely rid himself of this crisis. What happened in Board would definitely not escape the legendary's investigation, but if he wanted to deceive a Blazing Sun priest, with the covert help of the god, the high priest still had a certain degree of confidence. Of course, he had also prepared for the worst. He had already deactivated the protection of the church's holy symbol in advance, and he had also brought along the advanced magic scroll for long-distance teleportation. If he sensed anything amiss, he would promptly escape. That was the worst-case scenario, one that the high priest hoped would never come to pass. But in case it did, he would have no choice but to completely rely on that mysterious God Nyx. These days, he had been praying to God Nyx frequently, not only hoping to gain the others' protection during the evaluation but also preparing for the worst-case scenario. The melodious sound of the bells rang out from the bell tower of the cathedral, accompanied by rising dust, as the grand procession appeared outside Board City. It was the evaluation team composed of judgment knights and church priests. The entire team comprised over 100 people, marching in grandeur towards Board City, while the high priest Leonard, accompanied by the Board's priests, personally welcomed them at the city gate. The leader of the evaluation team was named Gast, a senior clergy of commoner origin, deeply favored by divine grace, his strength only a step away from legendary. He was also one of the 3 ducal-level lord clergies of the Crescent Kingdom, ruling over the Landis ecclesiastical duchy in the central part of the Crescent Kingdom, also known as the Landis Archbishop. At first glance, the high priest saw the Landis Archbishop surrounded by priests. As a senior clergy of the Holy Court, he had been able to obtain a lot of intelligence on high-level church movements in advance. He knew that the Landis Archbishop had long been valued by the Sacred College and would soon be summoned back to the ecclesiastical state to undergo the divine grace test. Once he passed the test, he would formally ascend to the rank of a cardinal with legendary power, relinquishing his position as the Landis Lord and joining the Sacred College of Cardinals. The position of the Archbishop that High Priest Leonard dreamed of was actually that of the Landis Lord. Thinking of this, the High Priest took a deep breath, put on a friendly and dignified smile, and approached the Landis Archbishop warmly, saying, "Praise the Divine, Your Excellency Gast. Welcome to board." The Landis Archbishop was a tall, white-haired old man with a stern face. Despite the high priest's goodwill, he showed no reaction, only giving the other a cold glance, and then led the members of the evaluation team towards the direction of the cathedral. The high priest's smile froze on his face instantly. Although the Landis Archbishop was a vassal lord of the ecclesiastical state ruling the divine authority, in terms of rank, he was actually on par with High Priest Leonard. Both of them belonged to the ducal level, with the only difference being that the Landis Archbishop's position as a clergy lord was half a rank higher than his, somewhat similar to the difference between nobles with court positions and feudal nobles. For 2 priests of almost the same rank, such a cold and indifferent attitude upon meeting was abnormal, even for a senior evaluation officer like him. The high priest faintly felt that the Landis Archbishop's attitude seemed a bit off, but he couldn't figure out where he might have offended the other. However, regardless, as the evaluation officer evaluating for the qualification of the high priest, he had to manage the relationship well. "We rely on your support." Novelplex.org. Donate now. Maintaining a stiff smile, the high priest turned and followed the procession of the evaluation team. He approached the Landis Archbishop, enthusiastically introducing the customs and church situation of board. But the Landis Archbishop remained expressionless, unmoved, which made the high priest quite embarrassed. If it weren't for the other 2 vice evaluation officers who followed up with some conversation topics, the high priest felt that he might not be able to withstand this serious, awkward, and cold atmosphere for long. This was not normal. Definitely not normal. Even if the church prohibited too much interaction between the evaluation officer and the evaluated clergy, the attitude of the Landis Archbishop was still too abnormal. The high priest felt increasingly restless. The evaluation team hadn't even begun to investigate the situation in board, yet such an attitude appeared. Could it be the diocese had discovered something? The high priest's heart sank slightly. But upon careful consideration, he felt that he had already covered all his tracks, leaving no loopholes behind. Even if there were any, it would be due to the oversight of the evil god's resurrection. Yet he had the merit of routing out the blood demon cult, and the achievement of turning Castle into ecclesiastical territory in the future. These were his advantages. Not to mention, he also had the covert protection of God Nyx. The high priest suppressed the unease in his heart, continuing to smile and chat with the members of the evaluation team until they reached the Cathedral of Board. As the evaluation officer, the Landis Archbishop entered the cathedral first and naturally stood on the high platform in the hall. The Judgment Knights who came with the evaluation team also lined up on both sides, solemn in their demeanor. The high priest was also somewhat nervous. He knew that according to the convention, the evaluation team would soon read out the church's evaluation documents and related procedures. As if verifying his judgment, after the Landis Archbishop took his position, a priest respectfully handed him a parchment scroll. However, when the high priest saw the parchment scroll, he suddenly froze. The color of the parchment scroll's cover was not the usual gold used by the church for issuing ordinary documents. Instead, it was an ominous black. Black documents were only used within the Holy Court for suspension, investigation, disciplinary action, or arrest. The sound of creaking came from behind, and the high priest noticed that the Judgment Knights had directly closed and locked the main door of the cathedral from the inside. As for the other two vice-evaluation officers, who also possessed the third-tier Blazing Sun power, they had already stood on either side of him, seemingly prepared to act at any moment. This was bad. The expression of the high priest changed slightly. At the same time, on the high platform, the Landis Archbishop opened the black parchment scroll and solemnly recited. Based on a genuine report, High Priest Leonard of the Board's Holy Court branch had conspired with the Blood Demon cult to harm civilians, with conclusive evidence. After finishing, he put down the parchment scroll and looked coldly at the High Priest. "Leonard, you are under arrest." Chapter 145, Chapter 145, The Whistleblower. High Priest Leonard has been arrested. On the first day of the evaluation team from the Holy Court entering Board City, he was arrested. Even though he had prepared for the worst, everything he had prepared was completely meaningless under the complete encirclement of the three Blazing Sun Knights. The teleportation scroll in his arms hadn't even been torn open yet when it was snatched away by the Blazing Sun Judgment Knight, and then his whole body was restrained. Although both were third-tier Blazing Sun, the combat power of Judgment Knights was usually far higher than that of clergies like High Priest Leonard. Not to mention, he was surrounded by three Blazing Sun Knights. The High Priest felt anxious, calling desperately in his heart for the name of the evil god, but received no response. It wasn't until the Judgment Knight shrewdly chained his hands with anti-magic chains that he finally realized, the evil god had not protected him at all. The High Priest's heart instantly cooled halfway. Even though it was a scorching summer day, it felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. "No, slander. This is slander. Your Excellency of the evaluation team. I want to appeal," he exclaimed, disheveled. "Appeal? Your appeal? You can take it to the Sacred Judgment and speak with the Chief Judge of the Crescent Diocese," the Landis Archbishop said coldly. "Sacred Judgment." The High Priest's face turned slightly pale. His expression was dazed, showing despair, and he instantly lost his strength. Sacred Judgment, the harshest judgment in the Holy Court. Only after obtaining concrete evidence would it be carried out, and each time it is carried out, the judgment and sentence will inevitably make the judged party pay a price. The disasters that the Rose Society had faced in the past, today, had descended upon him alone. At this moment, the great High Priest finally realized he was done for. When the devout followers from Board went to the cathedral with excitement, ready to attend the grand welcoming event of the Holy Court evaluation team led by the High Priest, what they saw instead was the sight of the disheveled High Priest wearing shackles, being pushed out of the cathedral by the Judgment Knights. This unexpected scene stunned all the believers. What happened? Why was the High Priest arrested? The believers discussed one after another, with shocked expressions. However, soon, the Landis Archbishop and the other two Blazing Sun Knights walked out of the cathedral. He glanced at the gathering of devout believers around the cathedral and whispered a few words to the priests following him. The priests following the Landis Archbishop nodded, then came to the square inches front of the cathedral and, using the church's amplification array, spread the judgment of the Board's High Priest throughout every corner of the square, assaulting thousands of underage girls, serving as a shield for the Dreaming Salon, colluding with the Blood Demon cult. These charges were recited one by one, causing a sensation. The incomprehension towards the actions of the evaluation team quickly turned into anger towards the fallen priest. Shock, disappointment, disgust, anger. The fervent believers began to curse and insult angrily. "Demon, a demon in human skin. Burn him. Burn this evil fallen one." It was unclear who first picked up a stone from the ground and threw it towards the disheveled High Priest, but it quickly incited others to follow. Stones, rotten food, feces. All sorts of filth came flying from all directions. The once highly respected high priest, at this moment, became the object of everyone's scorn. The Landis archbishop watched coldly and did not intervene. The Holy Court despised corrupt priests the most. We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now and every corrupt priest not only faced the most severe judgment, but all their sins would also be exposed to the public, to be condemned by the world. Perhaps this self-exposure of evil undermined the authority of the Holy Court, but it was precisely because of the Holy Court's severe punishment that the Church, which had lasted for thousands of years, still stood. The fervent believers vented their anger on the imprisoned high priest, and more citizens came from all directions to inquire about the commotion. Watching the scandal was always a pleasure for mortals, and the scandal of clergies was no less than that of nobles. As more and more citizens came to condemn, the scene became somewhat chaotic. The Landis archbishop frowned slightly. He glanced at the dispirited high priest sitting on the ground, preparing to end this farce. But just then, a ragged old woman suddenly rushed out of the crowd. She crossed the judgment knights who maintained order, her eyes red, and rushed towards the high priest, screaming hoarsely, "Demon! You damned demon! Give me back my daughter! Give me back my daughter!" The woman was soon stopped by the knights. But the chaotic crowd gradually quieted down. "It's old widow Luna. I heard that her 3 daughters, who depended on each other, were all taken away by the dreaming salon beasts." Watching the weeping woman, the onlookers showed complex expressions. At the same time, one after another, new elders stood up, crying uncontrollably. These were the pitiful parents who had lost their daughters to the blood demon cult and the dreaming salon. For 10 or even more years, for more than a decade of bloody sacrifices, thousands of girls had been killed, and countless families had been destroyed. Although the nobles who organized the dreaming salon were dead, everyone understood that without the protection of the high priest, this bloody and evil activity could never have continued to this day. The organizers of the event deserved to die. But the umbrella behind the scenes was even more despicable. Watching the weeping elders, the Landis archbishop sighed deeply and said, "Help them up, and then take Leonard away." The knights and priests quickly helped the elders up, and the high priest was also escorted away by the judgment knights. As the ringleader was taken away, the crowd gathered in the square gradually dispersed. In a corner of the square, Gara, dressed in plain clothes, stood in the shadow of the sidewalk trees, silently looking in the direction of the cathedral. Beside her, Duke's son Lena wore a complicated expression, showing signs of lamentation. "I never expected that the protector of the dreaming salon would turn out to be the high priest. No wonder the blood demon cultists in board couldn't be completely eradicated for so many years. It turns out there was a problem within the church." As he spoke, he couldn't help but look at the expressionless female knight Gara. "Gara, I just heard them say. It seems that the high priest was reported, but I don't know who reported him, and how they could investigate it so clearly." As soon as he finished speaking, several evaluation team judgment knights rode over from the distance. Leading them was the vice-leader officer of the evaluation team, the third-tier Blazing Sun judgment knight, who was also the newly appointed board's grand knight. He came to Gara's side, showing an appreciative smile, drew a cross with his right hand, and said, "Praise the divine. You are the board's demon hunter squad leader, Gara, right?" "Gara, thanks to your report on High Priest Leonard, the Holy Court was able to timely clear this corrupt scourge." Gara reported. Lena was suddenly stunned. While the Blazing Sun Knight looked solemn, he sincerely asked, "Madam Gara, the Chief Judge of the Crescent Diocese highly appreciates you. Are you interested in leaving board and joining the diocese's judiciary?" Chapter 146. Chapter 146, I am really tired. The Blazing Sun Knight had a sincere expression. Board's Demon Hunter Squad leader, Gara, reached the pinnacle of the second-tier Silver Moon at a young age, has limitless potential for the future. It was almost a certainty that she would step into the Blazing Sun and even have the chance to peek into Legendary. Such talent would be welcomed anywhere, worthy of recruitment from a Blazing Sun Knight. Upon hearing the words of the Blazing Sun Knight of the Blazing Sun, Kara's expression slightly changed, followed by the Demon Hunter Knights behind her. They looked worriedly at their own captain, hesitant to speak. However, Kara, who had been silent all along, gently shook her head. Grand Knight, thank you for your offer. The Blazing Sun Knight didn't get angry at her refusal but instead smiled kindly. It's okay. If Madame Kara changes her mind, the diocese will welcome your arrival at any time. The Demon Hunter Bureau. For someone as talented as you, it's too small. Madame Kara, I'll take my leave now. If you change your mind, you can always find me at the Board's Inquisition. With that, he nodded slightly to Kara and turned to leave. Only after the Blazing Sun Knight's figure was no longer visible did the Demon Hunter Knights behind Kara couldn't help but spit on the ground. Phew. So what if he is a Blazing Sun? Those guys from the Inquisition. They always try to poach from our Demon Hunter Bureau. Captain Kara, you did the right thing. You can't go to that Inquisition place. The Demon Hunter Knights chattered. However, Kara remained silent. Lino felt that Kara's mood was off today. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Kara, but what he saw was a lonely and weary face. Kara, are you okay? Lino asked with concern. The Demon Hunter Knights finally noticed Kara's expression and said worriedly, Captain? Kara still didn't answer but instead took off the silver cross sword hanging from her waist. She placed the sword together with the Demon Hunter's leader uniform, then handed it to the bewildered Demon Hunter Knight, and calmly said, Return these things to the church. From now on, I am no longer your captain. Upon hearing Kara's words, the Demon Hunters looked shocked. Captain? Are you quitting the Demon Hunter Bureau? Captain, what's going on? Kara shook her head slightly. It's nothing, I'm just tired. After saying that, she turned and left. Watching Kara's departing figure, Lino was also puzzled. He was about to catch up, but a roll of parchment fell out of the Demon Hunter's leader uniform pocket. Lino's heart skipped a beat as he picked up the parchment and glanced at it, then his eyes widened suddenly. No wonder. That parchment turned out to be evidence of the crimes committed by the High Priest, and the most striking thing was a name marked on the list. It was Kara's sister's name. Lino understood everything in an instant. He looked towards the direction Kara had left, his expression full of complexity. He could understand Kara's feelings. Perhaps many demon hunters didn't know why Kara joined the Demon Hunter Bureau in the first place, but he knew that she joined the Holy Court in order to investigate the disappearance of her sister. But now, after everything was revealed, the mastermind behind the scenes of the Dreaming Saloon was the High Priest who brought her into the church. No matter who it was, it would be hard to accept. We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. Lino didn't know if Kara had found out about this evidence herself or if someone else had given it to her. But it didn't matter anymore. After knowing the truth, even if she personally sent the High Priest to the Sacred Judgment, it would probably not eliminate the fatigue and disappointment in Kara's heart. Watching the figure walking away, Lino's eyes were full of pity. He took a deep breath and rode his horse to catch up, soon walking side by side with Kara. Carefully looking at the silent female knight, Lino swallowed and carefully chose his words. Kara, I know you're feeling bad. If you don't want to stay in the Demon Hunter Bureau anymore, then don't. He squeezed his fist and gathered his courage again, saying, Kara, let's go to the tavern together. Tonight, we won't come back until we're drunk. Tomorrow is the beginning of a new day. Lino's expression was sincere. However, the female knight beside him did not respond to his words. Kara? Lino repeated. Kara still didn't respond to him. Lino finally felt something was wrong. Although Kara's attitude towards him was neither cold nor warm normally, he knew it was because her sister's matter weighed heavily on her heart. When they were mercenary partners a long time ago, their relationship was much better than it is today. Lino had always believed that once the matter was resolved, Kara would be back to her past self. But now, why did she become even more indifferent to him after the High Priest, the culprit behind the scenes, was caught. He was sure that her current attitude wasn't because of the high priest's matter. He could feel that Kara just didn't want to talk to him. Kara, what's wrong? Why don't you even want to talk to me anymore? Lena couldn't help but repeat again. This time, Kara finally stopped. She turned her head, looking at Lino with indifference, and said coldly, Lord Lino, let's part ways here. Lino widened his eyes. Why? Did I do something wrong? Kara didn't answer, but once again took out a piece of parchment from her bosom. It was made of the same material as the parchment that had just fallen out of her leader's uniform, looking like it had been torn from it. She threw the parchment to Lino wearily and said, I am really tired. After saying that, she didn't say anything more and turned away again. Lino instinctively opened the parchment. It was also a piece of parchment recording crimes. However, unlike the previous parchment, this one didn't list enough evidence of the crimes, more like a simple record. However, what it recorded was not the crimes of the High Priest. It was the crimes of Duke Bord. The parchment recorded the Duke's conspiracy with Count Broyes, kidnapping girls with the intent of sacrificing them to demons, and the hidden secrets behind the Dlame demon disaster 10 years ago, a darker and completely buried truth. Lino's eyes widened almost instantly, his expression full of disbelief. He looked up suddenly, staring blankly in the direction Kara had left, finally understanding the reason behind her indifferent attitude. Kara's sister had disappeared long before the flame demon disaster. If the contents of this parchment were true, if the direct culprit behind Kara's sister's death was indeed the High Priest, then the highly respected Duke Bord, the illustrious Bord family, was the source of everything. Lino clenched his fists, his nails almost digging into his flesh, his expression extremely ugly. He gripped the parchment tightly, his face dark, then immediately turned on his horse and galloped fiercely towards the direction of the Duke's mansion. Chapter 147, Chapter 147. The real old fox in the eastern district of the city, at the Duke's mansion. The grey-haired Duke of Bord reclined halfway on a chaise lounge, gently closing his eyes. Behind him, a professionally trained maid cautiously massaged his shoulders using techniques said to be inherited from the Elven tribe. A faint smoke rose and swirled round from the incense on the table. It was a magical incense from the lunar island, capable of calming the mind and relaxing the mood with a slight refreshing effect. Occasional coughs echoed, causing the old Duke's body to shake violently. The intense coughing seemed as if he might cough out his heart and lungs, making everyone uncomfortable to hear. However, the old Duke was already accustomed to it. He knew his health was deteriorating day by day. Aging and illness were natural, and although he had struggled and strived, he had long since accepted it. Being able to peacefully pass down the family legacy was enough for him to be content. What's Lino doing? After a few coughs, Duke's Bord asked slowly. The attendants looked at each other, and finally, someone stepped forward and nervously answered. Your Grace, today the evaluation team from the Holy Court has arrived. Lord Lino has gone to the cathedral for the ceremony. The ceremony? Hey, that lad isn't so concerned about the Holy Court. Is he going to see that knight from the Demon Hunter Bureau? The old Duke chuckled and sneered. The attendants lowered their heads, tense and nervous, focusing on their tasks, and no one answered. The Duke felt bored and said no more. He knew his son had a crush on a certain knight. He had even investigated personally, and indeed, she was a promising talent, becoming a Silver Moon Knight at such a young age. But unfortunately, she was of common birth, not a noble. Lino's origins already had flaws, and Duke Bord would not allow the future Duchess of Bord to come from an even lower background. Talent only represents future potential, and the future is always uncertain. Since she wasn't a noble, she was not within his considerations. Lino's origins were already flawed. Even if he made preparations, he might not gain the recognition of other nobles, especially those of the same standing in the kingdom. Without recognition, the Duke's position wouldn't be stable. Duke Bord couldn't possibly let a crude mercenary knight become the future Duke's wife. But his own considerations were not enough. The old Duke knew his son well. He knew Lena wouldn't give up. Thinking of this, Duke Bord pondered for a moment and said calmly, "Go and contact the High Priest. After the evaluation, ask him to transfer her away." Duke Bord couldn't personally deal with a knight belonging to the church, especially a Silver Moon Knight. But he could have someone else do it. Once she was transferred from Bord, out of Leno's sight, with his years of connections, the old Duke was confident he could handle her quietly without dirtying his own hands. He was quite adept at this kind of thing, experienced too. Thinking of this, the old Duke squinted slightly. Bord's upper and lower echelons thought he had been tricked by the Castell family and the church deals, while his foolish brother thought his secret actions went unnoticed. But who knew? He actually knew everything his foolish brother had done. As the master of Bord, nothing could escape his eyes. From the moment he knew he had a bastard wandering outside, Duke Bord began to pave the way for his future. We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. However, just as the Duke of Bord was contemplating how to deal with the little troublesome female knight, suddenly a guard knight hurriedly returned from outside. "Your Grace, something's happened. There's trouble at the cathedral." Seeing the guard panting, the old Duke frowned. "What's happened?" "The High Priest has been arrested by the church's evaluation team." "What? The High Priest has been arrested?" "Yes. It's said that they received a specific report, claiming the High Priest was the patron of the Dreaming Salon and colluded with the Blood Demon cult." "A specific report? Someone knew the High Priest's secrets?" Duke Bord's expression turned serious. He quickly got up from the lounge chair, feeling somewhat uneasy. He had recently been using the pretext of the Dreaming Salon to deal with the nobles within the duchy. If the secret of the High Priest being involved as a patron was exposed, would this fire burn onto him, who had some kind of transaction with the High Priest? However, after careful consideration, the old Duke soon calmed down again. If this fire were to burn onto him, the messenger wouldn't be the guard knight of the Duke's mansion, but rather the judgment knight from the evaluation team. He sat back down, closed his eyes, and recalled, confirming that he hadn't left any traces of involvement in the Blood Demon cult's turmoil that lasted more than a decade. Exposing his dealings with the High Priest wouldn't matter much. It could be argued that it was to avoid scandal for the Bord family. The role of Count Dulip was evident at this moment. As for himself, 10 years ago, he did indeed take more intense and risky actions, indirectly dealing with the Blood Demon cult. But at that time, he remained behind the scenes, and all those who knew had already died. Duke Bord believed those secrets had been buried in history with the passage of time, existing only in his memory. Thinking of this, Duke Bord regained his composure. With the Holy Court arresting the High Priest, he was probably done for. Life was unpredictable, and even he hadn't expected the High Priest to be finished off so suddenly and unexpectedly. Even I only had some guesses about the High Priest's affairs. Who could have reported him? The old Duke couldn't help but wonder. At this moment, he suddenly felt as if there was a force in Bord City manipulating everything. For a moment, he thought of the terrifying existence that defeated the flame demon that night, and the mysterious evil god. But he quickly shook his head. That evil god was so powerful that if she wanted to do something in Bord, no one could stop her, so why bother? Just then, a noise came from outside, and Lena pushed aside the knights guarding the door, bursting into the study with a menacing air. Seeing Lena, the old Duke frowned, rebuking him discontentedly. "What's the rush? You have no trace of nobility left in you. Have you forgotten all the etiquette you were taught?" However, Lena just looked at him coldly and threw a parchment in front of him. "Etiquette? If noble etiquette means associating with evil, then I'd rather not have such etiquette," Lena said coldly. The old Duke's expression darkened. He picked up the parchment and glanced at it casually, and soon his gaze froze instantly. Chapter 148. Chapter 148. The Duke's true purpose. Where did this parchment come from? The solemn gaze slowly withdrew from the parchment, and Duke Bord watched cautiously towards Leno. Seeing his solemn expression, Leno's expression changed, quickly turning into disappointment. "Judging by your expression, Everything written on this, is it all true? The old duke's gaze fell on the surrounding maids and servants. You all leave first. The maids and servants bowed and hurriedly left. Only father and son remained in the study. Lino looked at Duke Board with a complicated expression, pursing his lips as he asked. 10 years ago, during the Flame Demon disaster, was the Board family the true mastermind? The uprising in Count Tulip territory, was it orchestrated by you? Tell me, is all this true or false? Lino pressed on with his questions. Duke Board was about to answer when Lino interjected. I want to hear the truth. Duke Board fell into silence. He set down the parchment in his hand, sighed lightly, and asked back. What if it's true? What if it's false? These are all things of the past. Lino's face instantly turned ugly. Things of the past? So, you're saying the Board family truly was the root cause? Did the revered Board family, guardians of the Board Duchy, secretly cause the Flame Demon disaster 10 years ago, resulting in the destruction of thousands of families? And the purpose? Was it for you to restore your fertility? Did you plot the rebellion against Count Tulip, causing tens of thousands of subjects to become ruined? Is this the Board family? Is this what you call the glory of nobility? Listening to Lino's accusations, Duke Board's face turned pale and then flushed. He fell silent for a moment before saying, Lino, what's written here is just one side of the story. There's no evidence. Evidence? Even if there were evidence, I'm afraid you've already destroyed it, haven't you? Lino sneered. Duke Board's expression immediately darkened. Lino, mind your tone and your status. I am your father. But I don't remember having such an evil father. Lino shook his head coldly. Watching his stubborn attitude, the old duke frowned. He knew his bastard son had a stubborn temper, not yielding to coercion. Especially at this moment, he should use a softer approach. Thinking of this, the old duke set aside the parchment and sighed lightly, saying, Yes, 10 years ago during the Flame Demon disaster, the Board family was involved, and I did orchestrate the uprising in Count Tulip territory. But there were reasons for all of it. Reasons? Lino frowned. The old duke sighed deeply and continued. Yes, my child, all of this is for the future of the duchy, and you. We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. I have already lost my fertility long ago, and you are my only son. But the entire Board Duchy will never acknowledge your lineage. Everyone will only see your uncle, Anthony, as the heir to the title. But from the beginning, I knew that you were more suited to inherit the duchy. You are my child, the one who should inherit the title. For you, for the future of the duchy, and to eliminate Count Tulip's right to inherit the title, I orchestrated the rebellion in his territory. The purpose of rebellion in the Tulip County and the Flame Demon disaster are both the same. Lino laughed bitterly. For me? How noble. So many people died in the Tulip Rebellion, and you say it's for the duchy. The Flame Demon disaster caused so much damage to the Board Duchy, and you say it's for me. The old duke frowned faintly and calmly said, I know what is written on this parchment claims that I did it all to restore my fertility. I have to admit, the person who gave you this parchment indeed knows some secrets from back then. However, that is not the complete truth. The truth? At this point, are you still talking about truth with me? Lino said angrily. But the old duke had completely regained his composure. He looked quietly at his illegitimate son and said slowly, Lino, do you know how precarious the Board family was 10 years ago? At that time, there were 4 blazing sons in the duchy, 3 of whom were not from my Board family, and 2 of whom were from the Castile family. The Star Moon War had ended, the duchy was in ruins, but the Castile family was thriving. The Count of Castile and his wife were highly respected, and countless nobles and commoners followed them. Many lords of other kingdoms, when mentioning our Board Duchy, only knew of Castile, not Board. Their power was too strong. They had already threatened the rule of our Board family. If we let them continue to grow, the entire Board Duchy will fall into chaos. Wait. Are you saying? Hearing the Duke's words, Lena was slightly stunned. The old Duke looked deeply at him and continued. Yes, you're right. The Board family did indeed manipulate the flame demon disaster, but the true purpose was to suppress the influence of the already dominant noble families. The Castile family was too powerful, and they were very close to Antony. Even the Blois family were their allies. Perhaps during the war, they were the arms of the duchy, but the war has ended, and the duchy does not need so many blazing suns. We need to utilize the blood demon cult, utilize the flame demon disaster, utilize the dreaming salon, to strike these increasingly powerful nobles. Lena was completely stunned. So you secretly encouraged Count Blois? So you allowed the outbreak of the flame demon disaster? You watched as the flame demon ravaged the city, allowed the blood demon cult to harm innocent girls, just to eliminate the family that contributed the most to the duchy during the Star Moon War? As he spoke, he suddenly realized something, and his face turned ugly. Wait. Is this also true for the dreaming salon this time? Do you mean you already knew everything? You were just waiting to close the net? The old Duke fell silent for a moment and sighed. Was that bad? If we don't utilize the dreaming salon, how can we eliminate those noble families that are likely to challenge our rule in the future? Lena, I know you may find it hard to accept, but it's necessary. We are the Board, we are the lords of the duchy, and we cannot allow any vassal to possess the power to challenge us. Nobles value honor. Dealing with it in this way, we can be seen as saviors in the eyes of the people, and we can also eliminate threats. If sacrificing a small number of subjects can ensure the long-term stability of the duchy, isn't this good? Lena stared blankly at the old Duke as if he were looking at a stranger. Crazy. You must be crazy. Chapter 149. Chapter 149, Parting Ways, End of First Book. Crazy? No. This is being clever. Duke Board shook his head lightly. With that, he looked calmly at Lena and said, if you want to be a qualified Duke of Board, you must have some skills. But Lena burst into laughter. What a cleverly! What a skill! What a board! With that, he tore off the lion emblem from his chest and threw it on the ground, saying, if this is what you call the revered Board, then keep this emblem for yourself. This filthy surname, such nobility, disgusts me. After saying this, Lena also took off his splendid noble robe, threw it on the ground, and then turned and left. Stop, you rebel. Pick up the family emblem for me. Duke Board's expression darkened, and his voice was stern. The pressure of a third-tier blazing sun burst out instantly, and Lena's face turned pale instantly. However, he still stood tall and coldly said, no. That's your family emblem. From today on, I have no relation with Board anymore. I swear to the Lord Harold, I, Lena, have no more ties with the Board family. With that, he slammed the door and left without looking back. Duke Board looked in the direction Lena disappeared with an ugly expression, angrily crushing the armrest of the chair. But soon, he slumped back into the chair, looking much older all of a sudden. Board City's North Gate. Kara led her horse, silently looking at the beautiful girl who came to see her off. Under the black parasol, the girl with golden hair and blue eyes smiled charmingly and asked sincerely, Miss Kara, have you really decided to leave Board and restart your mercenary career in the Eastern Unit Blackland? Would you reconsider my proposal? Kara remained silent for a moment, then shook her head gently. No, I'm tired. Upon hearing Kara's words, the girl's expression was somewhat regretful. She sighed softly, saying, I understand. Thank you for your care in Board. I wish you a safe journey and hope you can start a new life in the Eastern Unit Blackland. The East Unit Blackland is not too far from the Castile domain, and Castile's gates are always open for you. I hope in the future we can meet again. Kara nodded slightly, then mounted her horse. Thank you. She left these last words and rode away. Watching the gradually disappearing figure of the female knight on the horizon, Sebastian, holding the umbrella for Charlotte, sighed softly. Clearly wanting to find out the truth, but always working for enemies. Miss Kara is really pitiful. Charlotte also nodded in agreement. Kara must have been utterly disappointed with the church to the point of resigning from the Demon Hunter Bureau. She still hoped to recruit such an extraordinary knight to her territory. But unfortunately, after experiencing various setbacks, the other party no longer had the mood to work for Castle. I hope that after leaving board, she can soon get out of the past's shadow, the girl said. But unfortunately, she didn't manage to strike a blow to Duke Board. From what I know, Kara's report to the church did not involve the Board family, Sebastian said regretfully. Charlotte smiled ambiguously. We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. That's not necessarily true. While the two were talking, the urgent sound of horse hooves came from behind. Charlotte's heart stirred and she turned around. After seeing the person riding on top clearly, she smiled slightly and said, Lord Lino, why did you come out of the city? The person riding the horse was indeed Lino. He had changed back into the clothes and equipment of a free mercenary, and there was no longer the emblem and sword of the Board family. He eagerly looked around, as if searching for something. Even after hearing Charlotte's voice, his mind was not on talking with the girl, but rather absent-mindedly said, Oh, Miss Charlotte. After speaking, he hurriedly asked, Miss Charlotte, have you seen Kara? I heard someone say she left the city from this direction. Miss Kara? She has headed north, Charlotte said. North? Lino's spirits lifted. Yes, she's leaving board. She said she's going to the Eastern Unit Blackland to start a new life. Charlotte continued. Leaving board? Heading to Eastern Unit? Lino murmured to himself, his gaze towards the distance becoming firm. Miss Charlotte, thank you for letting me know. After that, he looked apologetic again. Also, I'm sorry. He performed a mercenary etiquette towards Charlotte, then continued riding his horse, chasing towards the north. Watching Lino gradually disappear, Sebastian couldn't help but say, it seems that the old Duke will have another headache for his succession issue. Charlotte nodded slightly. The old Duke was as cunning as a fox. Apart from those memories in Lottie's dream, he had left no evidence pointing to him. The Duke was a prominent noble in the kingdom. Without sufficient evidence, even the Holy Court couldn't act against him. But sometimes, striking the enemy doesn't necessarily require sufficient evidence. His own life was not going to last long, yet he severed ties with his only heir. For Duke Board, who regarded the succession of his family as paramount, this was akin to witnessing the end of his family line, a punishment more agonizing than death itself. Taking her gaze back from the distance, Charlotte reached out gently. Dots of light gathered in her hand, and the specters of the victim girls appeared. Everything is over now, you guys can also rest in peace. She sighed. They gently bowed to Charlotte. A breeze blew, and the dots of light scattered with the wind. Charlotte watched the last wisp of soul dissipate. Then, she turned and left. In the holy calendar year 1444, in the 7th month, the high priest of Board colluded with the blood demon cult, causing great outrage in Board and even in the Crescent Kingdom. In the 9th month of the same year, the criminal Leonard was arrested by the Holy Court in the capital of the Crescent Kingdom. Due to his severe impact, he was immediately sentenced to burning at the stake by the judge of the Crescent Diocese. At the same time, the heir of the Board family, Lino de Board, announced his separation from the Board family and went to the Adventurer's Paradise, the Eastern Unit Blackland, to become a free mercenary. In the 10th month, after a detailed investigation, the Holy Court confirmed the suspected appearance of a bloodborne divinity in Board. According to the confession of the criminal Leonard, the Holy Court referred to them as Godnikes and listed them as a key target of investigation. Chapter 150, Chapter 150, Blood Acolytes. Supreme True Ancestor. The embodiment of darkness and shadow. The origin of all bloodlines. As your devout and humble descendant, I pray here for your guidance. In the splendidly lit secret chamber, numerous werewolves led by the black-hooded werewolf Fluff fervently prayed at the altar and raised the crimson emblem composed of thorny roses. The altar was intricately carved with exquisite magical runes, adorned with a throne made of thorns and roses, emitting a crimson haze as the werewolves prayed. Amidst the haze, Luff, the leading werewolf, faintly seemed to hear an illusory and majestic voice echoing in his ears. A crimson mist pervaded around the altar, and a blood-colored light enveloped Luff. And Luff felt a warm power surging into his body, making him feel being filled with strength. It was a blessing. It was a blessing from the great true ancestor. Luff was excited. He firmly remembered the ethereal and majestic voice that had just echoed in his ears and fervently bowed towards the direction of the altar. Your Majesty, the great true ancestor, your devout and humble descendant will always remember your guidance. Your guidance is the direction of our lives. The crimson radiance gradually disappeared from the altar, and the fervent Luff slowly stood up and turned around, facing the numerous werewolves. He spoke in a deep voice. Everyone, it has been 8 months since we had re-established contact with the great ancestor. Just now, the majestic true ancestor sent us another divine oracle. The Holy Court has noticed the activities of our Nightshade cult. We must now head north and leave Board behind. Everyone, the gaze of the true ancestor is upon us. For the early return of the Lord, for the future of the werewolves, let the crimson radiance accompany our footsteps towards the north. Praise the true ancestor, Luff exclaimed excitedly. Praise the true ancestor, other werewolves echoed one after another. In the luxurious small reception room of Castle Mansion, a beautiful young girl with golden hair and blue eyes, dressed in a gorgeous gown, sat elegantly on a silk armchair. It was a strapless gown primarily in white, adorned with golden patterns, elegant and dignified, enhancing the girl's already beautiful appearance, adding a touch of maturity to her youthfulness. She rubbed her temples slightly, looking apologetically at the Judgment Knight in front of her. I'm sorry, Sir Knight, I felt a little dizzy just now, and I didn't catch your question clearly. Could you please repeat it? Shifting his gaze away from the increasingly charming face of the girl, the Judgment Knight took a deep breath and adjusted his expression. Miss Castle, you are the first Board noble that come into contact with the power of God Nyx. Do you really have no clue about this? Sir Knight, I'm really sorry. As a devout believer in the Holy Court, I have always avoided matters related to these evil gods. You know, my grandmother was once bewitched by the blood demon cult, and I was almost killed because of it. Well, we've noted your words. Thank you for your cooperation. If you remember anything later or get any clues related to God Nyx and the Nightshade cult, please report immediately to the Inquisition. The Judgment Knight said solemnly. Oh, by the way. After speaking, he stood up from his seat, and his solemn expression softened a bit, his tone slowing down. Miss Castle, on behalf of the Inquisition and the Grand Knight, I congratulate your coming of age. May the divine light always be with you. The girl also stood up, curtsying slightly, revealing a pure and beautiful smile. Thank you for your blessings. May the divine light be with you too. The Judgment Knight soon left, and after watching him leave, the girl's smile slowly faded. She picked up the goblet on the table, took a sip of fragrant milk, and fell into thought. Meow. Miss Charlotte, it seems that the Inquisition takes God Nyx very seriously. It's been so long, and they're still investigating, and even digging out the secrets of the Thorny Rose. Choosing today to inquire, these knights from the Inquisition really lack romance. The black cat Nice wiggled its chubby body, jumped off the chair, skillfully picked up the milk jug, and eagerly filled the girl's cup. No worries, we're leaving here soon anyway. Charlotte didn't mind, shaking her head gently. Then you should pay attention to your subjects. The intelligence of werewolves might not withstand the investigation of the Holy Court. I have my arrangements, Charlotte said indifferently. Meow. That's good. I can't wait to follow you to Castle County now. I heard that the fish from the Star Moon Strait is delicious. Nice eagerly expressed as he licked his paws. Charlotte glanced at it strangely. This guy used to want to run away at any time, but now it's already assumed that it will follow her to Castle County. After finishing speaking, The black cat left the reception room. Charlotte fell into contemplation. It had been exactly 1 year since she came to this world. After eliminating the influence of the blood demon cult in Bord and sending away the high priest, she enjoyed quite a long period of freedom. In nearly a year, with daily perseverance in training, her true strength had improved further, and she had mastered various bloodborne innate magical talents one by one. Unfortunately, after successfully controlling Bord City, the newly appointed high priest shifted his focus back to the event of the evil god's appearance in Bord, restarting the investigation. Honestly, Charlotte wasn't afraid of the investigation herself, but she wasn't alone anymore. Shortly after the high priest prayed to her last year, she received prayers from the werewolves. With a try-it-and-see attitude, Charlotte accepted the werewolves' prayers and successfully established some kind of strange connection with them. Thinking about this, Charlotte immersed herself in consciousness and activated the Gospel of Blood again. The crimson radiance spread in her consciousness, and she once again saw the starry sky composed of illusory crimson stars corresponding to the blood summoning. But at this moment, the starry sky had changed significantly from when Charlotte first saw it. Around Charlotte, in the center of the starry sky, there were nearly 200 reddish gold stars. These were stars representing the werewolves, and they also represented Charlotte's believers. Yes, believers. We rely on your support. Novelplex.org. Donate now. Charlotte immersed herself in consciousness, looking at her personal panel. On the Gospel of Blood, behind the blood affiliation, there was a new column added: Blood Acolytes, 179, Werewolves. That's right, Charlotte has acquired believers. Half a year ago, after accepting the prayers of the werewolves, it was as if she was an aircraft carrier that had re-established contact with the carrier-based aircraft, establishing a wonderful connection with these werewolves. Like Sebastian, she could send her gaze through the stars represented by these werewolves to them and could also hear their prayers. However, she couldn't bestow power upon them, nor could she summon them to her side like summoning Sebastian. Moreover, Charlotte did not gain the power of belief from these followers, even though they indeed worshipped the true ancestor. Charlotte initially thought this was because she was not the real true ancestor. But as she looked at the thorny rose emblem used by the werewolves for their prayers, she overturned this idea because the thorny rose was pointing to her. This is interesting. Through this, Charlotte speculated that the gods cultivating believers did not necessarily seek to gain power from the believers, or, it is even possible that there is no such thing as the power of belief in this world. Then, what is the purpose of divine evangelism? Charlotte was quite curious. For the past half year, she had been secretly studying the mysteries of believers and gods, but unfortunately, she had not been able to make any sense of it. She speculated that either the power of the Gospel of Blood was not enough and her true power was too low, or she had not grasped some key aspect. The only special point, perhaps, was that when she bestowed divine blessings upon these blood acolytes, the efficiency of using the divine power of blood was much higher than when blessing ordinary beings, and the duration was also longer. This even made Charlotte speculate whether continuously bestowing blessings could forcibly create a presence among the followers similar to a divine messenger. Of course, this was only Charlotte's speculation. She is currently lacking in divine power. She doesn't have so much divine power to experiment with. For the past half year, the only stable source of divine power she could find was from Leeching Harold. By absorbing the power of large-scale divine rituals, she accumulated divine power little by little. But it's ridiculous. Half a year has passed, and her divine power has only recovered by 3 points, totaling 27.8. In order to accumulate divine power, she didn't even perform new blood summoning, and these 100+ blood acolytes couldn't provide her with any divine power. But one thing is certain, after acquiring these blood acolytes, she could clearly feel that her connection with the Gospel of Blood seemed to deepen. Even when she practiced the bloodborne magical talents and studied the bloodline resonance. This was a breakthrough in research, but unfortunately, Charlotte was not sure if this change was really related to the believers. Without obvious benefits, Charlotte didn't have much motivation to preach. Furthermore, in the heartland of the Holy Court's faith, Board City, she didn't dare to preach recklessly. So, these werewolf believers were kept in the Rose Society by her. Not to mention anything else, at least as blood acolytes, they could ensure loyalty. However, Charlotte's temporary lack of preaching impulse did not mean that the werewolves didn't have it. The Nightshade cult was formed under such circumstances. Although it was only in its infancy and was not established by Charlotte herself, it naturally and inevitably established itself in the underground world of Board City and gained the enthusiastic support of the werewolves. Charlotte could even guess that Sebastian must have had a hand in this. However, since Sebastian was willing to help her secretly establish a church, she was happy to see it happen. Regardless of what the purpose of divine evangelism is, almost every God spreads faith. This indicates that faith and believers play a crucial role in the growth of gods. Although Charlotte currently couldn't figure out the purpose of the gods, it didn't prevent her from making plans for the future. Therefore, after discovering that the Holy Court had noticed the existence of the Nightshade cult, she contacted the leader of the werewolves, Luff, and conveyed the oracle for them to set off north as soon as possible. It could be considered paving the way for Charlotte. After all, Castle territory was in the north. Thinking of this, Charlotte slowly withdrew from her consciousness. At the same time, Sherry, who had already taken up the position of head maid and Charlotte's personal maid, also came to the reception room. Seeing Sherry, Charlotte smiled slightly. "Are they all here?" Sherry slightly lowered her head, still expressionless, but her voice carried a hint of anger. "Yes, the guests have almost all arrived." "Are you going to the banquet hall now?" Charlotte did not directly answer but asked back. "How did you think about the matter I asked you to consider?" Listening to her words, Shirley's expressionless beautiful face lowered slightly, seemingly hesitant. Charlotte didn't force it but smiled. "Don't feel pressured. Even if you don't become my follower, you can still continue to work by my side. However, if you want to continue following me, then drink that bottle of blood." Sherry remained silent for a moment before nodding gently. The blood Charlotte referred to naturally was the blood that one needs to drink to become her servant. That blood was her own, containing a trace of the bloodline power needed to become her servant. After recovering more than 20 pages of the Gospel, Charlotte's quota for blood servants had increased by 3, and for Sherry, her personal maid, she hoped to recruit her as a servant as well. This would facilitate her future actions. Of course, if the other party was unwilling, Charlotte wouldn't force it. In that case, she would have to find a more suitable personal maid, and the proposal of drinking the blood to become a servant would be erased from Sherry's memory. Modifying memories. That was a bloodborne magic talent, an ability under the mental path's domination. The Blood Demon cult's high priest had once used domination to modify Lottie's memory. And after obtaining the pages from the Blood Demon cult, Charlotte also gained the inheritance called memory domination. The number of bloodborne magic she now mastered was already vastly different from before, and she could be considered a qualified bloodborne member. Standing up from her seat, Charlotte adjusted the gown on her body. Today marked the first anniversary of her crossing into this world. At the same time, it was the 16th birthday of this body, also the day of the coming-of-age ceremony, formally inheriting the title of Countess Castle. Today's Castle Manor gathered quite a few nobles from the duchy. "Let's go, let's meet our guests." Wearing the family crest of Castle on her chest, Charlotte smiled and said, Chapter 151, Chapter 151, Coming-of-Age Ceremony. When Charlotte, dressed in elegant attire, entered the mansion's grand hall, warm applause erupted instantly. In the luxurious reception hall, amidst the bustling crowd, nobles rose one after another, paying their respects to the young lady. Among them were families and the merchants with business dealings with Castle, representatives from various allied families, and envoys from vassal nobles of Castle County. Charlotte wore a gorgeous noble gown, her long golden hair naturally cascading down her back, elegant and noble, beautiful and charming, like a pristine angel under the dazzling crystal chandeliers. Today, she looked even more beautiful and mature. Of course, Charlotte knew that this was all due to the effects of clothing and makeup. She measured her height every once in a while, and since transmigrated, she hadn't actually grown taller at all. Underneath her clothes, she was still that pitiful little figure. Charlotte seriously suspected that her physique and appearance had been permanently fixed from the moment she became a bloodborne. Seeing the young lady entering the hall, the crowd attending the ceremony made way, and a wine-red silk carpet led straight to the front of the hall. There, the dean of the church's hospital, Raoul, wore a white priest robe, stood with a contented smile on his face. Charlotte made her way through the crowd and approached the front of the hall. She lifted the hem of her skirt and gracefully curtsied to Raoul, smiling. "Good evening, Grandpa Raoul." Raoul also smiled. "Good evening, Charlotte. Congratulations on your coming of age. You look truly beautiful today." "Thank you for your praise." Charlotte smiled. With a blink, she added, "Congratulations to you too, on becoming the High Priest of Board City." "Just an acting High Priest. If I can't pass the church's grace test to become a Blazing Sun Knight, I'll still have to return to work at the church's hospital." Raoul shook his head. The church's grace test. Charlotte's heart stirred, silently remembering the name. The appointment of Raoul, the dean of the church's hospital, as the High Priest of Board City was quite surprising to Charlotte. Generally, only third-tier Blazing Sun priests were qualified to become high priests. According to what Black Cat Nice knew, this seemed to be the result of power struggles between the Inquisition and the Board City Church. The newly appointed Grand Knight did not want to see a strong high priest in Board City, so he supported Raoul, who was still a silver moon. The reason was to clean up the corrupt priests. As the saying goes, a fish rots from the head down. As High Priest Leonard willingly fell, there must be also his supporters within the Board City Church. Perhaps these supporters were not aware of the High Priest's secrets, but their hands were not clean. Some of them even participated in the activities of the Dreaming Salon. In recent months, under the scrutiny of the Inquisition, the Board City Church has been in chaos every day. However, for Charlotte, this was a good thing. She had always maintained a good relationship with Raoul, and having Raoul perform the coming-of-age ceremony for her could also avoid unnecessary trouble. "You will definitely pass the test, after all. Your faith is so devout." Charlotte smiled. But the priest Raoul didn't seem so excited. Instead, he smiled bitterly. "I hope so. Board City is in a mess right now. Nearly a quarter of the entire cathedral has been removed from office by the Grand Knight. Who knows what will happen in the future?" Charlotte blinked again. "If you don't want to stay in Board City, apply to come to Castle. Castle needs honest priests like you." "Ha ha ha." "Charlotte, you're getting better and better at talking." Raoul laughed heartily. After saying that, he seemed to think of something, hesitated for a moment, and asked again, "Charlotte, does the oath you made to the church before Leonard still count?" Charlotte's smile faded slightly, and she lowered her head. Raoul suddenly understood. He sighed lightly and said, "I understand. I know Leonard's actions have made you disappointed with the church, but he has already received the punishment he deserves. If you have any thoughts, the doors of the Holy Court will always be open to you." Charlotte hesitated for a moment, raised her head, and looked sincerely at the old priest. "Grandpa Raoul, I did hesitate, I think. Maybe it's because my faith is not devout enough. If possible, after inheriting the title and returning to the county, I hope that in my spare time, I can enter Castle's church school for further studies, learn more about the church's knowledge, and pray and repent under the holy light." Upon hearing the girl's words, Raoul's face showed relief. Inheriting the territory while also being a noble priest. "I understand. Don't worry, I will write a letter of recommendation for you. The holy light will witness your devoutness and listen to your voice." Charlotte smiled sweetly, delighted. "Thank you." She was really delighted. As long as she concurrently held the position of noble priest, even if it was just in name, even when she returned to Castle, she could walk into the local church and lead them anytime. "That's only right." Raoul smiled. After saying that, he straightened up. "Well, It's almost time, let's begin." Raoul clapped his hands, and the music in the hall instantly stopped, followed by the boiling crowd quieting down. Charlotte's coming-of-age ceremony officially began. In Myria, a noble's coming-of-age ceremony consists of two parts. First, the elders formally introduce the adult noble to the guests and receive blessings from them. Secondly, the bestowal of the sacrament, where the church clergy represents the church in bestowing a sacred blessing upon the adult noble, is a ritualistic ceremony that can enhance physical qualities, resistance to diseases, and strengthen the noble's bloodline power. Because there was only Charlotte left in the direct line of the Castle family, Charlotte entrusted Raoul, the old priest, with the entire ceremony. Formally introducing Charlotte to the nobles was just going through the motions. As the current substantive head of the Castle family, Charlotte had already taken over the family's authority a year ago, so the attending nobles were more or less familiar with her. It was only the envoys and representatives from the Castle County vassals who arrived upon hearing the news who looked at her with curiosity, wondering about this future lord. Many representatives from Castle County attended Charlotte's coming-of-age ceremony. However, Charlotte noticed that these representatives seemed to hold low positions, as not a single noble family head was present, and many of the representatives couldn't even be considered nobles. Clearly, the nobles of Castle County didn't attach much importance to her as the young successor. The formal introduction ended quickly, and then it was time for the sacrament. This was a process that Charlotte paid close attention to, because she might take advantage of the opportunity to leech the power of the holy light. Accompanied by ethereal hymns, Charlotte lifted the bulging hem of her skirt and gently knelt down on one knee. Bathed in the divine radiance, Raoul, holding the sacred scriptures, chanted the blessings of the coming-of-age ceremony with cadence, one hand covered with holy oil, gently tracing a cross representing the holy court on the girl's forehead. "We rely on your support." Novelplex.org. Donate now. With Raoul's movements, the holy light enveloped Charlotte. Familiar burning pains spread from various parts of her body, and Charlotte quickly saw new information appearing in her consciousness. Gospel of Blood detected an ongoing divine ritual. A name, sacrament ceremony. Caster, holy light. Recipient, Charlotte de Castel. Ritual effect, the blessing and marking of mortals by the holy light, capable of stimulating the potential and power of the recipient, enhancing their physical constitution and bloodline power, while also marking and suggesting the recipient, marking the coordinates of the recipient's soul, and making the recipient's stance more inclined towards the holy court. Interception probability assessment, 100%. Intercept? Sacrament ceremony. Charlotte's heart stirred. She hadn't detected this divine ritual during Leno's last sacrament. So, could it be that the former high priest Leonard didn't really perform a true sacrament for him, but just went through the motions? But, marking the soul and suggesting the stance, Charlotte pondered. She vaguely understood why the Holy Court wanted to implement sacrament ceremonies among the nobles. This was a blessing, but also a means for the Holy Court to indirectly control the nobles. Charlotte noticed that although Raoul was performing the sacrament, the caster detected by the Gospel of Blood was holy light. This was the power of Lord God Harold. In other words, it was Harold who, through the hands of believers, bestowed blessings upon the recipient, while also marking the coordinates of the recipient's soul and suggesting their stance. Charlotte's heart stirred. The coming-of-age sacrament was a means for the Holy Court to cultivate potential believers among the nobility, as well as a means for the gods to extend their gaze to mortals. Charlotte didn't intercept this divine ritual but allowed it to fall upon her. The pure light radiated on the girl, and Charlotte distinctly felt a burning power akin to flames flowing into her body. However, at the moment the holy light entered her body, she manipulated the Gospel of Blood and used the divine power of blood akin to blood-sucking to devour the holy light. At the same time, Charlotte felt as if she had established some kind of inexplicable connection with a brilliant sea of light in the depths of her mind. It seemed that the holy light's blessing failed to take effect. After the holy light entering her body was devoured, The divine radiance enveloping Charlotte didn't end. In Charlotte's perception, the sea of light in the depths of her mind suddenly boiled. The dazzling light continued to radiate on the girl, and Charlotte felt even more holy light pouring into her body, seemingly desperately trying to purify her as a heretic. Charlotte accepted all the holy light that poured in and then completely devoured it. Then, the holy light enveloping her became even more dazzling. As if in defiance, the holy light became even more dazzling, and Charlotte even faintly felt a strong sense of rejection and hostility from that holy light. This rejection and hostility didn't have independent consciousness. In the girl's perception, this rejection felt like a preset program. But at this moment, because of Charlotte's stubbornness, this program increased its output of holy light. Thus, a scene that shocked Dean Rowell and many guests appeared. The radiant light on the girl was incomparably dazzling. Holy photons descended from the sky, danced around the girl, and rushed into her body one after another. Like a miracle. Some of the priests present became excited on the spot, drawing crosses on their chests one after another, looking at the girl bathed in the radiant light of holiness with fanaticism, their voices trembling. Miracle. This is a miracle. Praise the divine. She has received the favor of the holy light, the radiance of divine grace. Could she really be a natural saint? The priests were excited. Under the fierce assault of the holy light, Charlotte enjoyed absorbing the power belonging to the god Harold until she vaguely reached a certain critical point. A strong sense of palpitations and unease surged in her heart. In the depths of her consciousness, Charlotte perceived an ancient will gradually awakening. Her heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly stopped this near-cheating absorption, ending the sacrament ceremony. The holy light gradually weakened and ceased its assault on her. The radiance faded, the sense of rejection and hostility quickly vanished, and the holy glow enveloping the girl dissipated. A broken bar in Charlotte's perception. Her connection with that mysterious sea of light was completely severed. Charlotte felt somewhat unsatisfied. Although being burned by the holy light was unpleasant and even quite painful, she had just seized a considerable amount of divine power. To put it into perspective, she had spent over half a year struggling to recover her divine power to 27.8 points, but in those 3 minutes under the holy light, it more than doubled, reaching 55 points. This greatly delighted Charlotte. At the same time, she was very curious about the sea of light she had just connected with. That gradually awakening will, could it be the god Harold? Is he sleeping? Did I just a broken bar connect to him directly? Charlotte pondered. The sea of light she had glimpsed was immensely vast. Compared to it, the power she had secretly absorbed was like a drop in the ocean. But just this single drop had nearly restored her divine power to the amount before her use of True Ancestors' liberation. Indeed, rather than finding ways to produce divine power myself, this plundering blood-sucking is much more effective and faster. Charlotte thought to herself. Emerging from the joy of her major gain, Charlotte opened her eyes. However, when she saw the scene around her, she was stunned. The hall was silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. All eyes were focused on her. The priests looked excited, their gazes towards her burning with intensity as if seeing a treasure. The guests, on the other hand, had their eyes wide open, expressions filled with shock. Charlotte, good grief, did she just make a huge commotion? Meanwhile, in the various churches of Myria where statues of the god Harold were enshrined, priests and believers knelt before the statues, praying with fervent devotion. Just moments ago, they all witnessed an extraordinary scene broken by all the statues of the god Harold in the churches were illuminated.